I recently accepted a job as the new sheriff in a small town called Hollow's End, making me the only law enforcement officer within 100 miles. As it turns out, this decision may have been a huge mistake. Normally, a job like this one in a little town with a couple thousand residents would mean a pretty boring and mundane existence. I've worked in a few different small towns over the years, and I was expecting this to be more or less the same. At first, it appeared that mundane was exactly what I would see. Besides a few speeding tickets, I didn't run into any real trouble. There was Randy, the town drunk, who often slept in the police station's only jail cell. I picked him up on a nightly basis for starting fights or disturbing the peace, vandalizing businesses, or screaming bloody murder while walking the streets. He was typically alone in that cell, which he often called his apartment, although there was room for 10 or more in the big cage. Every so often, he'd end up sharing it with someone who'd been unfortunate enough to cross his path and lacked the common sense to avoid him. The town had your typical problems, shoplifting teens and the odd disputes between neighbors and spouses. But for the most part it was peaceful and quiet. And the jail cell remained empty, aside from Randy. It seemed that most people in Hollow's End resolved their differences privately, without resorting to calling 911. But I've come to realize something since starting as the new sheriff in Hollow's End. Despite the similarities to other places I've been to, this town is not like other towns. There's something very weird about this place, and I can't put my finger on what it is. The residents have been welcoming and friendly, don't get me wrong, but at times I feel like an absolute outsider. Like there's some secret I'm not privy to. During town hall meetings, for instance, I'll make suggestions or ask questions, and everyone goes quiet. Like they're in on some big mystery that I don't know about. People whisper and shoot glances in my direction, then go quiet when I look their way. I know. This must sound paranoid to an outsider, but that's what I feel like I am here. An outsider in Hollow's End. Anyways, I thought maybe getting some other people's perspectives might help. Maybe you can see what I'm missing here. Maybe you can help me figure out what's really going on in this place. Today started out like any ordinary day. I was sitting at my desk in the bullpen of the police station doing a crossword puzzle and listening to the baseball game on the radio, waiting for some action. Like I said, not much happened in Hollow's End. But my experience told me that some people would be out raising hell on a warm day like this one. There were sure to be a few drunk and disorderly calls, and maybe even a DUI or two. Randy, the town drunk, was locked up in his cell as usual, snoring away. I'd picked him up in the wee hours of the morning, and he had ranted at me for a while before passing out. It had been more than 8 hours now, and I was planning on waking him up soon to kick him out, starting our daily routine all over again, when the red phone rang. There was a dispatcher who put the calls through to this phone, and if it didn't pick up after 3 or 4 rings, it flipped over to my cell phone. I nabbed it just in time before it switched over. "Hello?" I said into the receiver. "This is the sheriff. What's your emergency?" "Will you shoot that fucking rooster already?" Randy screamed from his cell, so loud I couldn't hear the person on the other end of the line. After this outburst, he promptly began snoring again. "Sorry, can you repeat that?" I asked. Hi, a timid voice on the other end said. Is this the police? Yes, this is Sheriff Parsons. What's your emergency? The woman sounded confused, as if she did not realize who she was calling or why. Hi, yeah. Look, I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have called. She was about to hang up, and I pleaded for her to stop. Hey, if it's an emergency, then you dialed the right number. What's going on? The woman hesitated and sounded uncertain, but I tried to convince her to trust me. Listen, I might sound annoyed, but that's mostly just because you interrupted me in the middle of my crossword puzzle. And Randy's really getting on my last nerve. But actually, I'm really anxious to get out of the station. I can come by and talk if you want to explain in person. Whatever it is, I might be able to help. Sure, she said finally. I'll give you my address. I hung up the phone and immediately filled a nearby bucket with cold water from the bathroom sink. It would only take a minute, and whatever the woman was calling about didn't sound that urgent. I really didn't want to leave Randy alone in the police station. He was good with picking locks, and who knew what sort of hell he would raise if left alone in the bullpen. He'd gotten out of that cell more than once, and I had no idea how he did it. This way was just easier. Wake up time, Randy, I said, opening the cell door, freezing cold bucket of water in hand. What were you saying about a rooster? Because I actually need to replace mine. 10 more minutes, he yelled angrily. Then he opened one eye and saw the familiar bucket of water in my hand and shot to his feet. On second thought, I'm good. I've learned my lesson. Can I go now? Several minutes later, I pulled up in front of the house. A young, pretty, brown-haired woman stood at the front door holding it open. She held up her hand and waved at me timidly. I walked up the driveway and stood on the front porch, introducing myself to her as kindly as I could. So you're the new sheriff? You're new to Hollow's End as well? I nodded. Yeah, I've been here for just a few weeks. It's nice. People have been very welcoming, mostly. When did you move in? Last summer, she answered. Her lip trembled and there were tears in her eyes as she tried to speak, but her words caught in her throat. Whoa, hey, what's wrong? Are you all right? It's my husband, she said. He didn't come home from work last night, and he isn't picking up his phone. This isn't like him to be gone for so long without calling. I don't understand what could have happened to him. I don't know if maybe they did something to him. Slow down, I said, pulling up my notepad. Who did to him? Is there someone out there who has it out for your husband for some reason? She shook her head, clutching herself and looking past me with nervous eyes. Her neighbors were just getting home, getting out of their car with a load of groceries in their arms. Hey, Christine, the man called over to her. Everything all right? Great, she called back with a fake smile plastered across her face. Miss, what's going on? I asked, confused. Do you think they might know something? No. Maybe. I don't know. Listen, the only one in town who I trusted was the old sheriff, and he's, well, you know. And I don't know who to believe. This place, we had no idea when we moved here that it was like this. Did you? I shook my head slowly, trying to figure this woman out. Well, you'll see. Everyone who lives here finds out soon enough. For us, it was the garden. We thought we knew better, but we found out quickly enough that you have to follow the rules in this town. And one of the rules is you don't talk to outsiders. I'm sorry, but I think that's what you are still. An outsider. I opened my mouth to say something, but She was already retreating back inside. "Who's the old sheriff?" I managed to get out. The door was almost all the way closed, but then she paused and opened it up again, just wide enough for her to say one name. And it was the last name in the world that I would have expected. Of course, the one time I actually needed Randy, he was gone. The man was constantly raising hell, and residents of Hollow's End were always complaining to me about him. But now that I needed to speak to him, everyone was going radio silent. Further proof of the conspiracy, a paranoid voice in my mind said, but I inwardly silenced it. I drove around town in my beat-up old cruiser, trying to spot Randy in one of his usual haunts. He wasn't sleeping in the ditch in front of the liquor store. He wasn't in the forest in the fort he had made out of fallen branches. He wasn't in the washroom at the gas station. And when I went to the playground and looked at the monkey bars, there was no sign of him there either. It was like he had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. I was about to give up looking for the time being when I finally spotted him, walking along the shoulder of the road up ahead. The man had long, scruffy hair down to his shoulders, an untrimmed beard which was brown with dirt, and he wore a duster jacket carrying a backpack with him at all times. His cold blue eyes had always looked intelligent to me, and I had thought ever since I met him that he was smarter than he let on, even if he was also completely and utterly insane. I pulled the car over and got out, but he continued walking straight past me, ignoring me. "Randy," I called after him. "Hey, buddy, listen, I need to talk to you about something." He pretended he didn't hear me, continuing to march forwards. "Hey, man, I'm sorry about the bucket. It's just, you're like Houdini. I can't leave you alone in that cell. You get out every time. It's really hard to wake you up without it." He didn't say a word, so I just kept talking. "Fine. I get it. You have every right to be pissed off. Maybe I should just consider changing the locks. Something tells me the old sheriff might still have a copy of the key to that prison cell." That finally got to him. Randy stopped walking mid-stride and turned to face me, a little grin playing at the corners of his mouth. "I have no idea what you're referring to." I clicked my tongue, giving him my best attempt at a disappointed, fatherly look. "Guess I'll just have to arrest you again and search your bag until I find those keys. Maybe I'll check a few other places, too, if they're not in there." "Arrest me for what?" he yelled indignantly. "For being a pain in my ass," I answered back. Really, I just needed to talk to him. I had no intention of arresting him. I heard a noise over my shoulder and turned to look, but there was nothing except my cop car, and the rearview mirror a little ways back, showing a reflection of us. When I looked at Randy again, he was pale as a sheet and looked like he'd seen a ghost. He stuck out his wrists, asking me to cuff him. "Just do it. Rather be in there anyways, especially at night. Ain't safe out here, man." Randy had always said these sorts of things, but now I was starting to take him a bit more seriously for some reason. I put the cuffs on him, but just for appearances. There were a few people watching from the windows of nearby stores and houses. There were always people watching in Hollow's End. Always that feeling of eyes on the back of your neck. "You're not under arrest," I said quietly. I just want it to look like you are. I need to talk to you." I drove us back to the police station and tried to interrogate Randy along the way, but he promptly fell asleep and started snoring the moment the car began to roll. I had forgotten that was one of his quirks. Randy was a narcoleptic, whose spontaneous sleeping fits were often brought on by driving. He was like an infant, soothed by the motion and lulled to sleep. When we got back to the station, I looked in the mirror and noticed he was gone. Feeling even more confused than usual, I opened the back seat to look at the place where he'd been sitting. Randy had disappeared, leaving the handcuffs and several empty bottles behind. Of course, there was no way out of the back of the police cruiser without the doors being opened from the outside, but that hadn't stopped Randy. Nothing could stop Randy. And the son of a bitch still had the spare key to the jail cell. And who knew what else he'd pilfered from the station after quitting or getting fired or whatever the hell had happened. Annoyed, I got into the driver's seat and decided to go out for a patrol to clear my head. Driving always helped me think. I managed to find a picture of the missing man from Nightsoil Avenue by pulling up his driver's license through the patrol car's onboard computer system. It was the one and only modern piece of technology in the ancient vehicle, and worked reasonably well. Despite looking for several hours all throughout the town, I didn't see the man anywhere. Through some detective work, though, I managed to find out his employer's name. He had recently started working for J&M Delivery Co., a local takeout food and delivery business in Hollow's End. I resolved to go speak with the owners after a quick pit stop at the police station. I went inside and was somewhat unsurprised to find Randy was already in his cell, with the cage door locked, inexplicably drinking a steaming hot cup of coffee from a mug which I'd never seen before, which said "Number 1 Sheriff" on the front of it. While this was very irritating, it was also the best news I had seen since finding out the dad bod was back in style. Sitting down at my desk, I tried to think about how to approach this situation. I needed this man's help. But he was clearly insane, and also possessed some sort of Houdini-level magical prowess. His alcoholism was another concern. He was typically blackout drunk at this hour of the day, and it was barely 5 p.m. "Get to talking, Sheriff," he said suddenly. "It's almost noon, and I haven't had a peep all day. If you don't want me to start ranting and raving, you better get to the point." I let this sink in for a few moments, ignored the urge to check my wristwatch, then asked him a question I'd never asked him before. "Why do you drink, Randy? What exactly is it inside of you that you need to drown with booze every day? And what happens if you don't?" "Oh, you've seen it, Sheriff," he muttered back at me. "You've seen the broken windows on Main Street. If I don't drink, those fucking faces show up in the glass every time. They're waiting for me. And if I forget to drown their voices, I'll hear them screaming. And you don't want to hear the screams of monsters, Sheriff. Trust me, there ain't nothing in the wild world more terrifying than the screams of your nightmares. Just pray you never hear them. But I think you will. Nah, scratch that. I know you will. And then you'll be joining me in this cell, drinking right along with me. And they'll have a new sheriff in town. Every week a new sheriff." He was rambling, and I tried to cut him off, but he was gone now. There was no way to get through to him except by doing the unthinkable. But luckily I'd gotten pretty good at doing unthinkable things. I went into my desk and pulled out my trusty bottle of scotch, and hated myself as I poured him a tall glass of the stuff. Once Randy was good and drunk, he began to spill the beans. And what a story it was. Completely unbelievable, of course, the drunken ravings of a lunatic, but the tale terrified me nonetheless. "So this is why you drink? This is why you smash people's windows and run around screaming in the middle of the night saying things are chasing you?" He nodded. "And you really expect me to believe this?" He nodded again. "But if you get drunk, you don't see them." He continued nodding as I left the bullpen to go use the toilet. "You're an idiot," I said on my way out. "You'll see," he said. "Probably any minute." I got to the bathroom and did my business. then began to wash my hands in the sink, scrubbing them with soap and hot water until they stung. Standing there in the quiet bathroom all alone, I suddenly felt more scared than I had ever felt in my life. Out of my peripheral vision, I saw a dark shape in the mirrored surface of the glass in front of me. It was too close to be my reflection, too sinister and dark. It was moving on its own, not matching me at all. I didn't want to look up, but I found myself doing it anyway. My heart hammering, I looked into the glass and saw a face that was not my own. There was someone else staring back at me from the glass. Her face was inches away, looking ready to jump out at me. It was a woman. Her skin looked like she'd been poisoned. Her eyes had dark rings around them, and her veins stood out prominently, inky black in color. Her flesh was sweaty porcelain, her gaze vacant, as if she didn't notice me at first. But then her eyes caught mine, and it was like a veil had been lifted between us, and she took me in, her rotten smile growing wider and wider. Black teeth were revealed, and between them where her gums should have been, there were a million spiders, crawling outwards, seeking the light, trying to get out, trying to get at me. Skittering and crawling across her skin, moving down her arms and tracing a path toward me. More arachnids began to pour out of her hair and out of her eyes as she held back laughter, holding up her hands to bridge the gap between worlds. Reaching out to touch the glass, it shimmered and turned to water for a second, before changing back to glass again. Wasting no more time, I punched the mirror with my fist, shattering the glass, and thankful that my hand didn't go right through and into that other world. The pain was exquisite, the blood dripping immediately from the wound and running down my arm, soaking and staining my uniform with red. Shards of broken glass could be seen embedded between my knuckles, sprinkled across my skin and driven deep into the flesh in places. Jagged bits of broken glass hung suspended in front of me, some still stuck to the wood, where they had once been attached. Pieces fell into the sink, ringing against the porcelain, and I tried not to look into those bloody, shattered reflections for too long. I felt no pain, though. My heartbeat was still a pounding drum of pure adrenaline, numbing me completely from the agony that I wouldn't feel until later. The only sensation coursing through me at that moment was pure fear. Terror as I began to consider how many windows, how many mirrors, how many pieces of glass I walked past every day. What if every one of them suddenly contained a monster, ready to leap out at me the moment I made the mistake of looking at it? I stumbled from the bathroom, and Randy saw my bloody hand immediately. He stood up and moved closer to me in the cage so he could examine me better. You saw him, didn't you? He asked. Yeah, you did. I told you those fuckers were real. Oh, I forgot to mention this curse is contagious, so it spreads to anyone you spend too much time with. Now, get your ass in here and have a drink with me. I promise it'll help. See, I knew we were going to be friends. Nothing says martyrdom like a $5 bottle of scotch. We can be Jones of Arc together. I was too stunned to respond. All I could think to do was follow Dr. Randy's recommendation. Take a few drinks and try to drown out the demons. He knew this world better than I did, after all. As much as I thought I had everything figured out, it turns out I didn't know shit about the world. And I didn't know fuck all about Hollow's End. Taking another glass from the desk, I wiped the cobwebs and dead spiders out of it, trying not to think about the mirror, and poured myself a glass of the cheap scotch and another, smaller one for Randy. Okay, I said, sitting down across from him in the cage. I was wrong. Dead wrong. About everything. Now, can you please tell me what the fuck is going on in this town? Randy smiled and began to speak. You can't talk to outsiders about what happens in Hollow's End. But I'm not an outsider anymore. Love it or hate it, I'm a part of this place now. And it's a part of me. I took a deep breath before blowing into the little straw attached to the breathalyzer test. Keep it going. Another few seconds, the newly reinstated sheriff's deputy Randy said from the passenger seat next to me. Finally, the device made a noise and the numbers 0.07 appeared on the screen. Okay, I'm good to drive. I'll need to keep ingesting roughly 1 beer every hour from this point on. Randy nodded. Okay, now you go, I said, replacing the disposable straw in the breathalyzer test. He blew into the straw, and after a few seconds it came up on the display. 0.16. That's not going to do it with your tolerance, bud. I'm going to need you to drink something, Randy. You got to be sharp for this. He pulled out a bottle of whiskey and unscrewed the cap, taking a long swig of it before belching. When I was satisfied he was intoxicated enough to avoid seeing any more invisible monsters, I told him to buckle up. I know. Normally I don't condone drinking and driving, even if it is technically within the legal limits. But these were special circumstances. Randy had infected me with some sort of, well, I don't really know how to describe it. Ghost virus? Hallucinating monster plague? The point is, I was seeing things in mirrors and reflective surfaces now, just like he had been. It was as if they now served as peepholes into another dimension. Therefore, we had covered up the rear view and side mirrors with duct tape. I had also gotten rid of my aviators, which was a shame, because they completed my whole outfit. I was even growing a mustache to complete the small-town sheriff everyman appearance, but the hair growth on my upper lip was patchy and gross-looking still. Before growing it, I hadn't even realized that facial dandruff was a real thing. Well, it turns out it definitely is. Sorry, I'm getting tangential again. That happens to me when I drink. To sum it all up, Randy was the old sheriff in Hollow's End, and he'd run into some kind of trouble recently. This trouble had caused him to see horrible things, which appeared in reflective surfaces, windows and mirrors all over town, which had been smashed by him in what I at first assumed was a drunken rage. Now I realize he was drinking to drown out the demons. The liquor made them less noticeable, and less frequent. This case has to be connected with everything that's happening, I said as we started driving, our destination still unknown. That man who disappeared, in such a small town, these things have to be connected. Not necessarily, Randy replied. This town is weird as hell, dude. Fucked up shit happens here literally all the time. You just haven't lived here long enough to see any of it. I ignored this and pressed onward, trying to get something useful out of the man. Okay, you're not much help. Is there someone in town who's in the know? Someone who can give us the lowdown? Well, the only person I can think of like that would be the butcher. He's sort of like the unofficial mayor of Hollow's End, Randy explained. But he ain't exactly the talkative type. Great. That's something at least. Point me towards the butcher shop. Let's go have a chat with this guy, I said to Randy, only to realize he had promptly fallen asleep after his last statement. I drove towards the commercial district, eyes peeled for a butcher shop sign. Eventually, I found it. We pulled up in front of the place, and I could tell right away that something was off. And by that, I mean there was a terrible smell that I associated with spoiled meat. Something inside the shop was long past its expiration date, and the rank odor was making its way out to the street. There was a closed sign hanging from the door, despite the hours indicating it should be open. Alarm bells started ringing in my mind, even louder than before, and I told Randy to watch the front of the shop while I went around to the back. He was now wide awake again, acting as if he hadn't just been asleep seconds prior. After knocking on the back door, I tried the handle, To my surprise, it opened. I went inside and was hit with a knockout punch of decay right to the nose. My eyes started watering at the smell of meat gone sour, and the sound of buzzing flies grew louder as I stepped inside the kitchen. There was blood everywhere, and not just in the usual places where you would expect it to be in a butcher shop. It was splattered on the ceiling and all over the floor. There was one particularly large bloodstain in the far corner of the room that was in the shape of a human body, and judging by the crimson color of it, whoever had been laying there had lost a sufficient amount of bodily fluids to render them dead half a dozen times over. I heard footsteps from the other side of a translucent plastic curtain which separated the kitchen from the front of the shop. Pulling out my service revolver, I took a cautious step forward and pulled back the hammer, ready for anything. My heart was pounding fast as I spoke in my best "don't fuck with me" cop voice. "This is the sheriff. Whoever's behind the curtain, come out with your hands up. Do it now." There was an identical sound on the other side of the divider, indicating another gun was being readied for action. "No way, man," said a gruff voice on the other side. "You're not taking me alive." My heart skipped a beat as I realized I was potentially about to die. There was going to be a shootout, and a lot more blood was about to be decorating the walls of this butcher shop. Then I realized the voice sounded familiar. "Randy?" He came through the curtain, and I almost shot him anyways. Sorry, man, I thought you were a bad guy impersonating you." "So you decided to impersonate a bad guy. How does that make any sense?" "They wouldn't kill one of their own, man. Think about it." I let out a deep breath and counted to 10 in my mind, trying to think of other ways to stop myself from murdering him. Would anyone notice if Randy went missing? No. Don't think like that. Only bad things will come of it. I tried to focus on the case. "That's a lot of blood," I said, pointing at the man-shaped brownish-red puddle in the corner. "Looks like some real bad shit went down here. Maybe this butcher guy is good for the murder of our missing man." "Nah," Randy said, waving it off. "That puddle's been there for weeks. We play poker here every Friday. Well, listen, it'd be too hard to explain what happened. But just trust me that the bloodletting was consensual, even if it did get a bit out of hand." "I don't even want to know." "Well, you asked." "So all of this blood looks normal to you?" "For this place, yeah." "And the smell?" He nodded. "But I did notice one weird thing." "Okay, what's that?" I asked, completely exasperated by this point. "No mirrors anywhere. There's usually a couple of them out in the customer area that are gone now. And he hasn't cleaned his knives. That's not like him. He loves these knives like they're his own non-existent children. It's like he didn't want them to be shiny. He wanted them to stay bloody. Mirrors, glass, steel can be polished to be so reflective you can see your face in it. Or other things. He's infected too. Yep, this shit's spreading. Who knows how far it could get if we don't stop it?" He held up one finger, produced a flask from his pocket, and drank a large swallow of whiskey. "All right, where to next?" he asked after burping loudly. This was a bust. We were walking out the front door of the place when we saw a car pull up to the curb. A young man got out looking like he was in his late 20s. The car had a company name on the side, and I realized it looked familiar. It was actually the next lead I was planning to follow up on. J&M Delivery Co. Booze, burgers, pizza, and more. Delivering to all citizens of Hollow's End. Unless you're a subterranean. No forced deliveries after 4 p.m. I read the sign twice, and was about to ask the man why they didn't deliver to the subterraneans, and who the subterraneans were, and who the hell would order pizza from a forest, but decided it would be better to stay focused. "Hey, what are you guys doing here?" the man asked, heading towards the shop. "Hey, Jay, we're looking for the butcher, but he's gone," Randy replied quickly. "Where's Muriel? Maybe she knows something." "She's been gone since last night. There was some sort of crisis and she ran out of the house without saying goodbye. I figured the butcher might have an idea where she went." "We were just in there. He's gone, but the doors are unlocked. Must have left in a hurry," I said. "Does she have a cell phone? Maybe we can track her with GPS." "Nah, she's not really into technology. She has one of those brick Nokia phones that she's managed to keep alive for 20 years or so. But she leaves it at home most of the time, and the rest of the time she's at the casino where there's no signal." "Okay, maybe that's where she is. I checked already. None of the employees have seen her since the weekend." It occurred to me suddenly that there was another missing person who I was investigating, and this man was a potential witness. "I need to ask you about something else," I said, pulling out a picture of the missing man from Nightsoil Avenue. "Do you know this person?" He squinted at it for half a second. "Yeah, sure, that's John Grayson. He's a delivery driver with our company." "And are you aware that he's been missing now for nearly 2 days? He hesitated, then looked at Randy. "Is he cool?" he asked cautiously. "Oh yeah, he's got the curse. He's good." I looked back and forth between the two of them. What the fuck? So this is like just a known thing around here? If I stay in town too long, I'm going to be cursed by this place? No. Well, kinda. It's hard to explain. And even more hard to explain because of all the weird shit going down, Randy said. Now, the important thing is this town has its hooks in you. And because of that, you'll have a difficult time of leaving this place. You're a part of it now, and it's a part of you. That's the way it works. Now, one way or another, if you stay in Hollow's End for too long, you're going to get bit by something. I didn't think it was possible for me to be any more confused. "Do you got the monkey paw?" Randy asked Jay, making me even more confused. "No, but I'm starting to think it might be the cause of all this trouble." Feeling like I was about to lose my mind, or had already done so, I put my foot down and yelled in my loudest, most authoritativist voice. "Enough!" The two of them looked at me stupidly. Monkey paws, the butcher, disappearing people all over town. Just tell me this is a prank. You guys are messing with me because I'm new in town, right? Is there a YouTube video being filmed? Am I being punked? Is this a reboot? The two men stared at me for a moment longer, then went back to talking as if I weren't standing there. "Yeah, it's definitely got something to do with that paw. The butcher should have just gotten rid of the damn thing when he found in that shipment of discarded monkey carcasses. Everyone knows monkey paw wishes are tainted. Who the fuck would be dumb enough to actually use one of them?" Jay was saying. "Well, I mean, how could you possibly know just by looking at the monkey paw that it's evil? There have to be at least a few good monkey paws out there with wish-granting abilities, right?" Jay and I suddenly shared a psychic thought connection, and I saw he had the same idea I did at the exact same moment. "You made a wish on the fucking monkey paw, didn't you?" we both blurted out in unison. Randy looked down at the ground. It took a few seconds for him to confess. When he finally did, it was in the most obnoxious, affected, half-apologetic tone of voice I had ever heard. "I always wanted to be able to teleport like Nightcrawler from X-Men. I didn't realize it was going to open up a series of gateways to alternate dimensions, potentially causing the destruction of reality. That part was completely unexpected." It took me a few moments to figure out what he meant, but then it all came together. "It was your fault. You made me see the monsters in the mirrors. It was all because of you and your stupid monkey paw wish." "Yeah," he admitted. "But on the plus side, check this out." He jumped into the nearby front window of the butcher shop, and instead of shattering, it rippled outwards from its center like a pool of water disrupted by a stone being thrown into it. He disappeared into the glass and was gone. The two of us stood there for several minutes in stunned silence, unsure if he was gonna come back. I went into the shop to see if he was in there, but it was empty. Just as we were about to walk away awkwardly, he leapt back through the liquid glass carrying a bag of fast food in his hand. The paper bag was stained with grease and said KFC on it. "See? We don't even have one of these in town. I just teleported to Pittsburgh and back." The window glass continued to make ripples, and didn't settle down into its usual smoothness, I noticed. Not only that, but there was now something moving in the glass. A huge dark creature with long limbs crawling on 6 legs. It was sniffing the ground like a dog hunting a rabbit. Then it turned sharply to look at us through the glass. There was no question in my mind that it saw us. "Randy, did you ever consider that using the powers granted by the cursed magic monkey paw might be a very bad idea?" He looked at me stupidly. A strange sound began to come from the other side of the window glass of the storefront, as a set of huge legs came through from the other side, followed by another, and another, and another. It was an indescribable sound, but if I had to compare it to anything, it would be like if fingernails on a chalkboard and microphone feedback had an ear-splitting baby together. Sitting atop the legs with too many joints was a horrifying creature with a long snout lined with sharp teeth. Odd openings split its rough alligator skin in places looking like gills, but not quite. Its eyes were black and dull as it surveyed the downtown street of Hollow's End. After it was through the glass, it sniffed the air, and I hoped that maybe this creature didn't breathe oxygen, and it would keel over dead from the toxic air of our world. But, of course, the stupid thing was fine. I guess whatever world it came from had a similar atmosphere to ours. A second later, it spotted us and began to race toward us, with murder in its eyes. "Run!" I yelled, and turned around to see Jay and Randy already in their respective vehicles, and ready to drive away without me. "Hop in!" Randy yelled, shifting over into the passenger seat. "Come on, man, get away from that thing. Whatever it is, it looks pissed." We were driving rapidly down Main Street, as a horrible creature from another dimension followed behind us. Its long strides keeping pace, and making the car shake with each step it took. The engine roared as we sped away from the butcher shop. Randy was sitting in the seat next to me, and it took me a moment to realize he was eating something. It was a bucket of KFC. "Seriously, Randy? How can you be hungry at a time like this? We're about to die." "We got bigger problems than that right now," he said, patting down his pockets with greasy fingers, and leaving stains as he searched for something. "We're all out of booze. We need to make a pit stop as soon as you get a chance." Normally this would be an absurd statement, but unfortunately the lack of alcohol was a bit of an issue, since there were plenty more monsters ready to come through into our world, and the only thing keeping them out was our ability to stay intoxicated so we didn't see them. I had kept my percentage down below the legal driving limit, but I was starting to feel like that wasn't cutting it anymore. "You really need to start drinking more," Randy explained. "You're the one who saw it first, remember? If anything, this is kind of your fault." I gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled rage and continued driving. Regardless of what he said, I want to make sure it's on the record that this was all Randy's fault. He had admitted to making at least one wish using a cursed magic monkey paw, and we all know how that usually plays out. I saw a convenience store and immediately slammed on the brakes. Reaching over across Randy, I threw open his door and kicked him out. It was easy since he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, and was already asleep. "What the fuck, dude?" he yelled as I pulled away. "Get us more booze. I'm going to circle the block. I shouted at him out the window, picking up speed. Then I took out my gun and aimed at the monster, which was getting closer by the second. I took 3 shots at it over my shoulder and missed with 2 of them, but the third caught it squarely in the neck, and it began to howl a guttural cry, dripping black blood all over the street from its fresh wound. It slowed down momentarily, but then picked up its pace again, coming after me with renewed rage. My goal had been accomplished, though. I'd been trying to keep it away from Randy, since he was on foot and more vulnerable. We would need to abandon the car, though, I realized. If I was going to start drinking more, I wouldn't be able to drive safely. As bad as things were getting, I wasn't about to start breaking the law. Especially that particular one. I'd seen enough death and destruction caused by drunk drivers over my years on the force. I wasn't going to go down that road. I looked back to see the creature still gaining on me. My mind was racing, trying to think of how to evade it, to outwit it. I needed to do something to kill it. But what? Suddenly my cell phone was ringing. I picked it up and looked at the caller ID. It was Jay, the delivery driver. He was in the car ahead of me, and I had kind of forgotten he was there. "Listen," he said quickly. "I got a plan. We need to lure that thing to the swamp. Just follow me and keep up the pace." "It's a cop car," I said dryly. "I'm pretty sure I can keep up with your piece of shit." My words were cut short, as the line went dead and the car ahead of me began to accelerate rapidly. I floored it, but found the guy was still gaining distance between the two of us. Whatever he had under the hood was making that little car go a lot faster than I would have ever thought possible. My phone dinged, and I looked down to see a text from Jay. It was an eggplant, with a water spray emoji. This fucking town. We reached the edge of the city limits of Hollow's End, to find a parking lot which sloped at an unnatural angle downwards. At the bottom of this strange gravel lot was a murky-looking swamp full of brackish green water. A small copse of trees stood to one side near the shore. No other cars were parked there, which was good, since the creature was still behind us. I was following Jay as closely as I could, and imitating his car's movements, although my vehicle was sluggish and clumsy by comparison. He was still driving at top speed, and I figured it was important that I keep up with him for whatever he planned to do. When we reached the edge of the water, near that little grouping of trees, he hit the brakes and swerved to the right. His tire stayed on the gravel, but just barely. The entire parking lot was sloped so severely towards the water that the force of gravity was insisting on taking us into the swamp. Realizing that my bigger vehicle wouldn't make the turn in time, I hit the brakes early and tried to slow down, knowing that otherwise I would crash right into a tree or go into the water trying to make the move. As soon as I slowed down, I could hear the creature's breath and its movements just behind the car. I avoided the temptation to look back, since I knew it would be my death if I did. Instead, I yanked hard on the wheel and turned it to the right, skidding to a stop on the grass, my fender just inches away from a large pine tree. The creature's brakes were not quite as good as mine, since it was desperate to kill me and hadn't really slowed down. Instead, it went skidding into the green water, coated with algae and looking much thicker than was normal. It was like a giant bowl of pea soup. The creature was thrashing around, looking as if it were in pain, and then I noticed the tendrils of swamp water moving on its skin, pulling it in deeper like an enormous squid wrestling with a shark. My phone rang again and I picked it up, my eyes still focused on the creature trying to get out of the swamp. It looked like it would not be able to escape from whatever was holding it there, and I breathed a sigh of relief that I hadn't gone in with that wild last-minute maneuver. Then it was as if an enormous hand reached up from below and pulled the creature under. Despite the fact that there were only dark, empty sockets where the eyes should have been, I could have sworn I saw them widen as it was dragged under, and then was gone. Problem solved. Jay said when I answered the phone. You can thank me later. And we'll definitely owe Swampy a favor. Now let's get back into town and grab Randy. Maybe the three of us can figure out a solution to this whole mess. I managed to convince Jay to let me ride shotgun in his car, telling him that mine was having engine trouble. This was partly as a ploy to make him our designated driver, but also to cover for the fact that he was clearly the superior driver of a far better automobile than my cruiser. And who knew when we'd have to outrun one of those monsters again? After applying copious amounts of duct tape to all the mirrors in the vehicle, we were off, heading back towards the convenience store where I'd left Randy. We found him out front with a large paper bag full of bottles in his arms, sleeping soundly in the grassy ditch near the road. There were several children taking turns at poking him with a stick. Okay, beat it, kids, I yelled at them as we approached. The children ran off, and out of the corner of my eye I noticed a few of them looked very odd. One had a furry face and ears like a dog, while another had red eyes, and yet another was running on all fours. They scattered in every direction, making it difficult to pinpoint any other discrepancies. What's the deal with this town? I muttered to no one in particular. How much time do you have? Jay asked, laughing. This place is weirder than you could possibly imagine. There's a lot of history here. Sorry to say, you didn't really know what you were getting into when you moved to this place. Can you give me a quick summary? I asked, kicking Randy gently in the ribs. He snored and swatted the air like an annoyed cat, then rolled over onto his other side. His right leg began to pump up and down as if he were chasing a rabbit in his dreams. I'm not really at liberty to discuss all of it. People in Hollow's End prefer to keep their secrets to themselves. But if you get to know them, you'll find most folks are decent enough. As long as you live here, anyways. Tourists do tend to occasionally go missing if they stay out past sunrise. And if you meet anyone wearing a hooded robe, your best bet's to avoid them. Oh, and there's this guy Frank who... Randy sat bolt upright, screaming at the top of his lungs, clutching the bag of liquor bottles so tightly against his chest that I thought they might shatter. Hey, it's okay, man, I said, leaning down to pat his shoulder in what I hoped was a comforting gesture. It's just a nightmare. He was breathing heavily for a few moments and didn't respond. But then finally he unscrewed the cap of one of the liquor bottles and took a long gulp. Right, a nightmare. That's all it was. He didn't sound entirely convinced. Alright, so what's the plan, guys? Jay asked. I'm happy to help out if you need me to. I took one of the liquor bottles from Randy and took a long drink from it. After wiping my mouth, I screwed the cap back on and stuffed the bottle in my pocket. Thinking hard about the next lead to follow up on, I came up short. We didn't really have anything. Do you know anyone who would be interested in buying a monkey paw? I asked. Is there anyone in town dumb enough or reckless enough to take ownership of it? Because I feel like that fucking thing is at the center of all of this. And it's like a murder investigation. If we can find the weapon used to commit the crime, we might be able to solve it. Jay looked at me, and Randy looked at the ground between his legs. I know just the guy, Jay answered. You know how I was telling you to stay away from Frank? Well, we might need to disregard that advice, just temporarily. The three of us pulled up outside a house a short while later, now with Jay behind the wheel chauffeuring us around town. We went up to the front door, and he continued explaining the protocol for how to deal with this Frank individual. So remember, don't stare, and don't go inside his house. Whatever he wants to tell us, he can tell us outside. People who go in there are usually tourists, and they are never, ever seen again. That's like guaranteed death just stepping into that place. I tried not to think about how many rules I was breaking, how many vows and my oath as a sheriff were now completely null and void. You know I'm a police officer, right? Most people don't speak so freely about the kidnapping and murder of tourists. Randy slapped my arm. Oh, come on, man. Just when we're starting to think you're cool, you go say something like that. Killing tourists is a proud tradition in Hollow's End. If you don't like it, you shouldn't have moved here. I didn't have time to debate the subject anymore, as Jay was now knocking on the front door of the house. The door swung open on the first knock as if it had been slightly ajar. Hello? Jay said into the darkness. Frank? Are you there? I need to talk to you about something. He stuck his head into the dark gap afforded by the open door. For a moment, I had a horrible mental image of it slamming shut on his neck, squeezing and choking him as blood poured from wounds created by the pressure of sharp wood on his flesh. But instead, something worse happened. Jay let out a gasp, and then disappeared through the gap, as if he had just been picked up by his hair and dragged inside by a hungry bear. My heart was pounding fast, as I realized I was going to have to ignore all of Jay's warnings if I was going to save him and the town. Despite the dangers, we were going to have to go inside after all. I stared at the dark, open doorway in terror and disbelief. Jay had just disappeared into the house, after it looked like someone very powerful had picked him up by the top of his head to drag him in there. I had caught a glimpse of a large, furry blue hand, reminding me of Sully from Monsters, Inc. Help! I heard Jay scream a second later, before his cries were cut short by a hand or a fuzzy gag over his mouth. We gotta save him, I said to Randy, looking at my drunken deputy with deep concern. You go in first. He shook his head, no. I'm not going in there. That big blue bastard will kill us all. I say we leave. Jay can handle himself. He's a professional. I let out an annoyed grunt and pushed my way through the door and into the house. Looked like I'd have to deal with this with myself. What else was new? Jay? I called out, entering the dark home. Immediately, I was assaulted by a horrific odor. It smelled like dead bodies and spoiled meat, mixed with blood and shit and all the worst smells I could think of. It was like a rainbow of decay, one of every terrible variety. Help! I heard Jay cry again, and I followed the sound of his voice going deeper into the darkness. Eventually, I came to a room with a giant rectangular mirror facing upwards in the center, sitting atop a dining room table. It reminded me a bit of a sacrificial altar. Jay was laying on top of it, tied up with thick rope. The gag, which had been stuffed into his mouth, had slipped out, and he was screaming at me. Look out! I ducked as a giant furry fist came flying at the side of my head. It connected with the wall beside where I had been standing a moment earlier, and the plaster caved inward. The entire room shook with the impact, and dust and debris snowed down from overhead. Die, you interdimensional bastard! A deep voice boomed as he swung his fist at me again. I ducked and rolled out of the way, surprised at my own reflexes. Wait! I yelled. We're from this dimension. We're trying to save it. That's why we came for the monkey paw. Frank's eyes turned to narrow slits as he scrutinized me. Yeah, do you have it? Jay asked from where he was laying on top of the mirror. The enormous blue creature stood panting in front of us, looking angry but uncertain now. His teeth were bared, showing long canines everywhere as he seemed to contemplate whether we were lying or not. How do I know you're not from another dimension? He asked, showing me the long talons on the end of his fingers. There was dried blood hardened at the tips. You can ask us anything, I said. Something that someone from another dimension would never know. Frank stood there thinking about it for a few seconds. Okay. Best Nicolas Cage movie. Go. Seriously? It's more of an opinion-based answer, isn't it? He began to growl low and deep under his breath. Okay, whoa, short fuse. Gone in 60 seconds. No, Ghost Rider. Wait, Con Air. I guess National Treasure was pretty good, too. He seemed to relax after that. Good work. You passed. But I said 4 different answers. How is that even a test for interdimensional beings? Don't they have Nicolas Cage in other dimensions? Yes. But he accepts so many rules, the possibilities are endless. Very few dimensions have overlapping Nicolas Cage filmographies, Frank grumbled back. And I don't have the monkey paw. The last person I saw it with was Randy. Son of a bitch, I said, running back to the front door. I circled the house, looking everywhere for him. But, of course, Randy was long gone. Of course he had it the whole time, I said as I re-entered the room. Why does that not surprise me in the slightest? Frank was untying Jay and helping him down from the sacrificial altar made from an old mirror and a table. What the hell were you going to do with all this anyway? I asked Frank, trying not to stare. Before today, I would have run out of the room screaming just looking at him. But after all I'd been through, a talking 10-foot-tall blue bear made of shag carpeting was the least of my concerns. I don't want to talk about it. Come on, Frank. We're trying to save Hollow's End here. We need your help. What the hell were you planning? Just tell us, Frank, Jay pleaded. Muriel needs our help, man. He let out a deep, rumbling sigh. That's what I was doing. I was trying to figure out a way to get over there, he said eventually. Muriel asked for my help the other day, and I said no. Then she didn't come back, and... You were trying to save her, Jay yelled, smiling triumphantly. So you do have a heart in there somewhere, you big furry lump. Frank moved so quickly that he was a blur, picking Jay up by the throat and then holding him against the wall. His face began to turn pink, then red, then purple, as he ran out of oxygen. I do not have a heart. I have 6 hearts, and you will not speak of this to anyone, or I will take out yours and make it an even 7. He dropped Jay to the ground where he lay in a heap, trying to catch his breath. I heard him squeak something that sounded like an apology. All right. Thanks for clearing that up, Frank. Now, can you help us? Since we kind of have the same overall goal in mind. We all want to save Muriel and the butcher and that other guy that I kind of forgot about until just now. Sorry, there's a lot of people missing and I'm kind of drunk. Why are you drunk? Frank asked. Are you not a police officer? I thought that you were on duty. Yes, and yes. And I'm drunk for the same reason you're going to want to be drunk pretty soon. This interdimensional virus is contagious, and you're both going to start seeing some weird shit unless you get all fucked up with me. Which reminds me, you should probably break that mirror. 7 years of bad luck is a hell of a lot better than the current alternative. Eventually, the 3 of us left Frank's house. He managed to disguise himself using a large trench coat and a hat, but it was still pretty obvious that he was a 10-foot-tall furry blue monster. Regardless, he got to sit shotgun, and I was forced to squeeze into the back seat behind his girth, since there was a large tank of nitrous oxide taking up most of the legroom behind Jay's seat. Okay, where would he be this time of day? I asked, thinking out loud. The 2 of them thought about it and began to name a few potential spots. The monkey bars at the jungle gym, the ditch in front of the liquor store, the petting zoo, and Randy's other frequent haunts. We spent nearly an hour visiting all of them, then ran out of ideas. Well, I guess there is one more place, I said. But there's no way he'd be stupid enough to go there. Well, lead the way, Jay said optimistically. That sounds exactly right. When I opened the door to the sheriff's station, I was not entirely surprised to see Randy sitting in the jail cell with the cage door closed. He was drinking out of my coffee mug again, looking very pleased with himself. "You had it this whole time?" I nearly screamed at him as I entered, pulling out the keys for the jail cell. "How could you lie to me like that? I thought you were trying to help me." "Hey now, I never lied to you. That is a complete mischaracterization. I simply asked Jay if he had the monkey paw, implying that I didn't have it. Implying and lying are two totally different things." "Oh, I hate you so much right now." Jay marched over and pointed at him, looking ready to say something really crippling, something really mean, but then slowly lowered his finger and just nodded his head. "Yeah, we all hate you. Frank too, right, Frank?"
"Yes. I hate being forced to leave my dark, secluded home to socialize with others. Now, hand over the monkey paw, Randy."
"No can do, Furball. I got plans for this paw," Randy said, removing the cursed object from his coat pocket. 2 of the 5 fingers had been lowered, meaning he had already made 2 wishes, and now had 3 left. "It's evil, Randy. That fucking thing is cursed. You've seen the damage it can do. How can you keep acting like this?" I was still searching for the jail cell key on the ring and realized it was now gone. "He stole the key," I muttered to Jay. "I can't get in there." Frank overheard this and marched toward the cage. He reached over and pulled the door with one hand, tearing it from its hinges and snapping the lock. Shards of metal went flying and landed on the ground.
"Wish it all back to normal again. Tell that paw you want to make everything the way it was,"
Frank said, advancing on Randy.
"Do it, or I will tear off your head from your shoulders and use it as a tetherball."
"That sounds messy." Randy held out the monkey paw as if to hand it over. Then at the last second he made another wish. Of course, since it was Randy, it was a really stupid wish. The polar bear he summoned was larger than Frank, but not by much. The 2 of them began to fight almost immediately, as if the bear knew that he was the biggest threat in the room and, like a man on his first day in prison, wanted to show his dominance. As the 2 of them wrestled, I tried to come up with something to make him get rid of it, to wish it away back to where it came from. "Man, send that poor thing back to the Arctic. That's just mean. They're already endangered. Haven't you seen those videos of them floating on the chunks of ice?" I hoped this tactic would work, and was once again surprised when it did. Moments after the epic battle began, it ended just as abruptly, as Randy sent the creature back to the Arctic, just as it was about to tear out one of Frank's 6 hearts. Note to self: Randy likes animals. Use this to manipulate him. I looked to see that Randy only had 1 wish left. He'd wasted 2 of them on summoning the polar bear, and then sending it back where it came from. "We need you to think about this rationally, Randy. You need to use that last wish to save the town. Just tell the monkey paw to change everything back to normal, and bring back the butcher and Muriel." "That's 3 wishes," he interjected. "It doesn't work that way. Trust me, I tried. A hot fudge sundae without peanuts is really not as good, by the way." "Cursed monkey paw. He always knows how to screw you." "You wasted a wish on..." "Oh, fuck it. Never mind. I guess we're gonna have to save Muriel and the butcher ourselves," I said. "Don't forget that other guy," Jay interjected. "Oh yeah, and that other guy, John, I think his name was. Anyways, let's go to the other dimension, save them. Then when we get back here, you can wish for everything to go back to normal. Okay, Randy?" He nodded reluctantly. "Yeah, I guess that's fair. But I get to hang on to the monkey paw until then. If shit goes down, I want to have an exit strategy." "Fair enough," I said. Okay, let's find a mirror and go into this other dimension, I guess. Hopefully it's not too late. We went downtown and found a home decor shop which sold several varieties of mirrors, big and small. I went inside and bought the largest, cheapest one I could find, saving the receipt for tax purposes. This had to qualify for a work expense, but I hoped I wouldn't have to explain that to an auditor. Alright, how does this work exactly? I asked Randy, resting the mirror against the side of the building so that we could step through it like a doorway. Well, all I do is I think about where I want to go. And then, when I step into the mirror, I come out where I want to be on the other side. I'm assuming you guys can just follow me, but it probably wouldn't hurt to think mirror world in your mind when you walk through. You know, in case you don't want to wind up in a timeless void with no hope of escape. I haven't put much thought into it, though. Frank, Jay, and I looked at each other nervously. Okay, here goes nothing, Randy said, stepping into the mirror. It rippled and moved like water, and then he was gone. You go next, Jay said to me, nudging me forward. I'll be right behind you. I took a deep, trembling breath. Terrified, I stepped into the glass. I stepped into the mirror and felt like I was submerged in icy cold water for a moment. Closing my eyes instinctively, I opened them again to find myself in another world. The air was breathable, and the temperature was similar to Earth, but that was where the similarities ended. The sky above was a rusty shade of red, the ground a pale purple color. This area of what was previously Hollow's End was now a windswept desert wasteland. There were only a few buildings, and sparse signs of civilization could be seen here and there in the distance. But there were signs of civilization, which told me there were people here, or something like them. The buildings in the distance were obscured partially by the constant sand blowing through the air, which stung my eyes. I got the impression of strange, carnival tent-shaped structures, their surfaces covered with spiderweb patterns. Randy was up ahead, marching forward as if he knew where he was going. I ran to catch up with him, not wanting to yell. Hey man, where are we going? What's the plan? I asked after I'd caught up to him. Then I realized who I was asking, and it occurred to me just how deep in the shit I was. Back on Earth, I would never trust Randy's sense of direction or leadership qualities. What made me think they would be any better in this dimension? I don't know where I'm going, he said. I was just trying to get far enough away from all you to take a piss. You keep fucking following me. For a second, I almost granted him his privacy, but then thought better of it. I grabbed him by the back of his shirt, pulling him toward me. It helped that I stood at least a foot taller than him, but I could tell by his resistance that he had some sort of wiry strength hidden behind his bulky, ragged clothing. You have foregone all rights to privacy, Randy. That's what happens when you repeatedly deceive me and disappear randomly for hours at a time. Do you have any idea how frustrating that is? He didn't seem to be listening at all. At least, that's what I thought at first. But then he unzipped his pants and started pissing right in front of me, staring in my eyes the whole time like a territorial street dog, indicating he'd heard every word. There you go, buddy. Is how you like it? You want to see the show, sickie? The rest of our party looked embarrassed for me, but did not question my methods. None of us trusted Randy anymore, especially me. All right, I said once he was finished and had zipped up his pants most of the way again. The question is, how are we going to find the butcher and Muriel? And that other guy, Jay interjected. And that other guy. How are we going to find them in this place? We don't have the slightest idea where to look. Randy said something behind me, but I ignored him.
I have a good nose. I could try to sniff them out. Does anyone have any personal items belonging to them?
Frank offered. We all shook our heads. Randy said something again, more urgently this time. I continued to ignore him. Well, we have to travel on foot, so it would be a good idea to get moving as quick as possible. Who knows when the sun goes down in this world, and what things might come out after dark, Jay said. Will you people fucking listen to me? Randy screamed, sounding angry. We all collectively shushed him, terrified as we saw lights coming on and movement outside the nearby structures. There is a fucking blood trail right over here, you assholes. Now come on, let's follow it. What are the chances people bleed red in this dimension too? Practically zero. I hurried after Randy, hoping he was right. Either way, it would be a good idea to get away from those structures, and whoever lived there. They seemed to be keenly aware of our presence, and I suspected they might come out to investigate the noise. Frank and Jay were following us, looking nervous at the prospect of trusting Randy, and I couldn't really blame them. Eventually we found a building where the trail of blood seemed to end. It looked like an old barn, except the angles were warped and distorted, and it was elevated on crooked stilts like a defunct beach house. A trail of blood led up a staircase where a tall door sat waiting for us. I drew my gun from its holster and pulled back the hammer, getting ready to fire on whatever creature was waiting for us inside. Randy stepped to the side to allow anyone else but himself to go in first. Frank decided to do the honors and swung the door open wide. It slammed against the interior wall, making a loud noise that I wished had been quieter.
We have found your blood trail,
Frank announced, shaking the barn with each lumbering step he took.
We know you are here. We have come to help you. Do not be afraid.
There is no more surefire way to make somebody afraid than to tell them not to be afraid, Randy said, making his way inside. Let me try, you blue-dick Sasquatch fucker. He pushed his way past the giant monster, and I thought he was going to be murdered, but instead Frank let him speak. Hey guys, we're here to rescue you. It's Randy, Jay, Frank, and that new sheriff guy. I forget his name, but he's cool. Listen, I know you're probably injured and scared, but we know how to get back home and close the portals to the other dimension. Just come out and let us help you. It was the most intelligent and eloquently simple speech I'd ever heard Randy make, and, of course, was also entirely imaginary and never happened. Instead of that, Randy began to speak nonsensically and made several rambling metaphors involving alligators and the importance of allowing zebra mussels to be allowed across international borders on the hulls of large ships. Is that you, Randy? An old woman's voice called out from the shadows. Butcher's hurt. He's not doing too good. Muriel! Randy, Jay, and Frank shouted in unison. They ran over, and I followed after them. Clearly, Frank and the butcher had a history as well, since he was leaning over and trying to check on the giant man. At least, I think he was a man. The butcher looked like a vaguely humanoid monster, made up of several different people who had been sewn crudely together using a variety of different strings of dubious quality. He was still clutching a huge meat cleaver in his hand, which I assumed was his weapon of choice. But he was breathing weakly in and out, and his eyes were mostly closed. There was a bloodied pile of rags covering what I assumed was a grievous injury to his midsection. Can you carry him? Muriel asked Frank. I couldn't just leave him here, and he can't walk.
I will try, Frank said. But he is a big motherfucker. He bent over to pick up the huge man, and Jay ran over to help. I stood with my back to them, surveying the exits and holding my gun up ready to fire. I was getting a bad feeling about all of this. It was a little too easy. This will not be easy. Let's go, Frank grunted, carrying the butcher on his shoulders, with Jay following behind, carrying his feet, or at least attempting to. Randy was helping Muriel, and I realized that she was injured too.
I went back to help him, and they shooed me away, telling me to keep my gun up and ready to fire.
There are creatures in this world. They look like giant insects. Spiders. Mean and cruel. Only looking to cause pain and suffering. They mostly come out at night, though,
Muriel told us.
Mostly,
the butcher wheezed, his eyes half closed. Oh, that's a relief. It's daytime, I think. Or maybe dusk?
There are others, too. They come out during the night and the day. They look like us, like people, but...
I thought of the woman in the bathroom mirror, the first thing I'd seen from the other world. She had opened her mouth and spiders had poured out. The memory of it was horrifying, and I hated to think about it. I've seen them, I said. Once. In a reflection back in our dimension. I think we should try to avoid them at all costs. They're probably a lot smarter than us when it comes to this interdimensional travel business. What makes you think that? Jay asked. Just a hunch. Maybe they're the ones who sent that dismembered monkey paw over to us in the first place. Might have been their way to get us to open a doorway that they couldn't open for themselves. Haven't you guys seen Fringe? Or Community? They shook their collective heads, and I groaned inwardly. We left the barn to stand on the stoop just outside the front door. When we got out there, I looked to see there were people waiting for us just outside. Not people, though. Not quite. They had the upper bodies of humans, but their lower halves looked like giant spiders. That's probably the best way I could describe them, but it wasn't quite right either. I let out a gasp as I realized they looked just like us. Twins of each one of us. The butcher, Frank, Jay, Randy, Muriel, me, and oh yeah, also John, that other guy I keep forgetting about. He was there too. He just didn't say much. He's probably in shock. Who the hell are you fuckers? Randy asked, patting down his pockets for his flask.
We are you,
said Spider Butcher, holding a large meat cleaver in one hand.
But we are wiser, faster, stronger. You do not deserve your world with its unlimited resources. You squander and waste all that you have been given. That is why we made you open the door to our world, to allow us to follow you through. All we need is for you to go back, and we can go with you, and we will bring with us an army.
Why are you telling us all this? Jay asked. You sound like a really cliché supervillain right now. What's your motivation?
Power. And knowing our plan makes no difference to us. You can try to fight us, or you can try to escape. Either way, we win. There is a third option, though.
And what's that? I asked.
You could join us. You could give up this pitiful resistance and submit to our superior intelligence and cool spider bodies. Admit defeat and become our escorts back to your world. We would show you mercy if you were to do that. We might even allow you to live.
Muriel scoffed.
Oh, don't believe a word they say, she whispered. Their spider bodies aren't that cool. And they're liars. They think we're lower than cockroaches. I've encountered this bunch before.
I got the feeling they were the ones who had injured the butcher. Boy, you guys are awful generous, Randy said, unscrewing the cap from a bottle of liquor he'd found somewhere. How can you drink at a time like this? I whispered to him as he took a swig. He winked at me and pulled 2 more items from his other pocket, a lighter and a strip of cloth. After stuffing the wick into the bottle, he set it alight and hurled it at the crowd of spider people. They scattered in all directions, but not quite fast enough. As the liquid fire exploded and landed on a few of them, including Spider Butcher. He let out a screeching howl that split my eardrums. At least the numbers were a bit more even now, I thought to myself. I began to take well-aimed shots at them with my pistol, as they scattered and began to shoot webbing from their buttholes, lifting off into the sky with anal grappling hooks. A second later, they had disappeared from sight, but I knew they would be still close by. They were just hiding so I couldn't shoot at them. Sweet. I guess they don't have guns in this dimension, Randy said, pulling out his own pistol. They might have other stuff, though. You know, flamethrowers, whatnot. We should probably run. We hustled down the stairs and began to run as fast as we could back towards the location of the portal. Terrified, I took a look back to see if we were being followed. I caught fleeting glimpses of things in the shadows. Large, fast-moving forms that leapt across huge gaps and kept pace with us. The darkness was deepening all around, making it difficult to see. I realized the sun was setting, or had already set in this world, and it would be night very soon. Muriel had warned us not to be out after dark, since there were creatures that slept during the day and hunted at night. I had almost been killed by one of those monsters previously, and I didn't want to run into one of them again. The only thing that had saved me was an equally terrifying monster named Swampy, who I probably now owed a favor. Swampy can't save us this time, Jay yelled, clearly having the same thought. I could hear the creatures waking up and calling out to each other in the encroaching darkness. They let out high, chittering noises that made my skin crawl.
Oh, fuck, what is that thing?
Muriel said suddenly, coming to a sliding halt. I looked up to see something we'd mistaken for a nearby mountain. It was blinking. Enormous tentacles began to whip and snap on its sides, and a huge eye blinked sleepily open in the center of it all. The effect was utterly terrifying, like waking up and realizing you fell asleep on a dragon's doorstep. That one monstrous eye turned to look directly at us, the pupil narrowing and constricting as it focused on us. And then the creature began to move, walking on its tentacles like an octopus on the ocean floor. With each step it took toward us, the ground shook and heaved, sending us off balance as we tried to run. The door, it's our only chance, Jay yelled, pointing up ahead where a tall, dark rectangle was waiting. We were only about 10 yards away from the doorway when a figure appeared, suddenly blocking our path.
Oh, you're not getting away that easily, Spider Randy hissed, his voice menacing and cruel as an animated supervillain. We haven't gotten to sample any of your blood yet.
Person Randy shot Spider Randy in the face, and black blood spurted out, sizzling as it hit the ground, as if composed of acid. You guys really need to make up your mind about a few things, Randy said, firing again as the creature crawled away, mortally wounded. Are you spiders, or are you mosquitoes? Spiders don't drink blood. At least, I'm pretty sure they don't. Muriel stood by the portal, ushering in Jay first, and then John and Randy. But Randy stopped at the last second, pushing her in first. She yelled a curse word at him as she fell through back into our world. You next, man, my deputy said to Frank, still carrying the butcher on his broad blue shoulders. Not so fast, another spider person said from nearby, shooting a stream of butt webbing which blocked the exit. It turned out to be Spider Me. The creature with my face descended from above and landed softly on the ground in front of us. It stood taller than any of us, even Frank, and was at least 12 feet high, perched on thin, angular legs that came to sharp points at the bottom. It danced back and forth, moving with agile grace and a speed that scared the hell out of me.
You still don't get it,
Spider Muriel said, lowering herself from the heights above us on a silky butt strand.
It doesn't matter what you do. We win. We always win. We have seen this play out in many universes, in many ways. But it always ends up the same. We win, you lose. It is the way it was always meant to be. No matter how many dimensions we find, they all fall to our power. Yours will be no different.
Randy fumbled in his pocket for something as the ground continued to shake even more violently beneath our feet. The huge tentacle monster was getting closer, blocking out the sky with its mountainous ass. More spider people were blocking the exit now, and I realized our hopes of getting out of this dimension were dwindling rapidly. We were running out of options. "How many bullets do you have left?" I asked Randy, checking my own gun and seeing that I only had a couple rounds.
4, he said. You?
2. He shook his head.
Not enough. I will tear out their hearts with my bare teeth, Frank said, dropping the butcher to the ground where he landed in a heap. I always wanted more hearts.
Randy made a noise indicating that he should wait.
Hang on there, Blue Balls. I think I got an idea.
Before I could stop him, Randy was holding up the monkey paw in his free hand. Only one wish was left. One finger still raised. And he held it up for all the spider folks to see.
This is what I think of all your plans,
he said, waving the monkey's middle finger at them.
I've got one wish left, and I'm gonna fuck up your shit with it.
He threw his loaded gun at me, and I caught it. My heart skipped a beat after realizing it had one in the chamber, but thankfully I didn't shoot myself with it. That would have been embarrassing. After that, Randy immediately began running in the direction of the giant tentacle monster, which now stood taller than the Burj Khalifa and blocked all visible light.
Come and get it, bitches.
Randy was running surprisingly fast for a drunk person, and only fell down twice, as he escaped from the crowd, and several of the spider people chased after him. Spider Muriel nearly snatched him up as he fell down the second time, but he sprung to his feet again like a hurdle jumper and was off a moment later, running again. More giant spider creatures were moving in from the shadows nearby, and I saw that they were the kind that were all spider, the huge ones that had chased us in our world. "We need to go," I said to Frank, grabbing his furry blue arm. He picked up the butcher, casting a weary look over his shoulder at Randy, running off into the distance where a mountain-sized monster was waiting and where spider people were chasing him.
He will die if we leave him,
Frank muttered, sounding hesitant. "And we'll die if we don't," I said back, struggling to get the words out. I felt like a traitor. He knows what he's doing. He's sacrificing himself for us. The butcher let out a wet cough, spraying blood from his nose and mouth. Frank let out a deep sigh and put the huge man back on his shoulder again. The two of us looked back over our shoulders at Randy and saw him waving at us with the monkey paw, yelling at us to run. It looked like he was giving us the finger, but I knew he meant well. "Let's go," I said, tugging on Frank's arm again. "We need to go now." The creatures were closing in. I could see their red eyes glowing as they got closer. Frank threw the butcher into the open doorway and then ducked under the webbing to go inside. I followed after him. I was most of the way through the portal when something grabbed my foot. It began to pull. Hard. For a second it felt as if my leg would be torn clean off as I stood halfway in and halfway out of our world. Sharp talons dug into my flesh, and I began to scream and rake my fingers across the sidewalk as I was dragged back into the doorway. My fingernails chipped and left white marks on the concrete, one of them breaking off entirely as blood wept from the ends of them. I dug in my heel and howled for someone to save me. A second later, Frank was there, grabbing my wrist and trying to pull me back into our world. But as strong as he was, the thing in the other dimension was stronger. And then Jay and John and Muriel were there too. They pulled and pulled on my arm until it felt like it would tear free from my shoulder. It popped and dislocated as I screamed, and then they pulled some more. No matter how hard they tried, I was still being dragged into the portal by my one leg. My other one was free, but not for much longer at this rate. Pretty soon it would be forced into the doorway as well, and I would be dragged through the rest of the way.
Stand back,
a deep baritone voice commanded, and they parted like the Red Sea for the butcher and his cleaver. He was wheezing and coughing up blood, dragging himself along the ground, and when he was close enough, he lifted the blade and brought it down on my hamstring. Blood erupted like a geyser, spraying everyone nearby with crimson fluid. I felt them digging their fingernails in tighter, trying to keep a grip on my leg through the gore. One more clean swing of the blade was all it took, and the bone split, separating my leg into two pieces. The creatures in the other dimension would get to feast on the part I'd lost. But that was okay. Most of me was on this side of the doorway, and that was what mattered. That got me thinking about Randy again, and I felt a deep pang of regret, an unfathomable sadness wash over me. And just as it felt as if things couldn't get any more depressing, the doorway disappeared, and with it, any chance of getting my deputy back was gone. Unlike most towns, Hollow's End doesn't have a hospital or a pharmacy. They have a butcher, who can sew up a knife wound or cut your hair, and an apothecary who is also a tailor. Small towns are like that. People carry 2 or 3 different jobs and titles. Sometimes those jobs seem to directly contradict with one another, Jay explained to me. The dentist here runs a candy shop, and the local drug dealer drives an ambulance on weekends. We've got a mortician who moonlights as a yoga teacher, and mailmen who steal UPS packages. Everyone needs a side hustle in this economy. It turns out Muriel was also the 911 operator and dispatcher, as well as answering the phone for the delivery company. And Jay is a certified accountant. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked again. The painkillers do that to me. The point is, they got me and the butcher to the guy who was able to patch us up, and he did a hell of a job. I'm not entirely sure how, but I seem to have a fully functional working leg once again, even if it doesn't match my skin color and the stitching is a bit crooked. I'm not one to complain. The whole thing only took about an hour. After that, I got to finish keeping my promise. We let John out in front of his house, and he said his thanks once again, closing the car door and waving goodbye to us. I felt a bit bad I hadn't gotten to know him better. His wife came running out and they embraced in the driveway. Then she ran over to me to give me a heartfelt hug. "Thank you," she said, tears streaming down her face. "Thank you for bringing him back safely." "You're more than welcome," I told her. "That's what sheriffs do. We serve and protect." She took a look around the car, then her eyes widened. "Randy, is he... I cast my eyes downward and shook my head. Randy was a good deputy. He sacrificed himself so that we could... I broke off and heard myself let out a ragged sob. "So that we could escape."
He saved us,"
Muriel agreed. "He was a good man, in the end," Jay said softly, lowering his head. It was silent for a few moments before the woman spoke again. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "Us too." It looked like something occurred to her suddenly. "Did you fix it? Whatever was wrong with the town? It feels different, like something changed." "We did. Randy did. He must have closed off the portals to that other dimension. People won't be going missing anymore. At least, not any more than usual."
"Tourists,"
Muriel said in agreement.
"They never learn."
"Okay, sure, but let's pretend I don't know about that. Plausible deniability," I told her. We spoke with the couple for a moment longer before I made an excuse to leave. I was tired. Not to mention, talking about Randy was making me sad. I didn't want to think about it anymore. Muriel and Jay dropped me off at my car, and I drove it back to the police station. The new leg worked pretty well, but it would take some getting used to. I nearly rear-ended 2 different cars and almost ran a red light trying to work the pedals, feeling every loose thread which connected my leg together. Despite everything that had happened, I suppose it was for the best. We had closed the dimensional rifts. We had stopped the invasion of monsters from another dimension. We had eliminated the weird plague that was spreading around town. Sure, we'd lost a good man. But sometimes these things get messy, and as I pushed open the door to the bullpen, I was not entirely surprised to see Randy in his cell, sipping something from my number 1 sheriff coffee mug. He had his feet up on the bars of the cage, and was reclining on a chair that looked ready to tip over. I felt a single tear run down my cheek, but it was the only one, as my deputy's words made my blood immediately turn cold. "Check it out, boss," he said, holding up a fresh monkey paw with 4 raised fingers. "There must be 1,000,000 of these things in that other world." He tossed me my own personal severed monkey hand. I held it up in the air and stared at it in numb, terrified shock, and then he used his own monkey paw to give mine a very gentle high five. "Twinsies!" A noise from outside the police station broke my concentration as I was working on my Sudoku puzzle. It sounded like a car horn, but louder. It stopped and started with an urgency indicating someone was trying to get attention. "What the hell was that noise?" Randy, my sheriff's deputy, asked from inside the holding cell. I saw the red lines on his face and realized he'd been sleeping in there, stretched out on one of the benches with an arm over his eyes to block the light, like a cat in a sunbeam. "I don't know," I said, putting my puzzle book down. "Sounds like they might need some help, though." I stood up, and Randy reluctantly followed after me, heading towards the front door of the cop shop. When I stepped through the threshold, the sound immediately boomed 10 times louder, and I saw what was making the noise. There was an enormous black tour bus stopped haphazardly in the middle of Main Street, and there was a woman standing at the wheel, pressing down on the horn with both hands and screaming at the top of her lungs. "Help me! Help me!" she yelled over and over again. "Are you alright, miss?" I asked, approaching the bus. The sound of the horn swallowed up my voice, and I tried again. "Help! Won't someone please help me? Lady in distress! Lady in distress!" Finally, she stopped long enough for me to sneak in another word. "Hey!" I yelled, and she stumbled backwards, right into the driver's side window, clearly caught by surprise. "Oh my God!" she shrieked, her hands going up to the sides of her face like a caricature of a scared person. "They're gone! You have to help me. Bobby, Steve, Danny, Rebecca, they're all gone, all of them." "Slow down," I said, stepping up onto the stairs of the bus. "Talk to me. I'm here to help. I'm the sheriff of Hollow's End, and this is my partner, Randy." Her eyes widened even further. "You're the sheriff? Of course you're the sheriff. And you're the deputy, Randy." She trailed off, then smiled in a way which caught me off guard. "It's so nice to meet both of you. I'm Sandy." She stuck out both hands to embrace mine and then shook vigorously. Nice to meet you too?" I replied hesitantly. "Now come inside, Sandy. Let's sort this out. They probably all just went for a cheeseburger or something. Were you taking a nap? Maybe they forgot about you." Randy scoffed loudly, and I wanted to smack him for it. Chances were that the people on the bus were in a fair bit of trouble. In fact, they were probably dead by now. But I didn't want to scare the woman any more than I had to. "So tell me, from the beginning, what happened exactly?" I asked once we were sitting down in the bullpen and the woman had a warm cup of tea in her hands. "And what the fuck were you folks doing in Hollow's End in the first place?" Randy asked with an edge to his voice. "Let me guess, you're just passing through." "Well, as a matter of fact, we were. Our bus was heading up towards New York City, and the driver decided to take a shortcut." I was about to ask another question when Randy interjected.
I see. So let me get this straight. You went through a town that's nowhere near any interstates, completely off the beaten path, and has been intentionally severed from all main thoroughfares for over a century because it's a shortcut. What the hell are you getting at, Randy? Hasn't she been through enough already? This woman is an innocent bystander. You can't be guilty if you're a bystander. That's the whole definition of a bystander. Wait a minute. Who are you taking your legal advice from? Jackie Childs? Have you been binge watching Seinfeld again? That's none of your business, Mr. Homeland. You wouldn't know good television if it bit you in the... You two are police officers? The woman screamed, standing up and spilling her tea on the floor. Stop bickering and just tell me something. How are we going to find my friends? That shut us both up, and we just stood there staring at each other hopelessly. Randy broke the silence, as he always did. All right, we'll help you. But I want you to know I'm not buying your shortcut story for 1 second. It's completely impractical. And I got an A- in grade 8 geography class, my partner said with false modesty, elbowing me in the ribs. A-. Why would you emphasize the minus part? Never mind. Randy, who would do this? Who would kidnap a tour bus full of people? What are we looking at here? Ancient curse? Subterraneans? Or just a low-key swamp monster smorgasbord? Well, those are all distinct possibilities. But to be honest, none of them really hit the mark for me. Usually tourists don't go missing in broad daylight in Hollow's End. Typically, they don't start getting sacrificed and decapitated until well after dark. So, something different might be at play here. Something weird. The woman just watched us the whole time while we were talking, her eyes darting back and forth between our faces as if she were watching a tennis match. By the end of this short conversation, I could see the amused smile on her face. Randy must have seen it too. Right there, he shouted, pointing at her face. The smile disappeared immediately. You are so busted! You know about Hollow's End, don't you? You're here with one of those supernaturalist tours, aren't you? Didn't you guys learn after the last group disappeared? She bit her lip, then opened her mouth to speak, but Randy cut her off. I knew it! We just wanted to stop by the town for the morning. Maybe see the swamp. We were heading to Salem right afterwards, I swear. Bullshit. You got up at the ass crack of dawn, piled onto that bus with your cameras and your looky-loo selfie sticks, and you're going to stay all fucking day and visit the fudge shop. And look, this is what happened to you. Well, we ain't helping you. Killing tourists is a proud tradition in Hollow's End. You knew that and still came here as a tourist. How stupid are you? If anything, you deserve to die. I grabbed Randy by the arm and pulled him away from the woman before he could say anything else incriminating. We didn't have body cams, but I could just imagine what this would look like on CNN if we did. Listen, you don't get to make these kinds of decisions. We don't get to choose who we help. We help anyone who comes within our jurisdiction, okay? And that includes this woman and her tour bus full of idiot friends. Got it? He sulked for another few seconds before agreeing. Fine. But if we don't find them before dark, it's all fair game. I'm not even going to try anymore after 5 p.m. You know that's when I start working on my side hustle. Drinking and gambling are not side hustles. They're dangerous addictions. You wouldn't be saying that if you came out drinking and gambling with me every once in a while. I go with Muriel. We literally cannot lose. She's great at cheating. I am once again going to pretend I didn't hear that. So, what's the first stop? Swamp monster, forest, butcher shop? Oh, can we go see Swampy first? The woman asked, clapping her hands and bouncing up and down. I love Swampy. Swampy would eat your face and digest your mangled carcass for all eternity if he had the chance. But yeah, let's go see the big green bastard. Come on. Eee. Please stop that. We got to the swamp and the woman immediately started trying to get out of the back of the cop car, complaining loudly when the door didn't open. Stay there, I said, getting out and hanging onto the car for balance. Randy exited on the other side of the car and came around to my side, being careful not to slip. The entire parking lot was sloped down towards the swamp at an incredibly steep angle. No one was entirely sure, but that angle seemed to get more precarious by the day, as if Swampy were actually ingesting the parking lot and, perhaps, reality itself. No one had gotten up the nerve to ask him to stop, so it kept getting worse. Hey, Swampy, Randy yelled. A single eyeball shot up on a stalk roughly the diameter of a drinking straw. It blinked a couple of times, and then a huge mouth opened up on the surface of the algae-covered pond.
Hey, Randy,
a booming voice called back.
What's up?
My partner elbowed me in the ribs, clearly not wanting to have to ask the hard questions. Hey, buddy. Did you happen to see some tourists running around here today?
Maybe,
Swampy answered after several long moments. Did you, Look, I'm not judging because I know we owe you a favor and you gotta eat. But did you happen to devour any of them? We're just trying to get a quick head count on how many can be rescued and how many to write off completely. For insurance purposes. You know how it is.
Good luck,
Swampy said, and the eyeball and mouth suddenly disappeared. What the hell? Randy muttered. Swampy, come back, dude. We need to ask you a couple more questions. The surface of the swamp stayed still and unmoving. That's weird. What? It's almost like something's got him spooked, Randy said, looking at the swamp with his eyebrows furrowed. But that's impossible. What the hell could possibly scare a swamp monster? That guy is as big as a half dozen football fields and could eat a fucking dinosaur. What could he be scared of? Something caught my attention on the other side of the swamp. On the far shore, I saw a figure who appeared to have a very long neck, like a human giraffe. Who the fuck is that? I asked. Who? Long neck dude on the far shore. He a friend of yours? I asked Sandy. But she looked just as confused as I felt, although she still had that glimmer of joy behind her eyes that I secretly distrusted and genuinely didn't like one bit. I've never seen that before, Sandy responded, her voice muffled by the window glass. Can you roll these down? It's getting real hot in here. Not one of ours, Randy added, ignoring her request. At least, not one that I've met. I took a picture with my phone, but it ended up as a blurry, pixelated mess due to the distance involved. Really, it's incredibly hot in here. Can you please turn on the AC or something? So if he's not from Hollow's End, and he's not from the tour bus, then who the hell is he? The long-necked man thing stood there looking at us for a few more long moments, and then turned away, disappearing into the brush. He walked off and didn't reappear again. At least, not yet. We wouldn't see him again until later, and by then everything was completely fucked and it didn't really matter anymore. But at that moment it definitely seemed important. Probably because it was. Well, that definitely seems relevant, I said, trying to sound official. Let's pursue this lead, deputy. You got it, Sheriff. Sandy, it's been a pleasure, but you're on your own, he said, preparing to open the door and let the woman out, like letting a rehabilitated deer back into the wild after nursing it back to health. No, Randy, we gotta keep her safe. We can't just set her loose in the town for her to get disappeared like the rest of her friends. Why not, boss? Because that's our job, remember? Serve and protect? Oh, right. You're coming with us, miss. Deep into those dark, mysterious woods full of strange creatures that eat people. Is that better? No, listen, Randy. I pulled him aside, hopefully out of earshot, as Sandy's eyes were growing wider and wider at our conversation. Where's the safest place in town? Think about it. No, man, come on. She'll wreck it. I've got it all set up just the way I like it. It's a bench and a stainless steel toilet. She can't wreck it. And I'm in charge, remember? Now, let's go break the bad news to her. I am not going to stay in a jail cell. I haven't done anything wrong. If I'm not under arrest, I demand you let me go so I can follow you around, Sandy was saying, gripping the bars with both hands. I have rights. This is for your own protection, I said, locking the cage with my key. I still hadn't managed to get the spare key back from Randy, and had never gotten around to changing the lock. I tossed the key into the desk drawer, beside my old monkey paw and spare ankle pistol. You'll love it in there, Randy said with a wink. Just think of it like a Hollow's End themed hotel room. You could pretend to be me. Just don't drink any of my booze. We'll be back in a few hours, I promised. Probably. We left the bullpen to the sounds of her protests, which were silenced as I closed the door behind me. As we stepped out onto the street, I tried to figure out what to do next. That guy at the swamp, he didn't look human, Randy said. No shit, Sherlock. No, listen, hear me out. He didn't look like a monster either. Usually people in town are one of the two, and he wasn't either one. So what are you saying? He's an alien? Exactly. And who can you think of around here is pretty much definitely an alien? My eyes widened with the realization, and the two of us said the same name at the same time. Then we got in the cruiser and began heading towards the grocery store. It was time to speak to one of the employees there. I had a feeling he would know something. Can I help you? A manager asked us as we were looking around the checkout area for a potential witness. I looked up and let out a startled yelp as I took in the face of a dog man from across from me. He was wearing a grocery store uniform with a name tag on his breast which read, Teddy Dog. Sorry about him, Randy said, looking at me with an annoyed glance. He's still getting used to the town. Newbies, am I right?
It's fine. You should see the looks I get from tourists. What's up, Sheriff?
Actually, it's funny you should mention tourists. We seem to be missing a few of them.
And? What's the problem?
Exactly, Randy muttered. That's what I keep saying. The problem, gentlemen and gentle dog man, is that my job is to protect the people of this town, including the people who just come here for a friendly visit. Same as your job, Randy. Fucking Boy Scout over here. Now, if you just point us in the direction of one of your employees, we just have a few questions for him. I believe his name is Mark. From Earth, said a voice from behind us, and I looked back to see a man with oversized almond-shaped eyes, a curiously long neck, and no discernible nose looking at us from the produce section where he was stacking up a display of apples. Oh, his skin was also pale gray, which was, I guess, a little bit odd.
Have fun,
Teddy Dog said, walking away. I'm pretty sure he was laughing. Are you Mark? I asked the man. My full legal name is Mark from Earth, he said, placing a shiny apple on top of the pile where it stayed perfectly balanced. I see. There's just a few questions we wanted to ask you, Mark from Earth. Do you know this person? I held up my phone and showed him the picture. He leaned in closely and squinted at it, and I could have sworn I saw his neck extend by several more inches, as if it were a measuring tape. It looks like a bad photo, said Mark from Earth. I would need to see the subject in more detail. Perhaps you should purchase a better phone. We were on the other side of the swamp, okay? And I'm not springing for a new frickin' phone every decade. That's called planned obsolescence, and it's how they get you. Regardless, the image you have presented is useless for diagnostic purposes. Do you have further inquiries, Sheriff? You are distracting me from my polished wax apple stacking duties. Great. Yeah, you've been super helpful. Let's go, Randy. We turned to walk away, and I thought of one more question. Hey, Mark? From Earth. Did you grow up here? I mean, were you born in Hollow's End, or did you move here, like, from somewhere else? He paused and looked at me strangely. I find that question offensive, he said, blinking his eyes 17 times in quick succession. It is the 21st century, Sheriff. We don't ask those kinds of questions anymore. If I am not under arrest, I would like to return to my polished wax apple stacking duties. Right, I said, turning around again. Makes sense. Have a good one, Mark from Earth. We left the store, and I immediately commented about the interaction to Randy. Anything about that seem off to you? You mean the fact that his neck was basically a push pop, or that the dude is clearly an alien from another planet? Both of those things, Randy. Both of those things. Plus, he didn't seem to want to talk to us. I'll bet that thing we saw at the swamp was just another one of his kind. Another Mark from Earth, just waiting to work at the grocery store. Or maybe the library, I don't know. Fuck, man, we got nothing again. We're really bad at this. I couldn't argue with him about that. Do you know anybody who's, better at this than we are? Maybe Muriel, or I don't know. A newspaper was blowing in the wind and smacked into a telephone pole right next to me, opening up to reveal a page titled Horoscopes. This gave me an idea. Is there a psychic in town, or somebody who can see the future? You guys have every other kind of strangeness here. Is that a crazy question to ask? Well, there's the Crimson Muse, Randy said after a moment of thought. But I don't know if she'd be interested in helping you save the lives of tourists. That's kind of a faux pas around here. Lead the way, Randy, I replied. What the hell else do we have going for us right now? When we arrived at the little hut on the outskirts of town, I saw a wisp of smoke rising from the chimney, indicating someone was home. A flickering light could be seen within as well, which looked like an old-fashioned kerosene lamp. This wasn't completely uncommon in town, as many people, and monsters, preferred to live off the grid entirely. Although a few of these supposed Luddites had been known to steal Wi-Fi signal and power from nearby neighbors, indicating perhaps they weren't quite as averse to technology as they would claim. The issue was more that they were cheap and preferred to receive these benefits for free. Few people argued when the one stealing your power or Wi-Fi was a 15-foot tall, furry blue monster with teeth as long as railroad spikes, even if he was hogging your bandwidth. The two of us knocked on the front door of the little cabin and waited for an answer. Finally, after almost a minute, a woman with a friendly smile came to the door. She looked human at least, which was always a relief. You never knew what you were going to run into when you stepped into a new place in this town. "Hello, are you here to see the Crimson Muse?" she asked in a sing-song voice. "I'm her assistant, Diane. You must be the new sheriff. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I guess it's good we haven't had an opportunity to run into each other yet. Haha. You must meet all sorts of troublemakers in your line of work." She was talking very loudly, and it seemed to me like maybe she was covering for her boss, perhaps giving her some extra time to hide evidence by distracting us long enough. I was kind of used to that at this point. Most people around here call me a narc behind my back, or some unkind and unsubtle variation on that. Apparently, despite saving the town and all of humanity, I was still an outsider around here. Untrustworthy. I played along with her. "Oh yeah, plenty of unsavory characters in this town, that's for sure. We're thinking about putting Swampy behind bars next week. That guy's killed a lot of people, right? It's about time he paid for his crimes." "Swampy? No. You can't do that. You wouldn't." "Send the two, send them through." A woman was speaking from the shadows in the next room. I assumed it was the Crimson Muse. Her assistant looked slightly unsure and then finally nodded her head. "That's right. Nothing to hide. Just a regular psychic doing, palm readings and, crystal ball things." She waved her hands around an imaginary crystal ball as she said this last part. "Go, enter and see the Crimson Muse." We walked in slowly through a cloud of smoke being generated by a nearby machine. Red lights began to light up the space in strobing flashes. "We're not customers. Turn off the effects." "Sorry." The smoke was still everywhere, but at least it had stopped filling the room. The flashing red lights had also mercifully ceased. "Sheriff and his deputy, come inside and drink some tea. Take a seat and speak with me," a voice said from the shadows. "You can come out of the shadows and talk to us," I said nervously. For some reason I was getting a very bad feeling, like standing in front of a hungry lion. Glancing over at Randy, I saw him shaking his head rapidly and making a cut-it-out gesture with a finger across his neck. "Face to face? A tasty taste?" the woman asked, and I thought I detected something different hidden in there. Something not entirely human. I was getting a little scared. Okay, who am I kidding? My knees were starting to shake and I was wishing I'd taken a leak before visiting this place, because my bladder was about to let go just hearing that voice. "Dude, shut the fuck up. You do not want to see the Crimson Muse face to face. Just ask your questions and let's get the fuck out of here," Randy whispered. He looked more scared than I'd ever seen him, and that includes the time we were almost murdered by spider people and a giant tentacle monster the size of a mountain. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, Crimson Muse. No need to, come out here. Just stay in the shadows. That's perfect with us." "You have but one chance here," the voice said, again sounding not entirely human. "You may only have one answer, and it may not be for what you ask today, but for what may lead another way." Great, I thought to myself. That's perfect. I guess she hasn't heard of obstruction of justice. Not that I was going to be the one to tell her about it. "We gotta think carefully," Randy said. "We only get one question." But she just said she wouldn't even answer that question. She'd answer a different one, right? "Dude, you are so out of your element you're embarrassing yourself. Let me handle this." As much as I didn't want to do that, I thought I better let Randy take the lead. Hopefully I wouldn't regret it. "What happened to all the people on the tour bus that came into Hollow's End today?" Randy asked. "People that there never were, of that the Crimson Muse is sure," she answered. "Lies, deceits, half-truths she tell, as she all but ruins your jail cell." "My apartment!" Randy cursed, rushing out of the room and heading back to the car. I followed after him, yelling a thank you over my shoulder to Diane and the Crimson Muse. The two of us went back to the police station, hoping we'd find some answers when we arrived there. Unfortunately, all we got were more questions. When we opened the door to the bullpen, we found that the place had been ransacked. The cage door was hanging open, and the bench was gone, as well as the toilet. Water was leaking everywhere from the hole where it had been. Judging by the amount of water on the floor, I guessed it had been flooding like this for half an hour or more. My desk was hanging open with pry marks around the edges of the locked drawer. The keys to the jail cell were missing, as was Sandy. Worst of all, the monkey paw was gone too.
I told you she was gonna wreck it,
Randy yelled, picking up the remains of his liquor bottles.
and I'm pretty sure she drank some of my Grey Goose.
I had to admit he'd been right. And so had the Crimson Muse. But we still weren't any closer to figuring out where that tour bus full of people had gone. Worse than that, now we had one more person to add to the list of missing people. Glancing down at my shoes soaked in toilet water, I shook my head. It was going to be a very, very long day. Well, ain't that some shit? Randy said, looking at the empty jail cell and the missing magical monkey paw. That broad must have superpowers and broke out of her cell, taking that toilet with her in case she needed it later. We better chase after her, boss. I tried to ignore the ridiculous nature of this probably true statement and examined the shattered remains of our bullpen. The place was in even worse shape than usual. There was water leaking all over the floor from the broken toilet, not to mention the potential chaos that a missing magic monkey paw could unleash. Still, it was probably safer than if Randy were holding it. You still have your monkey paw somewhere, right? I asked my deputy. Please tell me there aren't two of those things missing. I still got it. At least, I'm pretty sure I do. It's locked up safe and sound at the motel. Mom's keeping an eye on it for me. Joy Burton was a sensible and disciplined woman, unlike her son, so I took that as a good sign that the other monkey paw was still safe. I considered what problem should be addressed first, and the practical side of me took over as I ran over to the water shutoff valve to turn it off, to prevent the place from being completely flooded with toilet water. What the hell are you doing, man? We got worse problems than leaky plumbing right now. Call Shark, he'll deal with it. By the time we get back, the cell and the whole place will be good as new. The guy's a wizard. For real? I asked, turning the knob to the water shutoff valve. Like Gandalf? No, not really. That would be ridiculous. He's a plumber/handyman. And he's also a shark person. Now come on, you turned off the water, now let's get the fuck out of here and catch that bitch. I ran after him, pulling out my cell phone to call Shark. Whoever the hell that was. Dialing 0, the phone connected me immediately to the town operator.
Hello, Muriel speaking. How can I direct your call, sweetie?
Muriel, it's the sheriff. I need to speak with Shark. Randy says he can fix the bullpen. It just got destroyed by some random lady. I think she might have superpowers.
Oh dear,
Muriel said, not sounding particularly concerned. I heard slot machines in the background and figured she was at the casino.
I'm connecting you now. Have a great day, sweetie.
We could actually really use some help, I started to say, but then heard a dial tone and realized she was long gone. This is Shark, a voice said a moment later. What is problem? Sorry to bother you, I said, taken aback by his greeting. This is the sheriff. Forgive me if I've been interrupting, but I was told you can fix anything. Yes, like I say, what is problem I fix? Oh. Okay, here it is. There was this woman in the jail cell, and she tore the place apart. Ripped out the toilet, stole a monkey paw, flooded the place pretty badly. Okay, I on it. You shut off water, I assuming? Yeah. Damn. Okay, give me hour. It'll be good as new. The line went dead as I got into the patrol car and started the engine. Randy was looking at me expectantly. He said to give him an hour and it'll be good as new. Cool. See, I told you. Let me guess. He wasn't happy you turned off the water, right? Yeah, how'd you know? He likes to splash around in it. Shark people. They're kind of funny like that. They want to be on dry land amongst the people. But deep down, they're still sharkish. I put the car in drive and pulled into the street, steering around the oversized tour bus, which was still blocking half the road. Something about that bus was off, and made me want to investigate it further. But we didn't have time for that right now. We had a superpowered monkey paw-wishing woman to catch. Where the hell are we going, Randy? I asked. We got people going missing again and no fucking clue what's happening. The weird shit's ramping up just like last time, and I got a good feeling it's only going to get weirder. What the fuck are you smiling about over there? My deputy had an annoying grin on his face, which was growing wider by the second. Nothing, sorry. It's just, I used to have to deal with this stuff on my own, hence the constant blackout drinking. It's nice not to be the only one freaking out when a new monster shows up or when people start disappearing. Plus, I like that you're technically in charge, so if something goes horribly wrong, everybody will totally blame you for it. Great. That's very heartwarming. Now, will you please tell me where the fuck we're going? As it turned out, he didn't have to. My cell phone rang, and I pulled it out to see who was calling. It was the grocery store. Holozan Sheriff's Office, I said. What's your emergency? We're a little backed up right now. The gruff voice of Teddy Dog, the grocery store manager, answered back.
Sheriff, you gotta come quick. Mark from Earth is missing. He went for his break and never came back. And there were signs of a scuffle. It looks like someone kidnapped him.
Ah, shit, not another one. Okay, we'll be right there. I hung up, ignoring his Scooby-Doo-esque whine of confusion, and looked over to Randy, ready to explain everything to him. But he was fast asleep. When we arrived at the grocery store, the employees were all standing together in the produce section, having some sort of team meeting. We approached the group of them and overheard the last few moments of Teddy Dog's speech.
Okay, remember, stay safe, everybody. If you're gonna go on break or to your car, find your buddy. Take him with you. We're all concerned about Mark from Earth, but he's probably gonna be okay. So let's go back to work and let the sheriff and Randy handle this.
He glanced over his shoulder and saw us coming, then wrapped it up.
Okay, come find me if you have any questions or concerns. Cheryl, stay back for a second. I want you to tell them what you told me.
A woman stayed back with the manager while the rest of the grocery store workers dispersed. When we got in front of Teddy Dog, he introduced us to her.
Sheriff, this is Cheryl James. She works in the receiving department. Tell them what you saw, Cheryl.
The woman looked nervous, staring at her shoes, but eventually her eyes met mine, and she began to speak.
Mark from Earth, I saw him out in the parking lot. There were two men in black suits, and they were forcing him into a white van. I tried to look for a license plate, but there weren't any. I saw his face. He looked scared. Real scared.
Okay, I said, pulling out my trusty notepad. Other than black suits, did they have any identifying features? Height, hair color, skin color, tattoos, anything like that? She thought about this.
Well, I'm not sure.
You don't remember anything about them? Other than black suits, white van? She seemed to be searching her memory banks, but was coming up empty.
No, nothing. It's weird. It's a bit like a dream. I can remember parts of it, but the rest slips away.
Randy stepped between the two of us, giving me a "I'll handle this" sort of look. He produced a golden antique pocket watch on a chain, then began to dangle it in front of the woman's face like a hypnotist. All right, now listen here, ma'am. What you most likely witnessed is a cadre of super-secret government agents, known in some circles as the Men in Black. They have high-tech alien weaponry and equipment that...
Oh, like that movie with Will Smith,
she interrupted.
He's so handsome.
Fuck! No, not like that movie with Will Smith. These are horrible, brutal people we're talking about. They will erase your memories and are quite possibly demons wearing human skin to blend in.
For real?
Shh, don't interrupt. Now, focus your attention on this watch. This gold pocket watch is the only thing which exists in the world. Let everything else melt away, and just watch it slowly as it rocks gently back and forth. Randy's words were coming slower and slower, his voice becoming thick and difficult to understand. It took me several moments to realize that Randy was in fact asleep. He was still standing up and the watch was still swinging back and forth like an off-kilter pendulum, but he was definitely out. Luckily, so was the woman. I waved my fingers in front of her face to double-check. Hey, miss? I asked.
Yes,
she said, her eyelids mostly closed, smacking her lips like someone in a dream eating sausages.
No, not those ones. The spicy Italian,
she mumbled, confirming my suspicions. Can you tell me a little bit more about those men in black suits who were shoving Mark from Earth into the back of that unmarked van?
That depends.
she said back.
Are you going to share that, honey mustard? Or are you going to finish off the whole bottle yourself?
After an uncomfortable amount of play acting involving pantomiming eating barbecue sausages, I managed to get a good bit of useful information out of the woman. After waking up Randy, we left the grocery store to track down the van. I punched the license plate numbers into the police cruiser's computer system, and it came back with a result a few moments later. According to the police network, the van's license plate belonged to a corporation, a large company called Proteon Technology, Inc. I couldn't find out much about them. They didn't even appear to have a website. It was like they didn't exist. Well, let's go check out that tour bus again, I said to Randy as we drove away from the grocery store. I've got a hunch, and I want to make sure I'm right about it before we do anything else. Sure thing, boss, Randy said. But can we stop by that sausage cart on Main Street? I got a hankering for some honey garlic all of a sudden. I rolled my eyes, but didn't argue. All that sausage talk had me getting hungry, too. We pulled up in front of the abandoned tour bus a few minutes later, and then got out of the cruiser. I led the way up the stairs of the bus and looked up and down the aisle for clues. I opened the overhead bins, checked seats for left-behind items, and searched the driver's area as well. Are you noticing anything strange about this bus? I asked Randy. No, looks pretty ordinary to me. In fact, this is all really boring. Look closer, Randy. Try to ignore your sausage cravings and really look. Do you see luggage, food, purses, water, anything to indicate there was a tour group here earlier today? Slowly, his eyes grew wide.
Ain't nothing here, he mumbled. There ain't nothing here. It's like...
Almost as if that woman were the only passenger on the bus. Randy's face lit up.
Yeah, what the hell? Why would she be on the bus by herself? This thing probably gets terrible gas mileage. If she was touring the country, she'd be better off driving a dump truck.
Yeah, unless she wasn't actually on a tour. Think about it, Randy. That woman was lying to us from the get-go. She was a diversion, a distraction. And I've got a strong suspicion that company Proteon is behind all this. Maybe Mark from Earth was their target right from the start.
Shit, Randy agreed. And we saw another one of those things down by the swamp. You think maybe these Proteon people are trying to round up all the aliens in Hollow's End? Maybe to reverse engineer their advanced technology or some shit?
I thought about this and decided it felt right. Or at least, close enough. Now we're getting somewhere, my friend. Now what do we do about it? A super powerful megacorporation with unlimited resources is kidnapping residents from town.
I think something like this might have happened before. Just give me a quick sec.
He pulled out a folded card from his back pocket and read through it.
Looks like we need to confront the maniac responsible and kill him. I'd recommend some reconnaissance first, though. Let's get the gang together and see if we can't flush this fucker out.
He put the card back in his pocket. What is that? I asked, impossibly curious.
Cheat sheet, he answered. I got it from the last sheriff. Any scenario we could be faced with, this thing has the answers.
Can I see that?
Sure, buddy.
He handed it to me and I looked it over, my eyes growing as wide as saucers.
Pretty cool, huh?
He asked, clearly trying to impress me.
Yeah, man. Really helpful.
As I handed back the expired Wendy's coupons, I reminded myself that Randy was not mentally well, and was in fact truly insane. But that didn't mean he was always wrong, just most of the time. Okay, let's go find the son of a bitch and kill him. The CEO of Proteon has officially cashed his last check. Those words escaped my lips, and as soon as they did, the door of the tour bus closed, and I heard a sound like a heavy lock snapping into place.
You boys really have me all figured out, don't you?
A voice said from hidden speakers all around us.
Too bad you're all way too dumb to stop me.
As green-tinted gas began to leak out from vents all around us, filling the bus with poison, I tried not to beat myself up too badly. Terrified as I was, I tried to stay calm. I tried to tell myself I would get through this. But as the laughter filled my ears and my vision went dark, the nightmares which entered my mind told me that would not be the case. A lot of towns, big and small, have thoughts about tourists. Most of those thoughts are not the kindest. despite the fact that many of us have been tourists at some point or another somewhere in our lives. In a random, for instance, town, a person might say, "Don't bother with that place, it's only for tourists." A restaurant or an attraction might even gain the notorious moniker of being a tourist trap, which implies that only the stupidest of people could be roped into going there, and all locals clearly know better and avoid it at all costs. An ex-girlfriend of mine's uncle used to insist that any and all stop signs in our old town were just for tourists, until, of course, his fateful accident when he crashed into a school bus full of ice cream. It wasn't actually full of ice cream. The reality was far more tragic. It was full of illegal drugs. Anyways, Hollow's End has a saying about tourists as well. A saying that I frowned upon until yesterday. Now I agree 100%. Maybe not quite, but close to that. A solid 80% of me believes it now. Killing tourists is a proud tradition in Hollow's End. That's what I was told, and I didn't believe it. But of course, like everything else in this backwards-ass town, the truth is stranger than fiction. And it makes sense, too. Of course they'd kill tourists in a town full of magical creatures and folklore-adjacent monsters who live like regular citizens. Otherwise, those tourists will go home and tell other people to visit this place. And then it's all over. I'm not quite that far gone. Yet. I'm not going to endorse killing tourists. But I have developed my own saying, which I plan to use in situations like this, should they present themselves in the future. Next time a tour bus full of people goes missing in Hollow's End, I plan on telling anyone who will listen, tourists aren't worth the trouble. Pretty catchy, huh? I'm going to say it real sassy-like, too, so that people really get that there's a backstory, but they're going to have to pry it out of me with a drink or two. I think I can get loaded pretty much for free that way. Man, what are you looking so wistful for? You know we're completely fucked, right? The voice of Randy, my deputy, spoke up next to me, breaking me from my pleasant thoughts. Why do you always have to interrupt my daydreams of getting wasted? I looked around and was immediately reminded of where we were, and why I was trying to distract myself from it. We were in a super high-tech prison/laboratory from the looks of it, which reminded me of something a really fancy supervillain might build. Like Lex Luthor or Alex Jones or somebody like that. All around the enormous space I saw disconcerting things, one after another. Across from us, there was another cell with a blue-tinged force field preventing escape. I noticed there were no steel bars in this place. The control consoles, which allowed entry into these forbidden spaces, could only be accessed by retinal scan, I noticed as I saw a pair of guards bringing in an old lady and throwing her into a cell. "Muriel!" I called out, and my voice must have carried across the large room because she heard me clearly. The kind old woman who served as the town's unofficial mayor was being thrown roughly into a cell, but as her head rose and she met my eyes, I saw a resolve and a boiling anger there. These guys were fucked if she ever got out of that cell. I had no doubt. She called out a few curses, spitting on the force field and causing sparks to leap from its glowing blue facade. Muriel flinched backwards at that, and the guards snickered as they left her in the futuristic prison.
"It looks like they've managed to round up most of us,"
she said, looking around the room at all the familiar faces.
"We're running out of lifelines. All my phone-a-friends are here."
I saw she was right. In the cell next to mine was Butcher, the one guy who might have been able to save us from this mess. He was a giant, hulking beast of a man who looked like he was comprised of half a dozen people stitched together. His ever-present cleaver was missing, and he looked more angry than I'd ever seen him. But unfortunately, he was also chained to a wall with manacles that appeared to have been built for King Kong. Jay, the delivery guy, was in the cage beside Muriel, and next to our spot was a large cell filled with other town residents. Another corner of the room looked like it contained Mark from Earth, and several of his alien comrades. Their long necks made them look like a pack of pale flamingos, and their wide, scared eyes made me feel genuinely sorry for them. Crimson Muse and her assistant Diane were in another cell, and I tried not to look too long at the Crimson Muse, since I felt myself slowly losing sanity as I did so. Despite her power, even she had been contained, and I saw a swelling anger billing within the dark void of her existence. A pair of red eyes like embers glowing brighter by the moment. Most of the grocery store employees were in another cage, and I noticed Frank, the giant blue monster, had his own private accommodations, probably so he wouldn't eat anyone. Similar to the Butcher, he was restrained against a wall with a set of thick steel manacles. No wonder Swampy was so quiet about everything earlier, I said. Even he's scared of these people.
And for good reason,
A familiar voice said. I looked up and saw it was Sandy, the tourist woman from the bus. She was standing outside the force field and looking in at us. She was the one who had started all this, but she looked different now. Her hair was tied back in a tight bun, and she wore a white lab coat and thick glasses. She was carrying a tablet in one hand and was tapping away at the touchscreen with her manicured fingers.
Garrett is a genius, far beyond his time. You people really don't know what you're up against. It's almost not even fair.
Randy's eye twitched as she came closer to us. He hated this woman even more than I did. What the hell do you want from us, lady? You think you can keep us locked up in here like frickin' zoo animals? She barely glanced up from the tablet, but I could see she wasn't concerned by anything we had to say. After a few moments of tapping at the screen, she looked at him again and spoke.
My goodness, you really are simple, aren't you? I mean, I could have gathered as much from this one's writings, but he actually undersold it.
Randy punched the glowing force field and was shocked with a high voltage that sent him reeling backwards. A moment later, he was shaking off his hand and blowing on it as if it were on fire. You bitch, he muttered. You fucking bitch. I'll kill you when I get out of here.
Oh, come now, Randy. You don't mean that. We're going to become good friends, you and I. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other. For the rest of your natural life, in fact. There are so many secrets to unlock within that simple head of yours. So much we can tap into and harness for our own purposes. You people don't understand what a blessing this town is. This place is like another world, and yet you live here as if it were an ordinary village.
I was becoming more and more frightened by the moment. Things were starting to come together for me. I suddenly knew roughly what was going on, and it didn't surprise me that much. Since moving to Hollow's End, I'd begun to develop what I was calling my sixth sense, essentially an ability to see certain things ahead of time, and to look into the future if I tried hard enough. I only wished I'd been trying harder to see the future a few days ago. These people were like the scientists in E.T. They had discovered a freakish, weird beauty, but instead of a Martian pet possessed by a little boy named Elliot, they had unearthed a bizarre town where people had superpowers, where monsters lived among humans, and now they were going to exploit this place for their own despicable purposes. But the worst part of it is, it was all my fault. I was the reason these people were here. Me sharing this town's existence online was enough to spur their interest, and with a multi-billion-dollar company at their disposal, they'd managed to locate us. Despite the fact that I'd used a fake name for the town and I'd concealed every nearby landmark, still they'd found us. I hated myself at that moment, but I had to try to gain something from this woman who had taken so much from us. I needed to do something. I hoped that maybe she would be a fan of James Bond villainesque exposition and would reveal her whole evil plot to us. You work for that company, don't you? I asked in my best attempt at a leading question. Proteon, that's it. That caught her attention, and she looked at me with something like admiration.
Well, isn't that something? One of you isn't quite as stupid as he looks.
Hey, I figured it out too, Randy shouted. He's not the only one who isn't as stupid as he looks, lady. So let me guess. You figured out that Hollow's End is a special place with monsters and magic, and now you're going to try to exploit that magic for your own gain, is that it? Sandy looked surprised.
Magic? Well, isn't that something? We knew about the monsters, but the magic business was only a theory. Oh, thank you so much, Sheriff. You've once again been so helpful. Garrett will be delighted to know his suspicions were correct.
Wait, I called after her as she sauntered away. Don't you want to reveal your whole evil plot to us? Or anything? A moment later, she was gone. I was left alone with Randy and the rest of the town residents who were staring daggers at me from all around. Nice one, dumbass, Randy muttered. Who the hell put you in charge? Then, under his breath, You're doing great, boss. Don't mind me. I'm just putting on a show for the cameras. You know, making it look like we're falling apart mentally. I might start doing some weird shit up in here. But just remember, it's all for the cameras. And with that, he curled up in the fetal position and began to weep like a baby. Part of me really felt like joining him. Over the following days, we settled into our captivity. The worst part was watching the Protean scientists as they took us one by one from our holding cells, marching each citizen of Hollow's End to another part of the facility for questioning, or whatever they were doing. A few came back and spoke of intense interrogations, but others were never seen again. We don't even know if they're still alive. There was no rhyme or reason to who they pulled from the cages. One day it was an alien creature from the cage containing Mark from Earth and all of his friends. The next day it was a furry blue monster who looked like a smaller version of Frank. Once he was gone, Frank howled and thrashed in his cage, nearly tearing one of the steel manacles from the wall in the process. He was inconsolable afterwards. Part of me wonders if that creature was one of his offspring. Each day the Protean people brought in more citizens from Hollow's End, throwing them into high-tech, futuristic jail cells. Jerome, the cable guy, must have been hiding out somewhere because it took them days to find him, but eventually he ended up in a cell with us. A few more folks were thrown into our cell as well, since we seemed to be the only one with space remaining. There was Pick Your Sticker, a humanoid creature who seemed more comfortable clinging to the walls and ceiling, hanging upside down to sleep at night. His fingers were wider on the pads in the end, reminding me a bit of a frog or a gecko from the rainforest. He wore a bandana over his mouth at all times, not even removing it to eat, making me wonder what was underneath. I pictured long, sharp teeth like a piranha. Another grocery store worker was thrown in with us as well, a woman named Mamakato with dimpled alligator green skin like an avocado. She told us Cheryl James was still hiding out somewhere, but that the town was looking more and more empty every day. Not only that, but there were other developments going on since we'd been captured.
There are these trees popping up all over town. At first I didn't notice them, but now I can't stop seeing them everywhere, she said. They're growing fast. Overnight they're twice the size of what they were yesterday, and they're covered in these bright red berries like nightshade plants.
Weird, I said. Must have something to do with this company. This Garrett guy is up to no good. I just wish I knew what he was planning. What good would that do? Randy asked hopelessly. He was looking worse and worse by the day. We're stuck in here, dude. Might as well be on fucking Mars. There's nothing we can do to help, even if we did know what was happening. That same day, we got one more new prisoner, and the cell was suddenly overfilled. It was getting claustrophobic and difficult to breathe, but I introduced myself to him anyways, being as friendly as I could under the circumstances. Hey, I'm Sheriff Parsons, I said. I don't think we've met. The being in front of me almost didn't look alive. In fact, I realized it probably wasn't. It reminded me a bit of Data from Star Trek, an android that was almost human but not quite. Hello, Sheriff, the robotic-sounding voice said. I am Clue 404. I have been programmed to get you out of here. Aw, hell yeah! Our own personal R2-D2 sent to rescue us, Randy said, jumping up from the bench where he'd been sitting, and looking a hell of a lot more excited than I'd seen him recently. Show us what you can do, little buddy. I'm ready. Give us a message from the princess. The android robot looked back and forth between the two of us. Then, smoke began to pour out from its nostrils. Overheating, overheating, overheating. Initiating sleep mode. Please use manual override key to reactivate life functions. And with that, the android closed its eyes and went to sleep. Of course, I thought to myself. Nothing ever fucking goes right in this town. Well, things have certainly gone from bad to worse around here. In case you need catching up, my deputy Randy and I were both kidnapped by an evil megacorporation CEO, who's been rounding up citizens from Hollow's End as if we were Pokemon cards. Not only that, but he's experimenting on us, testing our abilities and trying to exploit them for his own purposes. This morning, they took Randy away. To experiment on him or to interrogate him, I'm not sure, but neither one would go well knowing him. I sat in shock for hours, unsure how to process it. I don't know if I'll ever see my deputy/best friend again, and I'm already missing that drunken buffoon. The poor bastard howled like a dog as they pulled him from the cell, dragging his fingernails across the floor as they yanked him by both legs, tearing him away from us. It was a grisly scene. Now there's only a few of us left in here. Jerome, the town cable guy, is keep him busy trying to repair the android who said he was sent to rescue us, before he promptly overheated. Momocado was sitting with Pick Your Sticker, trying to keep him calm. The poor guy clearly is used to being outdoors and not cooped up in a jail cell. His skin is looking slightly gray, and I'm a bit worried for him if we don't get him out of here soon. We got nothing to do but sit back and wait for rescue, which got me thinking about Randy. The longer we waited for him to come back, the more I began to realize that he might never come back. They could be experimenting on him, or he could have said the wrong thing to the wrong person, and... no, I couldn't think about those things, even if they were highly probable. That would just make me feel discouraged. Instead, I tried to daydream, remembering some of the good times I'd had with Randy. When I couldn't think of one, I settled on a bad memory that turned out with a happy ending. That time when my deputy saved my life. No, not the time you're thinking of. The other one. I haven't told you about this one yet. We were out patrolling Hollow's End. This was 2 or 3 weeks after the initial monkey paw incident, and we were still recovering from that. And I was still trying to convince Randy that we shouldn't use the damn things.
Come on, boss. Just one time. We can wish for attack helicopters and fight each other with them.
I ignored him and waited for him to determine for himself how bad of an idea this was.
Yeah, you're right. Helicopter gas is way too expensive these days,
he relented. As we were driving around town, I began to notice something strange. There were spider webs on almost every tree we passed by. Not just any regular sort of spider webs either. These were the ones made by orb spiders. As their name would suggest, the webs of these creatures resemble semi-transparent orbs, which hang from the outer branches of trees. Typically when I drove around town, I might see 3 or 4 of these odd-looking spider webs, but on that particular day I was seeing them everywhere. Each house we drove past had the same spherical spider webs hanging from the trees. Just as I was about to mention this fact to Randy, someone flagged us down. I put the thought to the back of my mind, telling myself it was probably just a seasonal phenomenon. "Everything all right, sir?" I asked as I pulled to the side of the road. The man looked distraught. Downright panicked, actually.
My son, he was playing in the backyard and now he's gone.
He waited for us to follow him, and I put out a quick call on the radio to the volunteer fire department. If someone was available, they would come help us look for the boy. Luckily, a voice answered back on the radio. "Who am I speaking to?" I asked.
"This is Dante Kincaid, Hollow's End Fire Department Chief."
The man had a deep voice and sounded like he was serious about his job, even if it was just a volunteer position. I asked him if he could assist us in finding a missing boy, and without hesitation he told me he was on his way. The urgency in his voice reminded me that this was no ordinary town. If a child went missing, it could easily mean their death in a place like Hollow's End. Plenty of monsters who lived here were not very discerning about where their next meal came from.
"Hurry up, boss,"
Randy yelled from the gate leading into the backyard.
"You're gonna want to see this."
I ran over to join him and couldn't help but notice the number of orb spider nests lining the trees in this area. They were absolutely everywhere. As I got into the backyard, I realized why the nests were more common around here. This was where the mother of all orb spiders lived. There was a huge weeping willow tree at the back of the property, its leaves beginning to darken and turn orange in places with an early autumn hue. And hanging down from the largest branch near the bottom was a swollen, oversized orb spider nest. Like a bloated white pustule about to burst, it hung there looking too large and round to exist. It had clearly been there for a while to grow this large, and I had no doubt that the other nests in this part of town were a result of this thing. Whatever spider had created it must have been massive. "Holy shit," I muttered, and Randy overheard me.
"You got good eyes. I didn't think you'd see it from there."
"How could I not? It's obvious, isn't it?" Randy marched straight towards the giant spider sack, getting far too close for my own personal comfort. "Hey man, get back, it's not safe," I yelled, but he ignored me, reaching down to pick something up from the grass. "Got it. It's just a baseball cap, dude. Calm the fuck down. What's the big deal?" He walked back towards me and handed me the baseball cap, acting as if there weren't a giant lacy spider ball the size of a Volkswagen behind him, the surface of it bulging and quivering with movement inside.
"I bet it belongs to the kid. Question is, what happened to him?"
The man who owned the house came back outside looking frantic.
I called my wife. She's coming home from work right now. I just don't get it. He knows better than to run off like this.
Looking distrustfully at the spiderweb out of the corner of my eye, I tried to act like a professional. Maybe this was just a normal thing in Hollow's End. Maybe the giant spiders were friendly. Let's start from the beginning, sir, I said. What's your son's name? And yours as well, if you don't mind.
I'm Zarin. My son's name is Devin. He was out in the backyard playing, and I just went inside for a second and...
How old is your son? Has he ever run off before?
Never. He's only 10. I just don't understand what could have happened to him.
Okay, great. And just one more question, I said, hoping he wouldn't say what I thought he was going to say. Do either of you see that giant, oversized orb spider nest right there? He turned around, looked back at me, and shrugged. And you don't see it either, do you, Randy?
What the fuck are you talking about, boss?
Randy whispered to me, loud enough for the neighbors to hear. Go figure. Okay, maybe it's because I've got some sort of true sight or something, but I can see a giant fucking spider web right there, like just past where you found the hat. And I'll bet anything that those giant invisible spiders took your kids, Aaron.
Where's the spider web? How am I missing this?
He asked, squinting his eyes. Right there, I pointed. See, it's the size of a car, and there are things moving around inside of it.
Oh, right. Yeah, I see it.
I could tell he didn't see it. Okay, listen, please just head back inside. My deputy and I will go look for your son. I have a feeling he's still alive, but we gotta hurry. The man followed my orders and went up the steps, closing the door and locking it behind him. I saw his face peeking out through the little glass window in the door, watching us. You got a plan here, boss? Randy asked. Because for once, I am fresh out of ideas. I tried to ignore the obvious nature of the statement and proceeded to carefully walk towards the bulging spider sack which hung from the tree. So you don't see anything right here? I asked, outlining the shape of the spider web with my arms from a little ways away. Nah. Is it big? You're acting like it's big. It's the size of a fucking car, Randy. Weren't you listening? Yep, probably pretty big by the sounds of it. So what are we gonna do, boss? The kid's dead, I'll bet. We should probably just leave. Look, I know you're scared of spiders since the whole monkey paw incident. But this is a little kid we're talking about here. We need to try to save him. Now, do you see any place around here that could potentially be used as a lair for a giant evil spider mama? Nope, Randy said, his eyes telling me a different story. Back in the trees, a little ways away, there was a small cave. A muffled sound, which resembled a boy's cries for help, emanated from within, I realized as we got closer. Okay, he's got to be in there, I said. We need weapons, something sharp. I grabbed a fallen branch from nearby and broke it over my knee. Luckily, it broke almost exactly in half, creating 2 smaller sticks that were jagged and sharp on one end. I handed one to Randy. It was almost like the universe was begging me to go through with this ridiculous and dangerous plan. Okay, let's go. Hopefully he's alone in there. Randy followed me into the darkness, muttering to himself under his breath. Hopefully he's alone in there. Why don't you just go say something else stupid like, everything's gonna be fine, or nothing could possibly go wrong? I turned on my cell phone flashlight and it illuminated the blackened tunnel. It was still difficult to see somehow, as if this darkness were not created by a mere lack of light, but by some other sort of magic. It was like a shroud, a fog made of shadows. Shit, I don't like this, I said, taking another step deeper into the black mist. We probably shouldn't be breathing this stuff in. Randy didn't say anything from behind me. I took 2 more steps, feeling lightheaded, then saw a vague shape up ahead. It was a boy wrapped in spider webs dangling from the ceiling of the cave, and there was a massive spider spinning him around in circles, webbing him more and more with a spray of the stuff that shot from its gigantic ass. After 2 more steps, it saw us, and that giant spider actually grinned. Yep, the fucker grinned at me, and then I collapsed on the floor of the cave, still conscious but paralyzed. My body was tingling with pins and needles as I began to slide across the floor of the cave, something pulling me, dragging me forward. It was the giant spider. It was pulling me towards the center of its underground chamber. Then I felt myself rising into the air, being lifted up by my legs to dangle upside down, right beside the boy I was trying to rescue. Nice one, Devin muttered sarcastically from beside me where he was hanging. Great fucking rescue, dude. I couldn't argue with him. I'd fucked up royally. And as the spider began to spin me around in circles, wrapping me with webbing, I realized I was probably going to die because of my idiocy. Except Randy was nowhere to be seen. A spark of hope began to burn within me. Maybe he would save my life, just like he'd done before. Of course, you know he did, because I told you right at the start of all this that he was gonna. But let's just ignore that fact for a moment. You can probably imagine how scared I was, and it was clearly showing on my face since the 10-year-old kid next to me started trying to reassure me.
Stop crying. We're gonna be okay, he said. My dad'll save us.
I didn't have the heart to tell him that I'd sent his father inside, where he was likely hiding in a closet somewhere. His dad wasn't coming to rescue us. No one was. "I'm coming, son," his father yelled through a gas mask, running into the midst of the cave to save us. Zarin turned out to be a badass after all, and he was accompanied by Randy and Dante, the town fire chief. The guy had shown up with a supply of gas masks and fire axes for the whole class. Randy had managed to escape the cave by cleverly letting me go ahead of him, and then leaving immediately once things started getting scary. He also had a high tolerance to toxins of all kinds, due to his lifelong habit of consuming toxins of all kinds. Dante charged the giant spider, swinging his axe wildly as the creature bobbed and weaved. Despite its size, the thing was quick and deadly. It shot a spray of webbing at the fire chief, temporarily disabling him. It wrapped up his arms like a straitjacket. Randy came in swinging as the giant spider came in to bite Dante's face off. He swung his axe in a wide arc, cutting off the creature's front leg, which was raised in the air. The monster screeched in pain, jettisoning black blood from its wounded appendage. Randy wasted no time, taking another swing, this time at the creature's face. It reared backwards, but it was too late. His glancing blow caught the creature badly enough to slice its face down the middle, and caused it to slump to the ground, incapacitated. It was still writhing and squirming on its remaining legs, trying to move, but it couldn't even get up. I almost would have felt bad for the thing if it hadn't just tried to eat me. Zarin stepped forward. "Allow me," he said, and finished the creature off with one swing of his axe. The blade lopped off the spider's head, and it rolled around for a few seconds before settling in a low spot on the cavern floor. Devin and I were cut down from our dangling prisons and dragged out into the fresh air. Within a few moments, I began to feel a prickling sensation returning to my fingertips and toes. Whatever gas had been present in the cave was created by that spider, used to paralyze its victims. But at least it was short-acting and didn't have any permanent effects. Hopefully. "Well, that problem sorted itself out," Randy said, wiping spider guts off his axe blade by rubbing it against the grass. "Do you mind if I keep this, by the way?" he asked Dante. "I bet I'd look cool as fuck killing things with it." "Sure, go for it," the fire chief said, taking off his gas mask. "You're lucky we showed up when we did, Sheriff. You really should be more cautious. Next time you see a black poisonous cloud of gas, maybe don't walk straight into it without respiratory equipment." "Got it," I said, my face still down in the grass, my voice muffled by the ground. I was able to move some of my lower body now, at least. There was a tearing sound from nearby, and it took me about 2 seconds to figure out what had caused it. Oh, shit. Please tell me somebody set fire to that invisible spider cocoon already, and that's not the sound of it tearing open and baby spiders pouring out. Screams could be heard all around, and I knew the answer to my question without anyone saying it. Why, oh why, do I always have to be the one to set the evil shit on fire? Miniature versions of the monster we just fought began to plop down on the grass, skittering in every direction. A few of them began heading straight towards me. I probably smelled like their mother, I realized, since there were chunks of her all over me. Once they got closer and realized they were deceived, they began to bite. Ow, fuck, ow, ow, somebody, ow, fuck, ow, help, ow! Surprisingly, it was the little boy who ran over to assist me, the one we had just been asked to rescue. Yeah, I know, it was embarrassing. Get back, Devin, it's not safe! He didn't even bother answering me, instead just using his powers. Apparently Devin was not just an ordinary kid, and I should have known that since this is Hollow's End. He raised his hands up, and the air in front of them began to shimmer and turn hazy, and then it set alight. A gout of flames shot in my direction, and I winced backwards, feeling the heat of it as it burnt up the little spiders in front of me, turning them into ash. "Burn, you little bastards!" the boy yelled, and I was terrified as the red glow cast on his face from the flames made him look slightly demonic. Who knows, maybe he was a demon. I never bothered to ask. By the time it was all done and the spiders around us were all turned into crispy black shards, I was beginning to regain all feeling in my limbs. I stood up wobbly from where I'd been laying in the grass and looked around, feeling lightheaded and nauseated. "You okay, boss?" Randy asked, emerging from a grouping of nearby trees where he'd been hiding. "Yeah, just great, Randy," I said. "Thanks for saving my life, by the way." "Again." "Yeah, I know, again. I'm going to get you back for it one of these days, though. You can count on that, my drunken friend." Who's drunk?" Zarin asked, pulling his boy closer. "You've been drinking? Aren't you police officers?" I sat in the futuristic jail cell remembering those good times, if you can call them that, and I felt more and more morose. Muriel was right. There was nobody left in Hollow's End to save us. All our best chances at rescue were locked up in this prison right beside us, waiting to be experimented on by Proteon or worse. Our only hope is that someone else can come through for us. Someone I've never met. And that sounds about as likely as Spider-Man bursting through the ceiling and saving us. Despite how fucking awesome that would be, I don't see it happening anytime soon. I'm signing off for now. Before I say anything else I'll regret. I've already given Proteon enough information they can use against us. My best bet is radio silence from here on out. So this is it for now. My last transmission. At least until someone can rescue us. Or if by some slim chance we can save ourselves. If you're out there, Spider-Man, Hollow's End needs your help. And it would be poetic justice, too, considering all the mutant spider bullshit we're constantly dealing with around here. Alright, stay safe, everyone. Keep us in your thoughts and prayers, and whatever you do, don't visit Hollow's End right now. There's no sheriff to protect you anymore. Not that we were very good at it in the first place. After a decade in this line of work, I've learned a few things. A. Being a nurse is hard. B. Being an ER nurse is even harder. And C. Being an ER nurse in Hollow's End is the most difficult thing one will ever have to do, aside from maybe going into an active war zone. Kudos to you veterans. Trust me though, some days this place comes very close to resembling an active battle scene. People come into the emergency room when they're at their lowest. And oftentimes when they're at their drunkest or highest. We call security constantly. Although everyone who works here knows how to defend themselves pretty well. We all receive training when we start working in the emergency department on how to de-escalate a volatile situation with an unstable person, and how to create distance and protect yourself if someone attacks you. It doesn't make a difference sometimes, though. Often you can't help but get caught by surprise, especially when your patient is a shape-shifting vampire octopus. I'll save that story for another time. One night recently, an unstable patient grabbed a used syringe and held it to a nurse's throat right in front of me. The nurse was alright, since the patient relented when a half-dozen security guards and a dozen other staff members showed up. The nurse got away with only a few superficial wounds and extensive therapy now ahead of her. Likely not to be covered by our health insurance plan. I've had multiple patients attack me with their bare hands, springing wide awake from stuporous slumber after we naloxone them. It's a nasal spray we use now that's much quicker and takes effect almost immediately, reversing the effects of opioids. You would think people would be happy you saved their life, but from their warped perspective, you just ruined the greatest high they've ever experienced, and they're usually furious about it. Not only that, but they catch you by surprise, jumping up like Olympic athletes and attacking with terrifying speed, grabbing nearby sharps unthinkingly and stabbing you with them before you can even react. You just hope they're clean needles and nobody left any dirty ones lying around. But there's been something different going on lately. Something weird. You can feel it in the air as it crawls across your skin like an allergen or a bug, itching and festering and settling in here and there and everywhere. I find myself scratching at my arms lately, and leaving long red marks. That's not the worst part, not even close. We've had a few young kids coming into the ER lately. Since we don't have a pediatric hospital in my town, just the small medical center. They all have the same affliction. Their eyes are bright red like a photo that didn't develop quite right. The whites of their eyes are normal, but the irises are bright crimson red. We know it's not pink eye, which we've seen our fair share of. What's scarier is the way these children are acting. They seem wrong. There's something really off about them that makes you want to scream and get away from them. It's really hard to talk to them or do a proper assessment. We've had to bring in dental specialists of all kinds from the outside to look at their teeth as well. Their teeth all become distended and sharp like piranhas. It starts slowly, then the next morning you wake up and they look like something from a nightmare. I've never seen anything like it. It's completely horrifying. Made worse by the fact that I have children myself, and I can imagine them looking the same if they became infected. The kids laugh and sing like there isn't anything wrong, despite being shown their faces in mirrors. The girls just grin and say how pretty they look, bearing their horrible, evil smiles. The boys say how handsome they are now and stick out their tongues, which have grown similarly long and pointed. The children refuse to acknowledge that there's anything wrong, and scream and wail and claw at you when you try to run any sorts of tests on them. The only way to get anything done is to restrain them, but once it's all over, they go back to being innocent and pleasant, singing and playing games with the other sharp-toothed children. They seem to gravitate towards each other in the waiting rooms, while the normal-looking children back away terrified and hide behind their parents. I only wish I could hide from the little monsters. We're waiting for the arrival of a supposedly world-renowned expert who will be flying in from out of town. The doctors in our hospital are stumped, and there are whispers that they don't want to airlift the kids out to a bigger hospital. They want to keep them quarantined here. They means the government, I'm assuming. Transporting them elsewhere would usually be standard procedure. A good doctor knows when he or she is stumped and unable to help their patient. They know when they're in too deep. We have a lot of good doctors here, and I've seen them send patients to bigger hospitals plenty of times, after admitting they don't have the equipment or knowledge to deal with the situation. We don't even have an MRI or a CT scanner, or any of the most sophisticated technology that comes with a larger hospital. And the children of Hallows End need all the help they can get right now. I only hope the government expert arrives soon before things get any worse. I just finished a 12-hour day shift and was pulling into the driveway when my daughter came running around the side of the house. She was only 6 years old, and I was surprised to see her outside in the front yard. Her older brother had been neglecting his babysitting duties once again. My son David is 14. Since I'm a single dad, he takes care of babysitting from 3:30 until 7:30 on days when I'm at work. His social life suffers as a result, I'm sure, and I sympathized with him and appreciated his help more than I would ever admit, but this was going to require a scolding. Maybe even a grounding. I parked the car and got out quickly, almost locking my keys inside accidentally in my rush. I grabbed them hurriedly and ran over to Sarah, my daughter. Her face was smeared with bright red liquid, and her hands looked the same, like she'd been eating strawberries.
Daddy, there's a candy tree in the backyard. Someone planted it there for us. Can we keep it?
I stared at her, my eyes wide and horrified. I picked her up and ran around to the backyard, trying not to be furious with her, but it was difficult. It was harder because I was blaming myself. I had been meaning to cut down the nightshade bushes since the neighbor had come over and told me how dangerous they were. My neighbor, Anthony, had come over nearly a month ago and pleaded with me to cut down the bushes. He said that nightshade bushes had bright red berries on them, which were extremely poisonous and often attracted children to eat them. I had promised to get rid of them, but had been busy with work and procrastinated doing it, not knowing where to start. He had been giving me dirty looks every time I saw him lately. I mentally prepared myself to call poison control and scolded Sarah. I had warned her a dozen times not to eat the berries, but she told me she hadn't eaten those berries, only the new ones, on the candy tree. When we got to the backyard, I saw what she was talking about. The new bush was much taller than the others, but had the same unmistakable tear-shaped leaves and purple flowers, signifying it was a poisonous nightshade plant. If you rubbed the leaves between your fingers, they would leave bright yellow stains, I was sure. The strange thing was, this bush had not been there a few days ago. I was sure of it. I had been working a lot, so I hadn't been in the backyard much. I tried to recall the last time I'd been back there and couldn't. It had been busy at work, and I'd been staying overtime a lot of days. Time always flew by when I was working a lot. The 12-hour shifts and switches from nights to days made it feel like I was always at the hospital, never home. I stared at the strange tree which had sprung up seemingly overnight. Something felt off about it, and it wasn't just the speed at which it had grown. I didn't like the feeling I got while standing in front of it. It felt like the tree was watching me. I saw the bright red berries hanging from it were larger than the tiny nightshade berries. I could smell their sweetness from where I stood. They smelled like fresh strawberries, recently picked and rinsed. They were ripe, juicy, and enticing, plump and glistening in the sunlight. I caught myself reaching my hand up to pick one and stopped, looking around dazedly as if I had been in a trance.
Try one, Daddy. They taste just like strawberry cheesecake,
Sarah begged me, her lips and teeth stained red with the juice from the berries. My daughter's voice was pleading, hopeful. She had another berry in her hand and was holding it up to me. I found myself reaching out for it and caught myself. What the hell was going on here? My head felt fuzzy. Hadn't she told me once that her favorite food was strawberry cheesecake? She had gotten that from me, I guessed. Put it down, Sarah, I said in a trembling voice. She hesitated, but after a few moments set it down on the ground with great care. She then looked up at me, sulking. Her eyes looked a touch purple, I thought, when they were usually pale blue. I ran inside the house and dialed 911 on my cell phone. I called my son into the kitchen and scolded him mercilessly while he made futile protests. Once he saw the red all over Sarah's face, he quickly stopped talking and looked at the floor while I yelled, covering the mouthpiece of the phone in between answering the operator's questions and giving him hell. When I hung up the phone, I told my son to make himself dinner and drove back to the emergency department with Sarah, where she was admitted as a pediatric patient. The newest case of crimson eye to be diagnosed. When they tried to check her vitals or do any sorts of tests, Sarah got very upset, which was completely unlike her. She had told me she wanted to be a doctor when she grew up, and as such, she was always curious and polite when we went to the doctor's office. This time, though, she screamed and flailed her arms, scratching and biting nurses when they tried to take her blood. Her eyes were becoming darker red, I noticed. My heart was aching for her, and I tried not to panic. The nurses I worked with tried to calm me down, but pretty soon they were giving me strange looks, as if it was my fault she was acting so terrible. I tried to explain that she wasn't like this normally, and they gave half-hearted words of reassurance. Who knows, maybe they were scared and I was just projecting and being self-conscious. Dr. Donovan, who I knew well from the ER, eventually told me there wasn't anything they could do right now. They had run all the tests they could, but like the others, there was no rational explanation. The specialist would be in the next day, the ER doctor told me. She said I should come back in the afternoon, around 2 p.m., for an appointment with the man. It was nearly 12 p.m. by that point, and it had been about 17 hours since Sarah had eaten the berries, in my estimation. By the next day, at 2 p.m., she would look like the others. Her teeth long and razor sharp. Her eyes would be crimson red, and she would no longer be my daughter. I shook my head, trying to get rid of the thoughts. Dr. Donovan was looking at me oddly, I realized. Sorry, it's been a long night, I sighed, putting my face in my hands. Are you sure there isn't anything else we can do right now? What about a course of Vanco and Pip-Taz, just to play it safe? Maybe she's got something brewing, and we just don't have a culture test for it because it's so new. I mean, it's possible, right? I was grasping at straws, but it wouldn't be the first time we had given someone a course of heavy-duty antibiotics without a positive culture coming back. Of course, she had none of the symptoms. She was afebrile, her heart rate and BP were normal. She wasn't confused or tachypnic. I was grasping at straws, and she knew it. I don't think it makes sense to risk an AKI, Jason. There isn't any evidence to suggest some bug juice is going to help anything. And there's a 14% chance of kidney damage if we decide to go that route. I'm not going to risk it. She stated the facts calmly and decisively, just as a good doctor should. It only angered me further. Fuck! I screamed. Someone came to the glass door of the room we were in, and the doctor waved them off impatiently. They walked away slowly, hesitantly, and shooed away a couple other nosy onlookers. So what? We just go home and wait for this guy to show up? Well, we're keeping her overnight at least, but that's our only option right now. I wish there was something else I could do. The only other thing I can suggest is maybe a prescription for Ativan. This last was half question and half statement. I didn't understand. Sarah didn't seem the least bit anxious. She's fine, I said impatiently. She doesn't need an Ativan, Angela. She needs treatment. She doesn't even seem stressed out about any of this. I didn't mean for her, Dr. Donovan said, scribbling something on a prescription pad and handing it to me. 0.5 mg SL lorazepam QHS PRN times 2D. No refills, it said. Fuck, I said again, quieter, and to myself this time. The doctor had already left the room, leaving me alone with the daughter who I loved more than anything, but who now I could no longer stand to be in the same room with. It was going to be a very long 24 hours. I poured myself a glass of water and downed it quickly, almost choking on it. I'd had that dream again, the one about the beach. In the dream, I'd wade out into the shallows and kneel, let the water up to my shoulders. It would start the same every time. It would be like any other day at the beach. Spotted parasols plunge into the ground, the sand dotted with families and couples, and the sky would be light azure that calmed me. Then the rush of waves would send me into a whirlpool, and I'd be plunged into the depths below until my vision succumbed to a suffocating black. I'm sure I've read in a dream book somewhere that sort of dream's root was high stress. That or it meant I was gay. Never could tell with those dream books. It was in the kitchen that I received the email about my new case. I was to be sent out to some podunk town called Hollow's End to investigate an outbreak there. A bunch of sick kids and the whole town was in a tizzy. Something called Crimson Eye. I'd be shipping out the next day to check in on another little town USA, and I was not looking forward to it. On top of that, my knee had been acting out again, and made it nearly impossible to sleep without taking a handful of IBs, because as a rule I'd sworn off the morphine. Did somebody say party? I'm sure my liver will thank me later. As I stood in the kitchen with the empty glass in my hand while staring at the phone in the other, I wondered not for the first time if this job was worth it. I was getting up in age, and I could scarcely recall my last vacation. No wife, no kids, a piece of shrapnel in my leg that's left me with a limp. What life was this? I sighed and sat the glass in the sink, promised myself I'd clean it later. After a little deliberation, I opted to lie down on the sofa a while and try to snag a few Z's. But really, the only thing I managed was to stare at the alarm on my phone until 6 in the morning. I packed, showered, shit, shaved. Amen. Upon pulling into the fenced airport and flashing my ID, I parked my car near the hangar and boarded the small plane. After tucking my luggage away in one of the metal cabinets running the length of the floor, I sat next to the pilot and settled in for the flight. Public sector billed pilots, if you don't know this, are some of the most boring people I've ever met in my life. They try and make these guys out to be flashy in movies and TV, but I can tell you right now, sitting next to a government employee while he audibly sips his coffee has to be the least amount of fun I've had in maybe ever. I guess I can't say much, though. After all, I'm one of those boring government employees. With the plane in the air, the chit-chat became idle and formal. We talked about everything from where we've worked to what the weather was like to where we were going. Not the most jovial sort. I sipped my own coffee and looked over the files pertaining to the suspicious activity in the one-horse burg. As it turns out, their hospital was overrun with the little demon children. Full-on quarantine, and they were sending me in. Great. I didn't know how to break it to the Spoon River gang, but I'd never seen anything like this. I was not the messiah they'd been looking for. Some expert you are. Shut up, who asked you? Probably you did, it's your brain. I shook this off and sipped my coffee some more. The pilot, a cheery, hard-jawed young man, glanced over at the open folder on my lap. You spying on me? I asked. The pilot jerked his eyes away and kept them locked ahead. No, sir. I squinted at him. Did you know espionage is the second leading cause of people being flung from airplanes? He swallowed hard and continued staring at the nose of the plane. Keeping my ruse up, I leaned in. Just messing with you, kid. You can untuck your balls. Then I laughed to try to break the tension I'd created. He shifted in his seat. Yes, sir. So you got a good look at it. You ever seen anything like this? Still as a statue, he refused to respond. Come on, I'm not going to tell anyone you've been sneaking a peek. I was told it was confidential, sir. So it is. I closed the folder and leaned back in the cockpit chair. That said, he sputtered. Yeah. No, sir, I have not seen anything like that. Pretty wild stuff, if you ask me. I sighed and grinned. So it is. The rest of the plane ride was uneventful, and I found myself dozing off in the seat, no matter how much I drank on the cooling coffee tucked between my knees. I wasn't going to complain about it. That was probably the first good sleep I'd had in a while, and I think it was mostly due to the deprivation. Upon landing, I booked myself a motel room and began closing my wardrobe into the rickety drawers of the dresser that also served as a TV stand to one of those great big boxy bastards. I wet my hair and combed it in the bathroom mirror. They had a car waiting for me by the time I left my room. Some fellows in fatigues handed off the keys, and I grabbed myself an egg sandwich and a coffee to go at the local diner. I suppose I could always count on a no-name town for the small pleasures of grease and caffeine. Then it was straight to the hospital. I brought my laptop, medical bag, and the takeout coffee along with me. At the information counter, I displayed my badge. Dr. Peter Relish? The security guard pondered over my lacquered grin. He looked like maybe a former police officer. A well-built type with short, buzzed hair and a stern face. As long as you remember that doctors are merely men and women that have given their lives to the most futile pursuit, then yes, I'm Pete, I said, reading the name on the photo ID badge clipped to his shirt. Bert Turner. He handed me my badge after giving me a raised eyebrow and motioned for me to sit in the waiting area while they called one of the physicians from the second floor. I settled down and opened the file again. There were notes linking the Crimson Eye to the local nightshade bushes. I sipped on the coffee while looking over the pictures. Red eyes, sharpened teeth, delusional, erratic behavior. Could be your run-of-the-mill poison, but highly unlikely given the mass infection. The accompanying pictures showed close-ups of a few specimens' eyes, and I paused again, looking at the raised, bright red irises. Quite strange indeed. The poison affects those contaminated with an initial sense of narcissism and euphoria. This is followed by violent outbursts of the infected. What do you think you're doing, huh? You heard me. You really think you can deduce this one, Shirley Locke? I sipped my coffee and flipped through the pages looking for an answer. That's when I heard the cough and looked up. Standing next to the reception desk was a man in scrubs and a surgical mask. His cheeks looked like they could sand down a 2x4. Hey, I said. You the expert? He rubbed his bruised eyes and yawned. He looked as though he might fall over at any moment. Jack of all trades, better than a master of none, I said. He grinned through a frown. I'll take that as a yes. This man was not entirely lucid. Doped. It crossed my mind to ask him if he was the sort of medical professional that liked dipping into his own supply, but ultimately I decided that would be rude. Are you missing your IV drip? Of course not. Shaking that thought, I stood and closed the gap between us, going in for a quick handshake. Shaking hands was akin to a sin in a hospital nowadays, but old habits die hard. I felt his clammy hand in my own and squeezed it, pumping it up and down briskly twice. That close, I could see the twinkle in his eyes. Substance use was a factor there, but signs of long-term abuse were doubtful. Could be nothing more than grief staining this poor man's face. I'm Pete, I said. Jason. He returned the greeting. Would you like to show me the quarantine? He nodded and squirted a couple pumps of hand sanitizer from a nearby dispenser, and I did the same. He then handed me a surgical mask from the nursing station to replace the cheap one they had given me at the reception desk. I followed him down the manila hallway to the elevator. The structure was calm, with the illusion of desertion on the first floor. But as the elevator doors slid open to give way to the second, we were immediately met with children's laughter. It sent an icy finger running straight up my spine. Why so scared? I'm not. You've heard children scream. Why does their laughter bother you? We moved from the elevator and we walked to a dull green door. Jason swiped his ID badge against a card reader and swung the door open. I was confronted with a bustle of human activity all around. Mostly children, but also several nurses and attendees. It seemed as though they'd converted an activity room into an infirmary. We've been bringing the infected here, but we've become overrun very quickly, he said, noticing my observation. Doesn't surprise me. This place wasn't built to hold a contamination this size. It was true, too. The room had possibly 20 beds, aligned along the floor in neat rows, most of them stretchers from the ER. Some children were jumping on their mattresses and giggling. Some were staring into the reflective surfaces of their beds' metal frames, but most of them were strapped down in restraints. Ideally, they would be isolated individually, I said. Do we know yet, is it droplet or contact? Airborne viruses and pathogens were rare, and he hadn't handed me an N95 upon entering the room, I noticed. But this was something new, after all. We were taking a risk just being here, but that's part of the job. He nodded at this, pulling 2 identical plastic face shields and yellow gowns from a nearby cart. ID and 2 separate pathologists confirmed it's not particularly transmissible. Spread through blood-to-blood contact, but not sputum, feces, or urine. Thank God for that. The children do like to bite, though, we found, so be careful. We donned the face shields and moved through the room. I looked over the small bodies of the children restrained in their beds and felt an overwhelming pity for them. So young, so bold, they should be free. Their bright red eyes were darting all around furiously, their limbs thrashing against the leather restraints. Why aren't all the infected strapped? I asked. He looked surprised. They're just kids. I am aware. That doesn't mean we shouldn't be restraining them. This is an outbreak if I've ever seen one. And you have seen one. You cleansed them with fire. I rubbed my temples. It says in my briefing that they grow violent as their condition worsens. Is that true? Jason nodded. The behavior seemed to stem consistently from testing. The children become violent when we try to take their blood or run any diagnostics on them. Even the well-behaved ones with no prior history of violence. I've never seen anything like it. It's almost like... He paused, looking embarrassed. Almost like what? I prodded. It's almost like the virus, or whatever this is, it's almost like it knows what we're trying to do, like it's sentient. But that's crazy. I know that's crazy. Sorry. I haven't slept. That part he didn't need to tell me. Regardless, we don't need little maniacs running amok and making our jobs more difficult. I imagine you'll process this information through the proper channels. He looked as though I'd slapped him across the face. I felt bad. Take me to the most viable candidate for examination. Viable? Yes. You mean take me to the sickest one that's still alive, don't you? I followed him to the corner of the room where a blonde little girl lay strapped to the bed. Her arms were covered in red streaks. This is Sarah. We're hoping you can help her. His voice was in a dream. Did I sense a bit of pleading in his tone? I knelt next to the little girl's bed and withdrew my penlight and a pair of gloves. I pulled down gently on the soft skin below her eye, exposing mucous membranes and allowing me to assess her pupils for Perla. Pupils equal, round, reactive to light and accommodation. Deep red irises met me there, and I clicked my flashlight on. The left pupil was reacting normally, only the color was off. The same in the right eye. Bulging but no bruising. The sclera was crisscrossed with fine, vibrant red veins. I put my hand out for her chart, and Jason passed it to me. He handed me another one as well, explaining it was from the first admitted and furthest progressed patient for comparison. Accelerated heart rate, intermittent violent behavior, initial onset expected to last 3 to 4 days, according to the precise handwriting of Dr. Donovan, who admitted this one. Then BP, heart rate, and respiratory rate drop as the patient enters a coma stage, according to the second chart, belonging to a young boy of about the same age. The doctor's careful handwriting deteriorated, and I wondered for a moment how much sleep the staff had been getting here. Not much. What happened after the coma stage was yet to be seen. These were the facts of her condition so far. I put my stethoscope to the little girl's chest to listen for an apical pulse, moving it with precise and practiced motions to each lobe of her lung. I kept an eye on my watch. Pulse, respiratory rate were low, especially for a child this age. Outlook not so good. I could feel Jason's presence over my shoulder. Yes? I asked. He shifted back, and I could feel him bobbing on the balls of his heels. Nothing. Jason! Yelped a lady doctor in a white coat and blue mask. What are you doing in here? She turned to me. Oh, you must be the expert. Expert? How do you like that? I stood and pocketed my penlight. Don't mind me, I'm just walking among the dead. Jason flinched at this. I grinned solemnly and shook her hand.
Angela,
she said. Pete. I turned back to the little girl in the bed. Chicken legs, scarred knees, slow breathing beneath a pink t-shirt proclaiming that she was in fact a princess. Be good, my liege. Angela scolded Jason and he bolted from the room, fists clenched, shoulders squared with an expression of creased grief. You've seen that look before.
Sorry,
she said, turning to me.
He's, this is his daughter.
She looked at the little girl laid out before us. I shook my head. Poor guy. Worst thing that can happen to one of us, really.
One of us?
She asked. People that try to help. Imagine being a cop whose house was burgled. I leaned over the girl, pressed my fingers into her mouth, and examined the underside of her tongue. She didn't complain. Blisters here, I said. Didn't see anything about that in my briefing.
That's a new development,
she stated, looking over Sarah's chart. I nodded. Swollen red uvula. Not viral, though. Per ID and patho. Strange stuff.
You ever seen anything like this?
She asked. I shook my head and offered what I hoped was a reassuring grin. No. I grabbed my things and pivoted to look Angela straight on. There's been speculation of poison from some of the local flora. Would you happen to have a specimen here for examination? Shaking her head.
No. So far, we're maintaining the affected and keeping them from the public.
Is there a possibility that the townspeople have been infected? En masse? Her composure broke and her shoulders slumped as she ran her fingers through her tangled hair. A sigh.
Possibly. If so, it still seems the only cases we've come across are children. At this point, anything could happen.
At that very moment, the little girl began convulsing. I dropped my bag in a flash and rushed back to her side, attempting to time the seizure on my watch. I prepared to ask Claire for a benzo if it went on for more than a few minutes, but she was already calling over a nearby nurse and giving a verbal order. The girl was gagging and began to choke wetly. Quickly, without even thinking, I removed the strap on her right side to roll her to her left and maintain her airway. That was my thought process. I was not looking forward to having a child choke to death. She shook, her hair flying out. I reached out, attempting to protect her head as it came close to crashing against the side rail. In an instant, it happened, and my entire body was locked in pain. I looked down to see the little girl looking directly into my face, totally sober. Plastered across her small face was a wicked grin. She had the side of my left hand trapped in her clenched jaw. Punch her! Kill her! Knock her teeth out! I took the flat of my hand and swiftly struck her cheek. The teeth unclenched just long enough for me to remove my injured hand. Little gremlin, I hissed. Angela, confused and startled, said,
Holy shit! Let me get you something to clean that.
She rushed away.
I'm not a gremlin,
said Sarah.
I'm a beautiful girl. Don't you like my teeth?
She smiled at me then, exposing those long, sharpened needles stained in my blood. I picked up my things and rushed away, searching for Angela and her promised gauze. The room of children turned in unison to watch me go and began to giggle, together, like a happy hive of bees. I heard the code white announced overhead and practically dropped the medrec I was holding. I shouted for one of the other nurses to cover my patients and ran up the hallway without even waiting for a response. Skipping the elevator, I ran up the stairs 2 and 3 steps at a time. I swiped my access card and entered the hell that was C Unit. The children were jumping up and down on their beds, at least the ones that weren't in restraints. Those ones were thrashing and spitting and kicking against their bonds. All of them were busting a gut as if something hilarious had happened. Their laughter sounded otherworldly and alien. The noise was somehow insectile, like a hive of hornets had just heard a funny joke. My heart skipped a beat when I saw Sarah. Blood was running out of her mouth like a leaky faucet. Had her newly elongated and ultra-sharp teeth cut the inside of her mouth somehow? I realized something else had happened when I saw the expert in the corner of the room running water over his hand from a tap. As I got closer, I saw he'd been bitten. Holy shit, are you okay? I asked as I approached him. The bite looked deep, and water was running off of it from the steady stream of the tap, turning the color of weak Kool-Aid and pooling pink in the bottom of the sink. "Your demon child bit me, Doctor," he said. It hit me that the man had mistaken me for a doctor, and I didn't correct him, despite the fact that I really should have. I also hadn't told him that Sarah was my daughter, thinking he'd be more truthful if he thought me an objective observer. But I was getting the feeling that this man was truthful to a fault. I was certainly not returning the favor, for which I felt slightly guilty. Angela hadn't told him I was a nurse, and I wasn't going to correct his assumptions. With my tall stature and scrubs, people constantly confused me for a doctor, and I was always correcting them. I hadn't lied to him, but I also hadn't challenged his assumptions. If he thought I was a doctor, maybe he would give me more info, I thought. It was a dirty trick and akin to malpractice, but I was past the point of desperate. The Ativan-induced sleep wasn't helping much. It calmed my nerves and made it so I could function, but now I felt drowsy and weak, and worse yet, it felt like I was floating through things in a daze. Despite all that, I wanted to take the other one right now, seeing the mayhem happening all around my daughter. The child who had been playing in the park and scraping her knees just a few days ago. Now she looked like Nosferatu. I shook the thought away and tried to focus on the man in front of me and realized I'd been standing there not saying anything for quite a while. "I'm sorry. It's not her fault. It's this toxin, whatever it is. It's like it was sent to Earth by the devil himself." He looked at me soberly with the water running over his hand. A grin began to spread across his face. What the hell was he smiling about, I wondered. "A toxin, of course, it's a toxin," he said, his eyes darting back and forth, thinking. "The berries on the bush, what color were they?" "Red. They were big, though, almost the size of strawberries. Which isn't what they normally look like. She said it was a candy tree that someone had planted for us. To be honest, I don't remember it being there before, which is a bit strange. But I've had other things on my mind. I haven't even had the chance to dig the damn thing up yet. I see. And the flowers, they were purple, yes?" "Purple, yeah. Why?" "Solanum dulcamera, more commonly known as bittersweet nightshade. Typically less poisonous than its cousins, Atropa belladonna or Hyoscyamus niger, deadly nightshade and stinking nightshade, respectively." He kept going, as if this was all common knowledge. How big of a brain did this bastard actually have, I wondered. As I'm sure you know, scopolamine and hyoscyamine are derived from deadly nightshade. Deadly in big enough doses, causing delirium and hallucinations. Used in the right amount, the toxins can be therapeutic, though. Given as medications, they relieve excess secretions in palliative patients in the case of scopolamine, or to treat bladder spasms and peptic ulcer disease in the case of hyoscyamine. Of course," I said, barely following along. "However, toxins can also cause disease. In the case of botulinum toxin, it causes botulism. I believe in the case of this mutant version of bitter nightshade, it's causing this." He spread his hands out, and we surveyed the mayhem of the room. "Crimson Eye," I said. Angela entered the room carrying several individually wrapped packets of gauze, jugs of saline, and some tape. She gave me a harsh look. "Aren't you supposed to be down in the ER? We need you down there. We got a bunch of newbies working today. Look, I know you're worried about Sarah, but we've got this. Just go." Her tone offered no opportunity for negotiation. I was resigned to my duties and left, sparing a second look at my daughter, who was now giggling and conversing with the jagged-toothed child in the bed next to her. They were talking about horses. Nice, I thought at first. Then I realized they were discussing what horses probably taste like. I worked the rest of my shift and went home exhausted. I couldn't remember such a long day before. It felt like I'd been there for a week. I pulled up to the house and got out of the car. Then heard voices coming from the backyard. It sounded like children. I walked around the side of the house and heard kids laughing and talking. When I got to the backyard, I saw that they were clustered around the nightshade tree. That was what it was now, clearly no longer a bush. It was the size of a pear tree, fully grown. The kids were picking the berries from the tree and filling up baskets and bowls they had brought. Their faces were covered in red juice, and they were giggling and gorging on the bright red berries. "Oh no," I said, running over to them. "Get away from that tree, kids. Those berries are poisonous. Put that down." They ran away, laughing. their grins full of long, needle-sharp teeth when they smiled back at me. I saw now that their eyes were darker crimson red, the whites bloodshot. Their skin looked paler too, and they had dark circles beneath their eyes. I wondered how long they had been eating the berries. If they kept eating them, would they stay out of that coma phase, I pondered to myself. It was a long shot, but these kids looked different than the ones in the hospital. Like they had entered another phase of the illness we hadn't witnessed yet. All of our patients had begged for the berries, pleading, saying they would die without them. Maybe they were right. I realized I had to get back to the hospital. This was a major development. It could change everything. I ran back to my car and turned the key in the ignition. Suddenly it wouldn't turn over. I tried again, then decided to give it a few minutes. I didn't want to flood the engine. Smack! I jumped and looked up to the left to see red juice smeared on the glass window beside me. A child stood there smiling, his hands covered in crimson. I yelled at him and he backed away, the grin never leaving his face. Suddenly the passenger side of my door opened. I recoiled in surprise as Dr. Relish jumped in. "The hell? What are you doing here? Did you follow me home?" I yelled at him, outraged. "I wanted to take a look at that tree in your backyard," he said, unperturbed. "Just as you described it. I saw you chase those kids who came around after I was looking at it. They looked different, didn't they?" I explained my theory, and he said it was mildly interesting and would have to give it more thought. "Listen, I got a hunch," he said. "When I was looking through the background info about this town on my flight, I saw there was a new structure on the outskirts of town, surrounded by barbed wire. Guard stations on the outside, total secrecy. Anything like that ring a bell?" I only had to think about it for a second. There was a place like that nearby. It had sprouted up recently, but I was afraid to say the name of it out loud. People who spoke badly of the company had a way of disappearing. Nearly half the town had vanished practically overnight, but there was always some reason for their departure, a family illness or a job transfer. Even the sheriff and his deputy had disappeared, and nobody knew who was going to replace them. It sounds paranoid, I know, but it's like Proteon Corporation was always listening. There was an unwritten rule in town that you didn't say the name out loud. It was like saying Voldemort. I nodded my head, but said, "No, I can't think of anything like that around here," and made a silencing gesture to Dr. Relish. "Damn," said Peter. "I suppose that's a dead end, then." I turned the radio on full blast. It was on a classic rock station, and the tune currently playing was, ironically, in the chord of the Crimson King. "Look, the place is called Proteon Corporation. They're located just outside of town, north on Highway 6. It sprung up practically overnight, and things have been getting worse in Hollow's End ever since they showed up. There have been rumors about what they're up to, but nothing solid. Still, I have a feeling that they're somehow behind this." "How can you be so sure?" he asked. Not that I disagree. "Look, I'm not sure, but there are rumors around town. People have been going missing. Just a few at first, and more by the day. It would be bigger news if not for this plague. It made it look like people were leaving because of the illness, but I know the disappearances started before that. Some folks say people got hired on by the company and had to sign NDAs, and they have a barracks or some place for employees to sleep, but I'm not convinced. Nobody who's gone over there has ever come back." "Nobody?" he asked, raising his eyebrows. "Not one. And the people they're taking don't exactly fit the bill for them. No offense to the town deputy, but he's a perpetually drunk lunatic who couldn't get a job at a gas station in most towns." "Test subjects," he said. "I've seen something like this before, but never so brazen. Whoever these people are, they must believe themselves to be above the law. And that's a dangerous thing." I nodded. "So what do we do about it?" He thought about this, then answered, "Well, we gather evidence and we bring the guilty to justice. How does that sound, partner?" I only had to think about it for a few seconds. I still didn't trust this guy entirely, but I had to trust my gut. "Anything to save my daughter," I said. "You need backup? I'm your guy." Smack, smack, smack. Red gloop appeared in several spots all over the car windows, more appearing by the second. The berries sounded heavy as they hit the glass. And surrounding our car were almost a dozen children. Their eyes were crimson red with dark circles under them. I locked the doors quickly just as they began pulling on the door handles and pounding on the glass with their tiny fists, smiling all the while.
Have a berry. They're delicious and oh so good for you. I gave one to my mommy and now she smiles just like me. We're baking pies with them and bringing them to the bake sale tonight. Do you want to join us?
The others laughed at this, and I heard a loud pop as one of the car tires deflated. An older boy stood up with a switchblade held in his hand. He walked around to all 4 tires and popped them with his blade. Then walked over to Dr. Relish's car and did the same. Perfect, I thought.
Eat the berries, be like us. Eat the berries, be like us. Eat the berries, be like us.
They chanted softly in unison. People began to emerge from their houses, hearing the commotion. As they approached, I saw their eyes shone red, and their teeth were long and sharp as they gave us neighborly grins. I turned the key in the ignition. It still wouldn't start. I slammed my fist against the dashboard and could feel a pang shoot up my left leg as my heart rate sped. God damn it, I yelled, catching Jason's worried eyes in the driver's seat. My mind immediately went to the gun I kept in my armpit. No luck. I had not brought it with me, but I had also not considered that we would be attacked by bloodthirsty mutants, their faces stained in the red fruit juices as they clambered against the outside of the car. That's when a boy of perhaps 10 lifted a great big, hollow, 2-foot-long metal pipe over his head and destroyed the rearview mirror on my side with one quick swipe. I flinched and was immediately overcome with rage. I wanted to swing the door outward and pummel the child into a pulp. I took a deep breath and turned to Jason. Any ideas? He shook his head and immediately craned away from the window on his door as a rock ricocheted off its clear surface. The glass was splintered, and a grown woman with thin, translucent skin began rubbing her cheek against the spot there, splitting her flesh and concealing the difference between the jam-like substance of the fruit and her own blood. Her red eyes darted around wildly, and the grin below them never changed. Christ, said Jason. Open the doors on 3, I said. Jason nodded. We counted together, nodding to every number. 1, 2, 3. We flung the doors outward, his sending the thin-skinned lady cartwheeling across the grass till she slumped over, lolling her head around in mild confusion. My door contacted the little boy's shoulder, and he stumbled backwards, catching himself in a crouch. As I tried keeping my surroundings in full view, he brandished the pipe at me. He swung it, and I tilted my body out of its reach, feeling the end of it catch on my pant leg. Quickly, without hesitation, I caught the pipe in my right hand and planted my shoe on his chest, ripping it from his frail grasp. He fell and smacked the ground with an audible thud. The little boy did not get back up. No time to worry about that, isn't that right, Petey boy? The throng of red-eyed citizens began screaming out all manner of things. Eat the berries and be like us were distinguishable phrases in between their gnashing teeth and jerking, popping necks. I spun to find my companion caught in a grapple against the side of the vehicle with a wild-haired, red-eyed man. Tendons stood out on the man's neck. Jason's watery, dosed expression from earlier was now sober and lucid as he struggled against the large man's head. The burly man slipped beyond Jason's defenses, and his sausage fingers began pressing into his adversary's throat. "Help!" choked Jason. As neighbors joined the fray, I swung the pipe in broad, sweeping motions, being sure to mind my long-injured left leg. They approached, and as I screamed and swept the pipe out at them, they stepped back to watch, some of them with their tongues twisting against their bared teeth, until the postulous sacks gave way and thick yellow ran down their chins. I rounded the car, cursing them and keeping them at pipe's length. I pivoted and without hesitation brought the metal against the burly man's head. He dropped to the ground and Jason massaged his pink neck. He gagged and spit, then clenched his fists, nodding to his approaching neighbors. I turned my attention back to the gathering horde. "My house," said Jason, slowly stepping backwards while keeping his eyes on the mad, crimson crowd. I took one more swing to keep a healthy distance between us and the crowd. There were at least 20 of them now, and I could feel my heart sink upon the realization that most of them were children. To be sure, there were adults among them, but the bulk was made up of little children, some grinning, some tossing stones or berries at us, the berries sometimes splattering across the ground, leaving vibrant marks. We ducked into Jason's house through the front door, and as he went to slam it behind us, the rabid face of a thin-skinned woman slipped in between the crack, refusing the pressure he applied there. He reared his leg back and swung it forward like a pendulum, and his foot crunched her jaw as she disappeared, and the door clapped shut in its frame. He locked the door and pressed his back against the cool metal surface, chest heaving as the sound of claws and fists resounded from the other side. It was dark in the home, and he flicked on a light, moving to the kitchen and grabbing a cleaver from the knife block.
"That was Mrs. Jensen," he muttered. "She's part of the neighborhood watch."
Jason shook his head.
"This is officially bananas."
Indeed. A pair of beet red eyes leered in through the kitchen window. I moved to draw the curtains closed. Tapping against the window followed, and I blocked the sound out.
"I know these people," said Jason. "They're nice people," he insisted.
I nodded along sympathetically. "They did try to kill you." He swept his fingers through his hair.
"This is my life."
He paced in electric steps.
"Jesus, do you think I hurt her?"
"If you hadn't, she would have hurt you." I paused. Or worse. It was the all-too-familiar conversation I'd given to rookies in the field, but this man didn't sign up for this. Normally, I'd have no sympathy in this conversation, but looking at his pained expression, I silently nodded along as he continued. "Get your shit together, kiddo. You think this is rough? You should have been there in 07. I shook these thoughts from my mind. "This is the work of Proteon. No doubt in my mind anymore." He spoke as I took up a stool and leaned over the island counter. "Jason." He stopped his pacing and turned to face me full on. "Look, you need to relax. Just focus on your breathing." I closed my eyes and inhaled, then exhaled to show him I was calm. "You're not calm. You're losing your mind." "Yes. We need to keep our wits about us." He closed his eyes too. In, out.
"All right."
His voice was steadier. "These windows and doors will not hang on for long. We may have less than a minute. They will get in." I laid the pipe on the counter momentarily and checked the bandage on my hand, making sure it had not slipped in the scuffle. "Do you own a gun?" I asked. Jason's eyes bulged on the verge of explosion at the question.
"Do you think we'll need something like that?"
"Yes." He shook his head.
Yeah, I have a gun. Dad gave it to me years ago. I never thought I'd need it."
His pacing took hold again.
"Jesus."
"Get the gun," I commanded. He stopped dead in his tracks, shifted to give me a look I couldn't quite catch. Then he disappeared down the hallway, returning with an old shoebox. He sat the box on the island counter and removed the top, exposing a 9mm pistol loosely wrapped in an old rag. I lifted it from the box by the handle with my forefinger and thumb. After looking down the small sight and checking the clip, I handed it to them, and he fumbled with it.
"You're the expert,"
he protested. "It's your gun." I shook my head.
"I can't."
"What you mean is, I can't shoot someone I know." I lifted the pipe off the counter and scanned the windows in the room. "But you will if you need to, believe me." I withdrew my phone from my pocket and dialed the emergency number, leaving Jason to stammer on the revelation that he may indeed need to murder another person if push came to shove. The line was dead. Fantastic. I followed this with a call to my supervisor. The gruff voice picked up after the first ring. "Yes, Relish?" "We got a big problem, boss."
"So I've heard. That's why we sent you."
"I am aware, sir." I swallowed hard. Things are not what they initially seemed.
"This is on you, Relish. You need to figure this out on your own."
I could scarcely hear the exhale of cigar smoke on the other end of the line.
"It's a ghost operation, for Christ's sake. You know that better than anyone. Figure it out. Remember, you are not there to cure the Crimson Eye. Observe, report. Once you have found the source of the outbreak, you call on the big guns."
I wonder what he means by big guns. Any idea, Mr. Expert? Some napalm? Maybe a thermonuclear explosion? I grit my teeth. Yes, sir. The line clicked dead, and I deposited the phone into my pocket with a sigh. Who's that? Asked Jason, raising an eyebrow. My boss, I said. We're on our own. The squeals of the crimson fiends beyond the door could be heard gargling straight through to the pit of my stomach. It made me sick. They were pounding against the door hard, and I saw it quivering in its frame. Jason held the pistol with both hands like a bad movie cop. Only he was shaken. Suddenly the door burst open, the latch broken and splinters flying everywhere. A window smashed a second later. The red-eyed monsters flooded in, clawing over their fallen comrades in a mess of limbs. I swung the pipe, and Jason reserved the gun as we bolted through the bodies, pushing through them and scrambling toward the exit. I cannot translate how difficult it is to step over prone, aggressive bodies. Covered in scratches, I found myself on the edge of the lawn near the mailbox. My muscles screaming in pain, the shrapnel in my leg threatening to put me down. I wiped my brow and spun around in a panic, searching for Jason. There he was, attempting to pull himself from the tangle of screaming arms. Shoot! I screamed, steadily walking back and keeping my distance. Shoot them, damn it! I can't! A little girl clung to his back, and a young teenager in a beanie had both of his legs fixed in place in a tight bear hug. Shoot them! I stepped forward and clanged the pipe against the solid head of a small, indeterminate teenager wearing a sun visor. Jason struggled with the little girl on his back, twisting his torso to swing her loose. I watched. His eyes cleared, and he reached over his shoulder to grab the girl by the hair and throw her off of him. Then he kicked the boy from his legs, kneeing him hard in the jaw. I heard the gun go off, but didn't see who caught the bullet. There were too many of them. We ran the length of the street in a wild blur, Jason pointing the gun at any threatening red-eyed menaces, hushing beneath our footfalls. Fuck, 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 fuck. He shook his head as we stopped to catch our breaths. She was one of Sarah's friends. It gets easier, I said. I don't want it to. He eyed me up and down while holding his side. You could have helped me, you bastard. Maybe I am. But I want you to be ready for what may come. These are not your neighbors anymore. We may need to kill a few of them. Maybe even more than a few. He stepped forward and shoved me. I took it. You're fucking insane. What if we can cure them? He sure has your ticket, doesn't he? Let's go, I said. There will be more. We continued running until we came upon a car driving toward us. Get in, get in! The wheels barely stopped rolling, and I struggled to climb into the car as a growing horde of rampaging neighbors clawed at me and pulled on my clothing. I kicked them away and elbowed them in their faces as I heard teeth snapping inches from my face. I jumped into the back, breathing heavily, full of terror and adrenaline. We had survived, but it had not been a sure thing. We were both covered in deep scratches and bite marks that we would need to thoroughly disinfect ASAP. The car door was still hanging open as the vehicle picked up speed, and I felt a wave of nausea as I watched the pavement turn into a blur below me. I yanked the car door closed and tried to catch my breath. The woman hit the gas pedal, and my stomach lurched again as I was thrown backwards in my seat from the sudden acceleration. Hurriedly putting my seatbelt on, I watched with admiration as she took corners far too quickly, causing the tires of the little economy car to squeal and leave tracks of rubber on the road behind us. I realized I recognized the woman, but couldn't place from where. Hopefully this wasn't a mistake. Getting into cars with strangers is rarely a good idea, especially in Hollow's End. But I figured this was a good time to make an exception. She looked back in the rearview mirror and must have seen the distrust in my eyes. I'm Sandy, she said. Looked like you guys needed some help back there. Thought I would try and be a good neighbor. She was gripping the steering wheel tightly. Well, thank you, Sandy, said Dr. Relish. I can't tell you how much we appreciate that. He reached out discreetly with his right hand and motioned with a wave of his fingers at me. I couldn't figure out what he wanted at first. Then I felt the weight of the gun in my hand and figured it out. I handed it to him discreetly. He took it out and immediately held it up to our Savior's temple. "Now how about you tell us who you really are?" he said. She fumbled for a few moments, sputtering something about how it was true, but Relish kept my gun firmly pressed against her temple. "Fine," she said. "I was going to tell you eventually. I just wanted to make sure you were really on my side." "Which side is that?" I asked. "The side trying to take down Proteon Corporation." She looked back at me in the mirror to gauge my reaction, then seemed to brace herself for a bullet. Relish lowered the weapon, but kept it handy. "This is why you're here, right? I saw you show up at the hospital and overheard you talking in the isolation ward. You're not really a doctor, are you?" I almost blurted out that it was true, then realized she was talking to Relish. "Actually, I have more than one doctorate, my dear woman. The first one I received was from Harvard in the field of medicine. Now back to you. How do we know you're telling the truth?" asked Relish. "That you're not just saying what you think we want to hear." She glanced back at me in the rearview mirror again, and suddenly I remembered why her face looked familiar. The eyes, at least. The rest of her features had been covered by the mandatory mask given to visitors upon entering the hospital. "I remember you from the isolation unit. You were visiting someone." "My sister," she said, lowering her head. "The virus took her. She's in a coma." "I'm so sorry," I told her quietly. People all around us were sick and dying, I realized. It was only a matter of time before this plague wiped out the whole town. "There's another reason, too." She waited a few moments, then took a deep breath like she was gathering her courage. "I work for those bastards," she told us. I saw Relish's hand twitch on the pistol, but it stayed where it was. "I thought we were saving the world. Turns out they're worse than I could have imagined. Helping people is not one of their priorities. It's not even on the list." So turncoat, eh?" Relish asked. "I suppose you could say that. I'm a lab assistant there. It took me a while to figure out what they were really up to. They put up a good front. I'm sure you've seen the ads for the charity projects and research they claim will cure humanity's ails. Well, I dug through a bunch of their research documents one night after hours, and guess what I found? A buried trial where they had done unauthorized human testing with a new substance. Something created using modified toxins from mutated nightshade plants. But the side effects were worse than they could have imagined. Permanent personality changes, red hyperpigmentation of the eyes, and even worse, unnatural cravings for human flesh. I think they wanted to sell it as a biological weapon to the military. Not necessarily our military either. Whichever one turned out to be the highest bidder. So they knew what this would cause, and they still planted those trees all over town? Now they're going to sell this shit to North Korea or some terrorist state? These guys are war criminals, that's what they are. Worse than that, fucking monsters. "You still haven't answered my question," said Relish stubbornly. "How do we know you're not just telling us what we want to hear?" I realized he was right. She had distracted me. She hadn't proven a thing, but I was now so angry I was ignoring that fact. "I don't know how else to convince you, but I can help you get in there if that's what you want. There has to be some way to stop them. They're going to kill a lot of people at this rate." We sat in silence for a moment. Relish appeared to be deep in thought. "Okay, let's presume for a minute you're telling the truth. You can get us in there. How?" The expert was eyeing her intently. "Same way I always get in, through the front gate," she said. Relish glanced over to me. I shrugged. He was the expert. I figured I would trust his judgment. "All right, Sandy. We'll trust you for the time being. I have a great deal of expertise in reading people, and if my instincts and training are right, you're telling us the truth. If I'm wrong, then we're probably dead anyways, and we just don't know it yet. So let's go have a chat with your boss." Relish relaxed a bit in his seat, and I followed suit. We drove down streets full of madness. On the side of the road, I saw people I knew doing the strangest, most horrifying things. A mailman was chasing a guy down the street. They were running at full speed, and I saw him tackle the guy as he turned a corner. They both went flying and ended up on the ground. Several other men and women with red eyes came running and held the poor man down as the mailman proceeded to regurgitate red berry juice into his mouth like a bird feeding its young. He brought up a liquid goop colored bright red as the man screamed and the others pried his mouth open. The mailman vomited red liquid into the guy's mouth as he tried to scream and instead make gurgling, choking sounds. "Holy fucking shit," I said. "What is going on in Hollow's End? This is making that monkey paw incident look like small potatoes." Relish looked over at me quizzically. "Never mind," I said. "We took care of it, that's all that matters. I think we can take care of this too. If there's one thing I've learned in this town, it's you can count on your neighbors. As long as their eyes aren't glowing red like a fucking demon, am I right?" We finally caught sight of the giant building, which loomed far off in the distance, down a long gravel driveway.
"There's some blankets in the back. You guys need to stay hidden when we go through the gate, okay? I'll sneak you in through the receiving entrance, but the guards can't see you or they won't let me in."
The two of us followed her orders, and she proceeded up to the front gate of the building. From a distance, I had seen a heavy-duty guard post, which resembled something from a military base. There were armored guards everywhere, and the entire compound was enclosed by a 20-foot-tall chain-link fence. The entire facility had sprung up practically overnight, an indication of the power and resources which Proteon Corp commanded. "Identification, miss? Oh, I didn't realize it was you, sorry. You must have gone out while I was on break. It's okay, you don't need to show your ID, Carrie, it's all good." My blood ran cold at the casual nature of the guard's interaction with her. This woman was a high-ranking person in the company, judging by the way they catered to her and acted extra nice to her. And worse yet, they addressed her by a different name. If she was lying about something as basic as that, what else wasn't she telling us? It occurred to me suddenly how vulnerable we were, trapped in the back of this woman's car as she rolled into Proteon Corp's massive industrial complex. Dr. Relish suddenly had the gun out again, and he whispered urgently at the woman. "How much of what you told us is a lie?" he demanded.
"Only enough to get you to agree to come with me. I'm on your side, okay? I promise. It'll all make sense soon enough. You might not believe me now, but you will. And either way, you don't really have a choice anymore."
She was right about that much, I thought to myself as Relish covered us with a blanket again. There were more guards up ahead. They were everywhere. And we were stuck with this strange, deceitful woman completely at her mercy.
"You guys have to trust me. I'll explain everything afterwards,"
the woman driving the car said. Was her name Carrie? That was how the guard had addressed her, so I figured that was probably her real name, but later I would find out that that wasn't right either. "Like you said, we really don't have a choice," Relish muttered, barely heard beneath the music in the car, which had been constantly playing. The woman was acting like a member of the Resistance, playing music to cover up our voices from potential listening devices like a seasoned spy. The heavy, loud music had been consistent since we'd met her. She'd only cut it off for the guards at the booth.
"Okay, here we go. I'm gonna have to act like you're my prisoners. It's the only way this is gonna work. Put these on," she said, tossing 2 sets of handcuffs back at us. "You really expect us to—" I started, but then heard the click of the steel bracelets as Relish put his wrists in the cuffs. He nodded at me to do the same. "Oh, this is fucking nuts," I said, but followed his lead. "I hope you know what you're doing, Doc." Relish looked at me quizzically, and I realized I had just let my guys down. Most doctors don't refer to each other as Doc. Otherwise, it would get redundant. Every conversation would be, "Hey, Doc. What's up, Doc?" And it would just sound ridiculous and Bugs Bunny-esque. I knew this from practice in the hospital, and realized my mistake as soon as the word slipped out of my mouth. This man was smart. Nothing would get past him. I looked down at my shoes and felt my face turning red as he stared at me, probably now realizing that everyone in the car with him was a liar. My thoughts drifted back to the place where we'd met, at the hospital, where I hadn't outright told him I was a doctor, but I also hadn't refuted it when he'd called me one. I wanted to get the inside scoop about my daughter and her condition. My daughter. In the midst of all this, she was still back at the hospital, getting worse and worse by the second, turning into one of those things, maybe permanently. This place, Proteon Corp, had the answers. Even if this woman was a liar, and even if I had to tear this whole place down with my bare hands, I would find the antidote. Whatever I needed to do, I would do it. I reminded myself that what we were looking for was surely inside this building. Okay, here goes,
the woman said, opening her car door and stepping out. She opened the back of the car and led us towards the entrance. 2 guards were flanking the enormous steel doors, but they didn't even question her as she entered, instead rushing to hold the sliding doors open for her. Inside, the place was clean and white, high-tech and polished. It looked like a spaceship's interior or some other place from the distant future. The hallways were crowded with people, and I realized there were thousands of them working in this complex. There might have been more employees in this building than there were citizens in Hollow's End. Signs indicated which way to go to reach whatever section of the complex you were looking for. Everything was clearly labeled, and Carrie led us down hallway after hallway until we finally reached a section called Holding and Containment. A retinal scan was required as we went deeper into this department, and then another and another, until we finally reached an enormous room with about a dozen guards stationed on all exits. Blue force fields were separating us from what appeared to be people. Citizens of Hollow's End. They were holding them prisoner here, and I recognized more than one of them. I saw the sheriff of Hollow's End looking dejected and angry in one cell. There were several notable town residents in other holding cells, including Frank and the butcher, Muriel and Jay, the delivery people, and dozens of others. I need all guards to clear the room now, Carrie said with authority. I expected some resistance to her request, but there was none. All the guards cleared out within 10 seconds, not one of them questioning her. As we followed Carrie deeper into the room, I noticed someone else was entering at the same time from the far door. The 2 women didn't notice each other at first, as they were both focused intently on other things. But then they walked right into each other and stumbled backwards in surprise. Carrie and this other woman were twins, I realized. They looked identical. Everything down to their hair and outfit, their ID badge, and... The other woman jumped backwards in surprise, fumbling her tablet and dropping it to the floor. She sputtered something, squinting her eyes and looking as if she were lost in a daydream. But the Carrie we had entered with didn't look shocked or surprised. Instead, she looked angry. The Carrie who had brought us there suddenly attacked the other woman, knocking her to the ground. Then she pulled out a gun from her purse and held it to the woman's head. Hey, bitch. Meet your evil twin. And this evil twin won't hesitate to put a bullet in your brain. The other woman struggled to buck her off, but when she loaded a bullet in the chamber, that settled her down. What the fuck do you want? She spat. Simple. You're gonna let everyone go, right now. And then you're gonna take us to wherever you keep the antidote for that nightshade virus. The hell I am, the woman started, but then she received a pistol whip to the side of her face. She spat up blood and broken teeth. The only reason I'm not hitting you harder is because I need you conscious. Now, are you going to let my friends out of those cages, or do you want another? The woman laughed through her split, bloody lips. Anything you could do to me is nothing compared to what he would do. You'll have to fucking kill me, bitch. Our Carrie hesitated for a second, but then brought the butt of the gun down on the woman's temple with a loud crack, knocking her unconscious. Fuck. Alright, this is going to be a lot harder without her help. But I didn't really think she was going to go for that anyways, the woman said, standing up and walking to the nearest retinal scanner. Alright, Sheriff. I'm going to let you out, but I need you to not attack me. It goes without saying, I'm not the same woman who kidnapped you. I just look like her. The sheriff nodded from inside his high-tech prison. Well, if you're not her and you're not her evil twin, who the hell are you? The woman said something under her breath that I couldn't hear, and the sheriff's eyes widened. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. I'll take your word for it, Joy. What the hell were you thinking? Look, I know you must have been worried, but those things aren't safe. We're gonna have even more problems to deal with after this is all done. We'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it, Sheriff. I need to save my boy. Even if he is a drunken, troublesome, ungrateful narcoleptic. She put her face up to the retinal scanner, and the blue force field disappeared. The sheriff stepped out, and another man emerged as well. The other 3 people in that cage were not exactly people, per se, and Dr. Relish noticed this immediately. I waited for him to mention something about the fact that half of the town residents were abnormal, looking like monsters, dogmen, aliens, and other creatures that would terrify most people. But this man didn't look scared. In fact, Dr. Relish looked very calm about the whole thing. What? You think I didn't know about this place's history? Relish asked. We know all about Hollow's End at the agency. Normally we don't interfere with your business, but this plague could have gotten out and spread to the rest of the country if we didn't do something. Plague? The sheriff asked, looking scared. Yeah, it's not looking good. I'm Jason, by the way. I don't know if we've ever officially met. I work at the hospital. I'm an ER nurse. A couple weeks back, we started seeing cases mostly affecting the children around town. Now we all know they're stemming from these mutated nightshade trees this company's been planting all over town. They grow these berries that turn the children who eat them into monsters. My own daughter looks like a goddamn ghoul. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Why would anyone do something like that? Dr. Relish looked exhausted as he explained. People in this world don't need a reason to do horrible, inhuman things anymore, Sheriff. I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you, but people release toxic gas in subway systems. They blow up charity events with explosives. They slaughter innocents while they sleep. I've seen things far worse than even this, and I will see worse still, I have no doubt. I saw Frank looking like he was hanging on by a thread in one of the cages. The giant blue monster was tough, but even he was at his limits. We gotta get the rest of them out. Maybe they can help us. The woman who I had thought was named Sandy, then Carrie, and now I had learned was actually named Joy, went to each of the cages and let out all of the town residents using the retinal scanners. Somehow she had managed to change her likeness to that woman who she had knocked unconscious, and it was such an effective deception that it even fooled these high-tech retinal scanners. Almost as if she weren't just disguised to look like the woman, but had actually become her. I noticed many town residents were still missing, including several beloved folks from Hollow's End who I had come to know as friends. Randy, the deputy, was notably missing from the flock. Everyone around town knew and loved Randy, even if he was a drunken miscreant. Where are they keeping everyone else? Joy asked. I've got a plan on how to get rid of this place, to fix everything. Something that will turn this building into a pile of rubble. But we gotta get everyone from town out of here first. Sheriff Parsons? Where's Randy? Where the hell is my boy? The man looked at her with tears in his eyes, but didn't have an answer, and shook his head. I'm not sure. They've taken people from here, and some of them they never brought back, including Randy. He might be... There was an uncomfortable silence as he decided how to finish the sentence, before he gave up and shook his head, staring at the ground. No, he can't be... The sheriff looked around, his eyes welling up with tears. They always take them out through that door, he said, pointing at one to our right. We can go look, but as soon as we step out of this room, there's going to be guards everywhere. They'll know we're trying to escape. It doesn't matter, we have to try. The captured residents of Hollow's End stood assembled behind us like an army going to war. And in a way, we were. We were going to have to fight our way out of this place. Joy put her face up to the retinal scanner, and I watched as the doors opened. I had expected to see another high-tech corridor filled with guards and employees, but I was not actually expecting what we saw. The crowd of us stepped through the doorway into an open outdoor area that looked very much like an orchard. But instead of apple trees, they were growing the mutated nightshade trees. They surrounded us on all sides as we emerged into the open air, and immediately I saw people who were with us reaching for the berries to grab them. They must have been hungry, and were immediately tempted by the sweet, delicious smell. Don't touch them, I shouted, and everyone froze. They'll turn you into something else, something horrible. These berries are evil, they're worse than poison. He's right, said Dr. Relish. These berries are the cause of the plague affecting your town, and could wipe out the entire country if we're not careful. We need to stop these people before they do any more harm. Who is that? Mark from Earth, an alien who worked at the grocery store, said, and I looked up ahead to see a man standing in the orchard of nightshade trees, about 100 yards away. The group of us slowly walked toward him, as if drawn to him. As we got closer, I realized who he was. Even before he spoke, I knew it was him. This was the man responsible for our pain and suffering. The CEO of this demented megacorporation. He was smiling as we approached and slowly clapping his hands together in a sarcastic way. "Well done," he said as we got within 10 feet of him. "You managed to free your friends. How you did it, I'll never know. Just kidding, I have a pretty good idea. Did you bring it with you, Joy? How many wishes do you have left? 1? 2? Better consider carefully what you want to do with them." I was standing the closest and felt the blood surging to my temples. My fists clenched, my forehead throbbing with a pulsing vein. I had no idea what the man was talking about, but it would become clear enough soon. "Where's my son?" the woman asked from beside me. "Tell me now and I won't kill you." The man sucked his teeth at her and sighed. "Oh, you couldn't kill me if you tried, dear woman. But of course, I'll give you back your son and all of your other friends. They've been here all along, roaming the orchard. Oh, you know what? I just realized I forgot to feed them. They've been out here this whole time, with nothing to eat. Just the enticing smell of those berries, which they vowed to avoid. Let's see how many of them managed to follow through, when their bellies began to rumble." A whistling sound rose up from all around, and I looked to see the figures rising from the ground, as if they had been lying in wait this whole time. They looked familiar, and I recognized Randy, the sheriff's deputy, right away. He had his distinctive uniform on, and his face was smeared red with berry juice. His eyes had turned crimson, and he was emitting a low growl as he stalked toward us like a predator. "Randy, what the fuck did you do to my son? You bastard, I'll kill you." Joy ran towards the CEO, and I had no doubt she would have murdered him with her bare hands, if he had actually been standing there. The hologram flickered and reappeared as Joy ran through it, stumbling and landing in the grass on her face. The image had looked flawless, so real that there was no way to discern it from a real person. But it was fake. The real CEO of this hellish company was probably far away, in New York or LA, maybe a beach in Cancun or another dimension for all I knew. And the worst part of it was he'd gotten us again. He'd lured us to the very center of this orchard, and now we were surrounded by our fellow town residents turned monsters. And not the fun kind of monsters you can watch football with and have a Sunday barbecue either. And I'm sorry, if you're new to Hollow's End and maybe you were surprised to find out that many of our residents are in fact creatures of the night that are not human. But rest assured, we all get along on most occasions. However, when those same creatures have been turned into bloodthirsty mutants, with glowing red eyes due to genetically modified nightshade berries, all bets are off. Suddenly your friendly neighborhood werewolf isn't so friendly anymore. Instead, he's trying to tear your throat out, even in his human form. Monsters of all shapes and sizes came at us from every direction, as that asshole CEO laughed at us from 1,000 miles away. "I've got some business to attend to now. I'll leave you all for the family reunion. Ta-ta." I was suddenly knocked flat on my back by a snarling woman. She pinned my arms down, and no matter how hard I fought against her, I couldn't get her off of me. My face was pressed down into the dirt and grass, and she grabbed my head to twist it painfully around. I turned at an unnatural angle, and I heard a pop and a crack, and felt a lightning bolt of pain shoot through my neck. Then she was in my face with her red eyes blazing like fire, and she was bringing something up, trying to regurgitate that red shit into my mouth like a bird feeding its young, like that mailman I'd seen being attacked on the street. She was going to turn me into one of them. Suddenly I realized we'd fucked up. We were going to die here. Even though we'd come this far and the plan had been successful up until now, we had made a fatal mistake and now we were doomed. The other town residents all around me were engaged in melee combat, fighting off attackers with their bare hands. Brothers fighting brothers, neighbors punching neighbors, aliens fighting aliens, and mother at son at each other's throats. I looked to see Joy was being attacked by her own son, as she shouted at him and screamed, telling him who she was. His eyes didn't falter, and he didn't relent for a second as he held her down, pinning her to the ground. She was struggling for something in her purse, and after a few moments she managed to pull it out. It was the decapitated paw of a monkey.
I wish those mutated nightshade trees never existed,
she shouted, and one of the 3 raised fingers on the monkey paw curled inwards. In a split second, everything changed. All around us, the town residents who had been attacking stopped. Their eyes began to clear and return to their normal color. The nightshade trees were gone in the blink of an eye, as if they had never existed. In their place was untouched grass below and open air above. I couldn't believe it had been that simple, but at the same time I knew it wouldn't be. The wishes granted by the monkey paw were always tainted and evil. Still, it seemed that for now we were winning. 2 wishes left.
I wish for this building surrounding us to be turned into harmless dust,
Joy yelled into the open air of the field. She had clearly given the wishes a lot of thought, and I hoped it would work without any repercussions. Suddenly, the complex around us turned to dust. It billowed away into the air and floated off into the sky. I was even more stunned when all of the employees fell into the open space where the building's basement and foundation had previously been. I heard thousands of bones crack at the same time, in a horrifying noise that is indescribable and will be etched in my mind forever. Many people were screaming in agony from the empty foundations, but I had comfort knowing that none of them were residents of Hollow's End. We'd rescued all the prisoners, and the rest of the town residents had been out in the orchard courtyard at the center of the building. We were all safely on solid ground, the one place where we could have been spared a deadly drop into the basement. "Damn smart wishing, Joy," the sheriff said, smiling. "One left. Now, the best bet's probably not to use it. Those wishes are always dangerous. They come back to bite you."
"Mom?"
Randy, the sheriff's deputy, said with tears in his eyes.
"Is that really you?" "It's me, son. You're safe now."
The 2 of them embraced, and it made me think of my own daughter, still in the hospital. I imagined her eyes clearing up and her smile no longer being full of sharp, jagged teeth. I pictured her normal again.
"Thank you," I said to her. "I can't thank you enough for saving my daughter. She's going to be normal now, thanks to you."
I couldn't wait to get back to the hospital and see her with my own eyes, to confirm what I already knew to be true.
"Only one thing left to do,"
Joy said, pulling back from her hug with Randy.
"We need to make sure that man never hurts another living soul. And I think I ought to put these people out of their misery."
She held up the monkey paw to make one final wish.
"I wish that every employee of Proteon Corporation dies a painless death right now."
The last finger curled inward, and the howls of agony from the injured employees abruptly ceased. And then, Joy collapsed to the ground.
"What the fuck?"
Randy shouted, getting down on his knees to help her.
"What happened? What did you do, Mama?"
The woman didn't respond. She lay on the ground, no longer breathing, her eyes wide open and pupils fixed. It seemed that Joy had made 3 very good wishes and 1 very bad one. She had wished to not only change her appearance into a Proteon employee, but to become one, and that had been her demise. Randy wept as he held her in his arms, and several of us carried her limp body away from that place. A crowd of hundreds marched back towards town to be rejoined with their families, to reunite with loved ones. But some, like Randy, were not so lucky. The number of dead would only go up over the coming days, as those who were never returned were written off as lost. When I got back to the hospital, the differences were immediately obvious. Children who had been red-eyed monsters were being unstrapped from beds by nurses who were crying and apologizing. The kids were hugging their parents and talking like themselves again. Their teeth were back to their normal length and shape, and they no longer seemed evil and deadly. My eyes scanned the ER for my daughter as I ran through it towards the isolation room. I pushed through a crowd in one hallway and heard them shouting angrily after me, but I didn't care. Sprinting, I pushed open one door after the next, wishing that the hallways were shorter as I finally got near my destination. Of course, my swipe card was back at home in my car, I realized. I felt my pockets for it, and when I couldn't find it, I began to bang against the glass window on the door of the isolation room with my fists, my eyes scanning desperately for my daughter. Finally, someone opened it and I burst inside, running past them without a word of thank you. I just needed to see my daughter. I just needed to see...
Daddy?
My throat became tight as I heard her voice and turned to look at her. Too scared now of what I might see, but unable to look away.
Sarah?
I asked. And she nodded. It was her. It was really her again. Her eyes were the same blue they'd always been, her smile the normal one again. I embraced her fiercely, squeezing her so tightly I had to stop myself, afraid I might hurt her.
What happened, Daddy? I don't remember anything except... The last thing I remember was eating the berry from the tree in the backyard. I'm sorry, Daddy. I shouldn't have eaten it. I'll never do it again.
It's okay, I said, crying and squeezing her tightly.
Everything's gonna be okay now.
I'm gonna chop down that tree the second we get home, baby. Don't you worry, everything's gonna be all right now. Of course, I didn't have to chop down the tree, as I should have known. It was gone, the same as the rest of them. Every mutated nightshade tree in Hollow's End was now gone. Disappeared as if it had never existed. Still, as I looked at the empty place where it had been growing in the backyard, I couldn't help but think of that monkey paw, and the tainted wishes it would surely give, just like before. I hadn't been there personally, but I'd heard the story from Randy at the local pub a week or two after it had all gone down. Randy. That made me think about him again and his poor mother, Joy. She had sacrificed herself to save us, to save the whole town. And I hadn't even had the chance to thank her. Of course, I would find out soon enough that I could thank her myself in person. Randy sat in the motel room with tears in his eyes, sipping a glass of bourbon. He surveyed the empty room with its messy desk and old furniture, and he could have sworn he could still smell his mother. Could still hear her voice as if being spoken softly from just outside.
If you can't afford the room, then piss off, hipsters.
It was really strange. He could have sworn he heard her voice in his mind, speaking eloquently and peacefully as always.
Up yours!
That was when he realized he really could hear her voice. Just outside the office door.
Mom?
He stepped outside and there she was, chasing off a bunch of young people wearing black fedoras driving mopeds. More supernatural tourists, probably.
Mama!
He said again, this time on the other side of the office door where she could actually hear him.
You're alive! How are you alive?
They ran to each other and embraced, and Joy explained everything.
The monkey paw, obviously. Did you notice there were 2 wishes missing? 2 lowered fingers? Oh. My first wish was to create an exact duplicate of myself, a doppelganger. She was just as emotionally attached to you as me, meaning she would be happy to volunteer. Then I used another wish to transform her into that Sandy woman who came into the motel recently, once I realized she was working for that company.
He hugged her again.
You're a genius, Mama. I don't know how you did it, but you did.
Joy didn't look convinced.
I wish I had your confidence, son. I'm still not sure I did the right thing. I needed to get you back, and I did everything I could to think of wishes that wouldn't come back as curses, but you know how those things work. I think we might have bitten off more than we can chew, using up all those cursed monkey paw wishes. We could be in a lot of trouble.
Randy scoffed.
Aw, come on, Mama. You sound just like Sheriff Parsons. Quit worrying so much. I'm sure everything's gonna be just fine.
And as a dark, purple cloud rolled in slowly from the distance, booming and brimming with green thunder and lightning, Randy actually believed that that might be true. Hey everybody, it's me again, Jay the delivery guy. If you're not familiar with me, or maybe you forgot, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. See, I'm not your ordinary sort of delivery guy. I don't work for Uber Eats, Skip the Dishes, or DoorDash. I deliver food, beer, liquor, cigarettes, and just about anything else you can think of to the citizens of Hollow's End, provided you can pay cash on delivery, and you're not on our list of offenders. And when I say we'll deliver anything, I mean anything. Once I delivered a muffler. Another young customer paid cash to bring their school homework to someone, probably for the purposes of cheating. And those are just the tamest examples I can think of. Don't ask about the albino crocodile. May he rest in pieces. I've been accused of being ethically dubious. Well, one kid, who probably played way too much D&D, insisted on labeling me as chaotic neutral. In short, I do my best not to break the law. Unless I'm tricked into it. And that happens semi-frequently. I try to avoid the black market, but sometimes you just can't help it. It's right there off Main Street, and it's a killer shortcut. I used to work for a real low-life scumsucker named Doc, who had a monopoly in this business, and acted like a complete Scrooge, paying a measly $2 per delivery. But now it's just me and my grandma Muriel running the show, since that one time Doc tried to kill us and we had to take the son of a bitch out for good. We're the only delivery service in town now, here in Hollow's End, and if you want to get something delivered to your door from us, you have to abide by the rules. Not trying to kill us being first on the list. Rule number 2 is just as obvious, and I've already mentioned it. You need to have cash. Don't expect to pay with debit or credit, because if you do, you're going to be disappointed. We don't even have a machine. Rule number 3 is less obvious, unless you happen to live in Hollow's End, or if you know about the horrifying shit that goes down here. No deliveries to subterraneans. If you're not familiar with those guys, you're better off. But basically they're an underground cult who worship ancient oversized millipedes. We've had run-ins with them in the past, more than once, and that's why they've been blackballed for life, despite the fact that they're phenomenal tippers. The subterraneans, not the millipedes. Apparently some horrible shit involving them happened to me once as a child, but my grandma refuses to tell me any more about it, and my memory has blocked it out entirely like a trauma my brain has buried. But I do remember when they tried to sacrifice Muriel and I in a ceremony in the forest a couple years back, after luring us out into the woods with an expensive delivery call. That wretched memory is still very clear and vivid in my mind. Which leads us to rule number 4. No deliveries to the forest after dark. That's where the subterraneans live, first of all. They have an underground compound which is labyrinthian and extends maze-like beneath the forest for miles in every direction. But it's also where the giant millipedes rise to the surface to feed, particularly after the sun goes down. So most people try to avoid the woods, especially after dark. And if you're too dumb to do that, well, we're not going to bring you any pizza. It's just that simple. The radio crackled to life and broke me from my thoughts of company rules and ritual human sacrifice.
Come in, Rooster. Come in. Henhouse calling Rooster. Come in, Rooster.
Muriel insisted on coming up with new code names for us and changing the radio channel every single day like CIA spies. Don't ask me why. It's like she thought there were people out to get us or something. I don't like to get on her bad side, so I just played along. This is Rooster, Henhouse. What you got for me?
I've got a back-to-back for you, Rooster. You ready? I'll give you the deets.
Go ahead, Henhouse. I'm ready.
First call is to 274 West Street. You got a pickup waiting for you there that you're going to deliver to 18 Elm Street.
Okay, got it. What about after that? You said it's a back-to-back? There was a long pause.
Oh, you're breaking up, Rooster. I'll talk to you more when you get over to 18 Elm Street. Over and out.
I tried to get her to answer me again, but there was no response. This wasn't sitting well with me. Muriel could be sneaky sometimes when she wanted to get things done, especially if she knew I wasn't going to go along with her plans. This had scheme written all over it, and I had a funny feeling I wasn't going to like this delivery one bit. Regardless, it was a quiet day, and I needed the money. I put the key in the ignition and turned it forward, listening to the satisfying sound of the engine as it began to purr and cough and sputter, then settled into its steady laryngitic rhythm once again. "That's a girl," I said, rubbing the dashboard. "Just a little while longer, baby. We'll get through this together. One day at a time." It sputtered again, then stalled, as if to say it didn't like me touching it that way, and I apologized before getting it going again and driving off, leaving Randy's rotisserie shop behind. When I arrived at 274 West Street, I was surprised to see there were 2 foot soldiers waiting at the end of the driveway, holding up their hands to stop me. When I say foot soldiers, they were literally a foot tall and appeared to be made of plastic. They had been painstakingly hand-painted by the looks of them, and were holding very realistic-looking rifles. They reminded me of the little green toy soldiers I had played with as a child, except for their size, and the paint jobs which gave them a more realistic appearance.
"Halt, who goes there?"
the one on the right asked. Jay, the delivery guy?" I answered. "I was told to come here to pick up a package."
"Identification, sir?"
the one on the left asked, far down below my open window. I poked my head out to look down at him and saw he was holding his hand out, waiting for me to produce my driver's license. "Sure." I pulled out my wallet and showed it to him. "Can I park now? I don't get paid by the hour here, fellas."
"Go ahead,"
the one on my side said, then pulled out a tiny walkie-talkie.
"Sentry to home base. Gopher is on site for delivery pickup."
Really? More code names? And did that little bastard just call me Gopher? I parked the car and got out, walking towards the front door of the house. Before I went up the steps, I did a quick double-take at the garden gnomes which had been arranged around the front lawn. Yep, those were definitely moving. They appeared to be working in tandem to create a new garden gnome, hacking away at a stump of wood with little knives and making a crude replica of themselves. Like a photocopy of a photocopy, it wasn't quite as nice as the original. One of them caught me looking, and I averted my gaze quickly as his bushy brow knit into a scowl. I knocked on the front door of the house, and someone came to answer it a moment later. The woman opened the screen door, smiling and holding a very large box in her hands. "Oh, hello, you must be Jay," she said, readjusting the big box as if it were very heavy. "I'm Blarian." "Hey, nice to meet you. You got some place here. I've never seen anything like it." "Oh, that looks heavy. Here, let me help you." I reached out to grab it, and she took a step back, keeping it to herself a moment longer. She bumped backwards into the wall behind her, and poked her head around the giant box to look at me. "You'll have to be very careful with this," she said, raising an eyebrow. "No speeding or taking corners too fast. This is an extremely fragile package." "Not a problem," I said, trying to think of a way to reassure her before settling on, "I delivered cake once." I made a gesture with my hands to show her how large the cake had been, and she gave me an odd look, slotting the giant box into my arms as if I had been adjusting them for that purpose. It was really awkward. But what can I say? I'm a weird dude. "Okay. Can I trust you with this, Jay? It is very important that this delivery arrives at 18 Elm Street. Do not make any stops along the way." "I got it. You can trust me. I'm a professional." I lumbered down the steps, trying not to trip or step on any errant garden gnomes, then tossed the large box into the back of the car. A weird noise came from inside that I couldn't identify. Backing out rapidly, I tried really hard not to run over the toy soldiers at the end of the driveway, and I'm 98% sure I was successful. I drove off towards 18 Elm Street, trying to ignore the strange noises coming from the box in the back seat. But it was more than a little difficult. It sounded like voices speaking, whispering in low tones. Of course, the second place was over on the west side of town, across the bridge. So it took me more than 15 minutes to arrive at the house. It was a single-story home with a porch out front. The pillars and railing painted a startling bright white. The siding was a soft blue color, clean and freshly painted like the porch. Before I had even gotten out of the car, a stone-faced man came out the front door. The wooden planks of the porch groaned beneath his weight, and the steps bent under his feet as he came down the stairs to greet me. The man's skin was gray, and in the light I could see he appeared to be made of rock.
"Hello there, young man. You must be Jay. I'm Mr. Livingstone."
"Nice to meet you, sir. I have a delivery here for you from..."
"Actually, I'm not sure if your dispatcher told you, but I'm actually going to ask that you take that package to a different address. You see, I'm merely a middleman in this exchange."
"Oh. Well, yeah, I guess she did say it would be..."
"Splendid! So here, take this envelope, and once you're far away from my house, you can read the address inside, and take the package there without further delay."
He was shooing me back to my car and eyeing my back seat as if the package contained a biological weapon. "Hey, ow! Okay, alright, I'm going. So what's in the box, anyways? You're acting like you don't want it here for another second. Should I be worried about it being in the backseat of my car?"
"Nonsense! It's just a big, silly box. You can go now. Thank you so much for your efforts. You'll receive a big tip when you deliver that package, I assure you."
That part sounded good, at least. But part of me was still asking, "What's in the box?" I started the engine and drove off, watching the man's face in the mirror as he waved at me. Even in the tiny reflection, I could see the dread in his eyes fading, and the relief as I got further away. Whatever was in that box, it wasn't good. I was more than a little worried about the safety of the person I was delivering it to, not to mention my own. "Muriel, come in," I said into the radio. "Come in, Muriel." There was no response. I looked at the clock and realized it was after quitting time for her. Despite her earlier professionalism, she had no qualms about leaving me stranded on a call if it was 1 minute past the end of her shift. Great. Just great. She was probably on her way to the casino, which meant I was on my own yet again. I opened the envelope at a stop sign and looked inside, hoping there would be some money in there, as well as the location of the next stop. Of course, there was no money, just a scrap of paper with some scribbled writing on it. The address was on the far outskirts of the opposite edge of town, on the east side of Hollow's End. Perfect. In the back seat, the box shook violently suddenly, making a loud, rattling noise. Then it settled and was still again. I watched it in the rearview mirror for a few seconds, then decided it was done whatever it was doing for now. "Screw it," I said, putting the car into drive. I don't get paid enough for this shit. I drove off towards the east side of Hollow's End, my eyes drifting to the rearview mirror and to the box in the back seat. I watched it out of the corner of my eye, as the sinking feeling in my stomach grew heavier and heavier. The drive to the third house was more than a little nerve-wracking. The box in the back seat kept rattling and shaking, making noise occasionally like people were speaking back and forth inside of it. Tiny, high-pitched voices speaking with authority and whispering orders. Every time I stopped at a red light or a stop sign, I would reach back there and examine the box, making sure there were no holes or tears in the cardboard. Each time I found it was intact and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I arrived at the house, an old 2-story home with off-white siding and black shutters. The siding had faded to a weather-beaten gray color with age, and ivy was crawling up the building on all sides, as well as a tangle of bushes that were growing far out of control out front. A rusted television antenna was jutting from the roof beside the chimney, looking ready to tip over and collapse with a strong gust of wind. The roof tiles were falling off, and the bare tar paper could be seen underneath in places. I parked in the gravel driveway and got out, taking the large box from the back seat and double-checking to make sure it was still intact. Whatever was in it, I didn't want it in my car for the drive home after my shift. That would be this dude's problem. After setting the box down on the porch, I knocked on the door. I thought about running away right then, like a kid playing ding-dong ditch, but decided that would have been unprofessional. And it was my personal business I was representing here, even if I was delivering some sort of autonomous murder device. Not to mention, a little voice in my mind spoke up, there was that big tip Mr. Livingstone mentioned. He can't give you a tip if you run away. The rusted screen door was as worn-looking and old as the rest of the house, and the wooden one behind it squeaked loudly on its hinges as a man opened it. He stayed behind the glass of the screen door and waited for me to speak before saying anything. Hello? Magnus Lahart? I have a delivery here for you. I tried not to sound nervous.
A delivery? A delivery. Oh, yes, I am expecting something. But this box is quite large for... Oh, never mind. Bring it inside, please, would you? My eyes aren't what they used to be, and I'm likely to knock over a lamp if I were to attempt it.
He swung the screen door open, and I reluctantly obliged. I really wasn't a fan of going into people's houses. When you live in Hollow's End, you learn to be cautious. But this guy seemed to be alright. Not to mention, inside was where most people kept their money.
Can I get you a cup of tea? I have the kettle on,
the man said, adjusting his glasses and pointing me towards the living room. I set the box down there with a sigh, straightening my back and stretching it afterwards. The damn box was heavy. And awkward. As if things were running around inside of it, constantly shifting it off balance. I'm okay, thanks, really.
It's no bother. I rarely get visitors. I made some cookies as well.
The smell of freshly baked cookies was in the air, and I couldn't help but want to try one. Still, part of me was saying to run, and get far away from this place, before whatever was inside that box got out. One of the flaps of cardboard at the top began to bend and twist as something tried to push its way out, straining against the packaging tape. But then it settled down again and was still. I really need to get going, I said as the man emerged from the kitchen with a tray of cookies. He handed me one, and I instantly took a bite, and stuffed 2 more in my pocket. They were soft and warm, the chocolate still melted and liquid when I bit into it.
Nonsense, you aren't going anywhere, he said, setting the tray down on the table.
With a motion of his hand, the front door swung shut, with a bang and a series of locks clicked into place all at once. A chain moved as if lifted by an invisible hand, and a heavy bar settled into slots on either side of the door frame to fortify it all. Tea? He asked, pouring us each a cup as if nothing had just happened. I was suddenly wishing I'd used the restroom at the rotisserie place before coming here. He slid the cup of tea over towards me, and I looked at it distrustfully.
You're gonna tell me who sent you. Oh, and I'd also like to know exactly what's inside that box. I can detect something, but I'm not entirely sure what it is for some reason. It's strange.
The delivery? You said you were expecting something. This is probably that thing you ordered. I tried, my voice sounding desperate. I don't know what's inside. I didn't look.
You're a liar. And a poor one at that. Whatever is inside that box is dangerous, and you are well aware of that. And yet you brought it here anyways. Why is that? Are you an assassin?
His eyes flashed with anger, and he picked me up by my collar, lifting me up into the air easily. I realized I had no idea what this man might be capable of. If he even was a man. This was Hollow's End, after all. He could be a sorcerer or a wizard or any number of magical beings. What the hell had I been thinking coming inside?
I'm not an assassin,
I squeaked.
I'm just a delivery guy.
He looked me in the eye for several long moments, then let me go. Still, I didn't drop for a few seconds. I realized that I was floating a few feet in the air, and almost turned my ankle when I dropped unexpectedly.
Give me the address where you picked up the package. That is all I ask. If you provide me with that information, I will let you live.
I was about to give him what he wanted when I noticed the box was open, and tipped over on its side, and also empty. Oh, that's not good. He turned around when he saw the look on my face and turned a shade paler.
Impossible. I cast a ward on that box to keep it sealed.
A scurrying sound could be heard from the kitchen, and I realized whatever was inside that box was now loose in the house. Okay, we need to get the hell out of here right now, I said. Those things are evil, I'm pretty sure. I thought you didn't know what was inside the box. I don't, I stammered. But the lady I got it from, she had all these foot-tall miniatures that were alive. There were soldiers and garden gnomes, and I figured it was something like that. She said not to make any stops and acted like it was a top-secret mission or something. But then I brought it to the other place, and the guy who told me to bring it here was acting all scared like it was radioactive or some shit. I was rambling on and couldn't stop talking. But the man seemed to be quite pleased to listen. I realized that cookie was in my hand, and I'd eaten a bite of it before realizing this guy had magic powers. And then I had one more bite after that. What can I say? It was good. What's in these cookies? I asked suspiciously. Oh, the usual. Flour, eggs, sugar, truth serum, chocolate chips, coconut. I spit out the bite in my mouth. Coconut? Dude, that's disgusting. Go on with your story, delivery boy. Call me Jay, will ya? That's about it. I brought the box here, and then you locked me in, and the things got out. Oh. So you really don't know what it is? No. But whatever it was, it sounded like there was more than one. It sounded like there was a whole bunch of them in there. Damn. Alright, I guess I won't kill you then. The creatures you unwittingly brought here are likely stuffed assassins. Undersized, but still deadly commandos. I gawked at him stupidly, then picked up my cup of tea to wash down the rest of the cookie. Don't drink that, it's poison, he said as I brought it to my lips. Now, we'll need to figure out exactly what sort of mini-assassins we're dealing with before trying to dispatch them. Come with me. Can I at least call for help? I asked, pulling out my cell phone. We can get the sheriff over here, or Deputy Randy. Which reminds me, running away is also a viable option. We are not going to run. And we're not going to call the cops for a few oversized action figures. I'm sure I can take care of them. All right, I agreed reluctantly, going with him down a short hallway. But you didn't see the face of that dude who sent me here. Mr. Livingstone, he was acting like there was a bomb in that box with a very short fuse. Lahart stopped mid-stride in the hallway. Livingstone. Of course he's involved. Come right this way. He started moving again and quickly ushered me into a dark room with a glowing orb at its center. I prefer not to use magic if I don't have to. These things all come with a cost, after all. But I do have one item of great magical power which I was tasked to protect many years ago. Recently I had a break-in. They were unable to get past my wards and enter this room, but I suspect they found out what was inside. He gestured to the glowing orb, which hovered just above a pedestal in the center of the room. This is what Livingstone is after, I'll wager. He's looking to get his hands on it, even if it means killing us both. If he's planning on selling it to the highest bidder, I shudder to think what it might mean for the world. We can't let that happen. I stammered, trying to come up with a response as he picked up the glowing orb and handed it to me. I thought you said we were going to be fine. You said you could deal with it. He raised an eyebrow to look at me. Has anyone ever told you that you are extremely gullible? I didn't want to admit it, but I'd heard it a few times. No. Not unless there's money involved. Interesting. Here, take the orb and go, before those tiny assassins get here. If you return it safely to me with a rescue team at your disposal, I will give you, let's say, $500. The option of haggling was tempting, but we were also potentially going to die if I didn't agree with him quickly. I shook his hand, glancing up at the wall and seeing a diploma from somewhere called the School of Mystical Arts. The name of the person it was given to was not Lahart, I noticed. It said Ajeti, and I got the feeling he was using an alias. And this man probably had more than one. Deal. I'll be back with help. Just try to survive until then. Those things are dangerous, whatever they are. He opened the window to let me out. I took one last glance at the bespectacled man with the ponytail and thanked him for letting me go. Don't thank me, just run! You need to take that somewhere it'll be safe. Somewhere they won't get their hands on it. And don't tell me where, just go. And bring back help. He shoved me out the window, and I rolled awkwardly in the grass as I landed. "You know, a 10 to 15% tip is customary in addition to the set fee," I yelled, interrupted by the window slamming shut. A moment later, the screaming began, muffled by the window pane. I'm not proud of myself, but I ran. It was what he told me to do, after all. I just hoped the guy would be all right. Racing back to my car, I got in, setting the glowing orb in the passenger seat. I looked at it for a few seconds, then buckled it in with a seatbelt. It looked like a cute little egg baby, and I wondered if I should have put it in the back or in a car seat in case of an accident. But there was no time for that now, and I didn't own a car seat. I put it in reverse and began to back out of the long driveway. Taking one last glance at the house, I saw a squad of foot-tall miniature soldiers emerging from the front door in battle formation. They were carrying Lehart on their shoulders, standing him up like a trophy. He was tied to a dolly, the kind you use to move furniture or heavy boxes. There were so many of them. No wonder that damn box was so heavy. I drove as fast as I could towards downtown Hollow's End. For one of the first times in my life, I was actually going to ask the police for help. I wasn't sure what they were going to do, considering the circumstances, but I needed backup. Parking in front of the sheriff's office, I turned off the car and was about to get out. But then I realized I was being stupid. The toy soldier assassins had seen my car, which meant I needed to hide it. If they saw it out front, they would know exactly where I was. If they were anything like the little bastards in that movie Small Soldiers, they would be tactical and clever. I rewatched it recently and had forgotten how much of a horror vibe it had for a kid's movie. Anyways, now I was living it, so I had to be smart. I drove around the block and parked at the rear of a building several doors down, hoping this would throw them off my trail. I still wanted the car to be close so I could get to it if I needed it. When I went to unbuckle the glowing orb thing, I noticed something strange. It was getting more oblong and egg-like the longer I spent with it. Back at the house, it had looked almost completely spherical and round. Now it was shaped like a vertically stretched out egg. It's probably not good, I said, unbuckling it and tucking it beneath my coat. Let's get you inside. I ran around to the entrance at the front of the building and went inside the sheriff's office. Immediately, I was greeted by a friendly face. Grandma? What the hell are you doing here?
I work here, Jay,
she said from behind the recently constructed counter near the entrance.
And watch your language. They needed a hand dealing with all the walk-in traffic.
Okay, whatever. Never mind. I need your help. There are some assassins trying to kill me and...
Jay, you're being extremely rude. There's someone ahead of you in line.
She was right, of course. There was a man in front of me who had gills on his neck as well as webbing between his fingers and toes. His skin was scaly like a fish, and when he turned to scowl at me, I noticed his teeth were sharp and pointed. I took a step back. Sorry, please go ahead. I'll wait. As I tapped my foot impatiently, I couldn't help but notice that the glowing egg was getting more and more elongated beneath my coat. It was starting to look like I was pitching a tent with a deified armpit boner. Finally, they started wrapping things up, and I tried hard not to eavesdrop, but couldn't really help it.
Okay, so you'll need to fill out this form, as well as the H592A, in order to apply for a pond-based dwelling domicile. Bring these back to me as soon as you can, Mr. Aspinall.
Please, Bajani is fine. Can I fill these out here? It doesn't look like it will take very long.
You absolutely can. Here's a pen. Give it back when you're finished. I just ask that you go have a seat over there so I can help this gentleman who's next in line. He looks like he's in a bit of a pickle.
Of course. You've been most helpful. The counter was finally clear, and I approached it with what I hoped was a reproachful look on my face. Really? That couldn't wait 2 minutes? I was trying to tell you there are assassins coming after me. They're trying to kill me. I need help, Grandma. I looked over her shoulder to see the deputy was sleeping one off in his own personal apartment, the town's solitary jail cell. Hey, Deputy Randy, I need some help. Wake up, man.
Good luck,
Muriel muttered as I went past her.
He's been out cold for 12 hours. He'll need at least 3 more before he can function properly. That's half the reason they hired me.
My eyes searched the bullpen desperately.
If you're looking for Sheriff Parsons, he isn't here. He went to go help some people who were being attacked in the forest.
No, I'm looking for something else. The sheriff told me to only do this in case of emergency. Finally, I found what I was looking for, sitting on the floor beside the sink. The sheriff's trusty bucket.
Oh dear. Good luck convincing him to help you after that.
20 minutes, 1 cold bucket of water, and 1 cold, hard slap to my face later, I was on the road with Randy, the sheriff's deputy. He was soaking wet and looked really pissed off. I am so sorry, I tried to say, but he cut me off. Not another fucking word. I'm only helping you because you said there's a citizen of Hollow's End who's out there in trouble. Now, as soon as we're done helping him, I'm placing you under arrest for dousing a sleeping sheriff's deputy. That's not even a real crime. And anyway, Sheriff Parsons told me to do it, in case of emergency. And you have to admit, this is technically an emergency. I'm gonna get even with you later. And don't try to sweet talk your way out of this with promises of free liquor deliveries for life. Because I'm not interested. Nobody has suggested that. You know what? Actually, pull over. Pull over, right here. I'll get out here. Okay, fine. Free deliveries for life. That does not include tips or the price of alcohol. Jeez, between you and Swampy, I'm going to be working for free. Wise decision, knucklehead. Now drive onwards. Let's go save this besieged wizard. To be clear, I never told him the man was a wizard. We arrived at the old house to find it empty. There was no one inside or out. And of course, this made Randy suspicious and angry. Even more than he already was. I believed your ass when you told me there were tiny toy soldiers running around here trying to kill people and steal magical relics. I expected to see some Tommy Lee Jones small soldier shit happening over here. I wanted to stomp Little Green Man under my feet like they obviously should have done throughout that entire movie. And now I find out it's all a lie? For shame, Jay. For shame. Well, looks like you're going to jail after all. Turn around, place your hands behind your back. You have the right to remain stupid. If you choose to waive that right, good luck, because you can't fix dumb. That's what Mom always said anyways. Wait, I wasn't making it up. It's real, look. The cardboard box I had brought the toy soldiers in was sitting tipped over on the floor, and inside there was one broken soldier who I had apparently irreparably damaged during transport, despite my impeccable driving. It was crawling out of the box as if wounded and had a knife in its tiny hand. "Kill me," it begged. "Terrifying," Randy said, stepping on it. The plastic crunched beneath his feet, and the arms and legs went flying. "So this is what you're so scared of?" "There were like 20 of them. And they tied up Lahart, and he said to get help and come back and protect the achy baby. I swear, I'm not making this up. Please, don't take me to jail." I tried to think of where the miniature soldiers would have taken the man, and thought of one other place where he could be. Mr. Livingstone, he's the one behind all this. I bet the soldiers took Lahart there. They probably held him at knife point and made him drive. That's why his car isn't here. And why else would he leave his door and windows wide open, especially in this town? Trust me, he's under duress, and that's where they took him. I didn't know this for sure, but was really hoping it was the case. Well, good thing I brought my gun then. Let's go, delivery boy. Lead the way. I did. Part of me wondering where else his gun would be. Maybe it was better if I didn't know. We arrived at the house on Elm and parked on the street. Immediately, I got the impression that someone was watching us. I could feel eyes on me as I got out of the car, leaving the glowing relic in the back seat. It was starting to look more and more like a staff, a double-sided lightsaber made of soft yellow light. That was when I noticed with alarm that it actually burnt a hole right through the ceiling and floor of my car, the egg growing longer until it surpassed the dimensions of the vehicle. The holes in the metal were red around the edges, fading to black as it cooled. "Remind me to keep that thing away from my dick," I muttered. "What's that?" "Nothing. Are you sure this is safe? I feel like this is really dangerous for some reason. I mean, This guy just sent little assassins to kill a guy with magic powers. What's he gonna do to us? I'm not too worried about it, Randy said, marching up the walkway towards the front door. I told you this guy's made of stone, right? I called after him, and he spun around 180 degrees and marched back towards me. Seriously, dude? You didn't think to mention that fact? I thought he did. You definitely did not. Shit. I think we're gonna need some backup. Stone people are tough bastards. What backup? I thought it was just you and Parsons on the force. We got a few auxiliary folks recently. LaDonna Spivey, Carrie Harkonnen, some other guy who calls himself Big Joe. I'm gonna call them up and see if they can make it out here to help. Keep in mind, they are technically trainees. Randy got on the phone and made a couple quick calls. While he was doing that, I looked around, trying to see if anyone had spotted our arrival. Sure enough, there was someone watching us. Get down! I yelled to the deputy, tackling him and sending him to the ground. A shot fired from the sniper on the roof, who I had seen at the last second. A tiny miniature assassin with a long-range rifle scope, mounted on a gun almost as big as he was. Judging by the size of him, you wouldn't think it would do much damage, but to my surprise, the car window behind where Randy had been standing smashed with the impact, broken glass landing all around us. What the fuck? Randy yelled, putting the cell phone away. Are those the little green army men? I nodded, grabbing his shirt and pulling him behind the car for cover. Not so harmless anymore, huh? I chided, elbowing him in the ribs. Don't you dare say I told you so. He pulled out his pistol and checked to make sure it was loaded. Satisfied, he racked the slide and got ready to fight. I hate being the responsible one. This is bullshit. I want Parsons back. Well, at least you got those reserve guys. Speaking of which, how long until they get here? Who knows? They're still in training. But at least they're armed. Lahart has to be in that house, being held prisoner. We gotta get him out of there somehow. I owe it to the guy, especially after delivering that box full of mini-assassins to his doorstep. Well, you got any ideas? Because I'm fresh out, Randy said, pulling out a flask and taking a quick swig. Seriously? How can you drink that I paused mid-sentence and looked at the flask. Then I snatched it out of his hand. Hey, what the hell are you... He stopped suddenly, looking around at our adversaries. Oh, let me guess. You're going to go all Sylvester Stallone on them and rip off a strip of your shirt, stuff it into the flask, set it on fire, and throw it like a Molotov cocktail? No, I answered, taking a long swig of whiskey. I just really needed a drink. This day's been fucked right from the start. I took another long drink before he snatched it back from me. You son of a bitch, you drank half of it. You shouldn't be drinking anyways. You're an on-duty police officer. Fucking Boy Scout over here, just like Parsons. Alright, I guess we're just gonna have to wait for backup after all, Randy said as another sniper round fired and shattered another window. Now, this is really important. We might be waiting here for a minute or longer before they arrive. So, while we have some time, I need to ask you. If you were stranded on a desert island, could only bring 7 books with you, which ones would you choose? I'll go first. We stayed there for several minutes, discussing how many rations, matches, and survival kits would fit into a hollowed-out physician's reference guide, before we heard a series of gunshots. They were different from the typical ones we'd been hearing for the past few minutes, the ones that had been trying to kill us. Sounds like our backup might have finally arrived, Randy said, looking around. You want to check and see if that little bastard on the roof's still trying to shoot us? Yes, I mind. That sounds like a great way to get shot. Ugh, so sensitive. Alright, I guess I'll do it myself. He began to construct a makeshift dummy from nearby materials, using his coat with the hood up and a shotgun for the body. Slowly, he began to raise it up, as if one of us were leaning out from behind the car to look around. Meanwhile, gunfire rang out from inside the house. Nobody's shooting at us. They're shooting at somebody else, Randy said suddenly. We both got up slowly and looked to see the house lighting up with gunfire from inside. On the roof, a dead toy soldier could be seen with a large hole blown through it. Shit, they better not be. I told them to approach with caution. They're still in training. They could get killed. Randy tossed me the shotgun. Do you know how to use that thing? Not really. Well, you've seen movies. Lock and load, delivery boy. I racked the shotgun, something I had seen in a million movies. Felt pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. Call me delivery man at least, will ya? I'm in my 30s. Never. Come on, let's get in there. Before we could get far, someone emerged from the house. We both took aim and almost fired, but then Randy raised his right hand. Hold fire, that's a friendly. LaDonna? What the hell are you doing here? You called me in, boss. Carrie and Big Joe are in there too. All threats are neutralized. There's no hostage, though. And no Stone Man, either. You took them all out by yourself? I thought you guys were in training. Well, they're just little toy soldiers. It's not like they're anything scary, she said, crunching another one beneath her boot without a glance, as it tried to sneak up on her from behind. But I'm sure from your position, receiving heavy fire, it must have been quite frightening. We followed her in and discovered she was right about the occupants of the house being gone. The place was empty, aside from all the foot-tall toy soldiers who had been killed. There were a half dozen of them, including the one on the roof, meaning at least a dozen more were still out there somewhere. And we had seen how deadly they could be. Found this in the office, sir? A very tall man with broad shoulders said to Randy, entering the living room. He was holding a check in his hands with a lot of zeros on it. I could tell even from where I was standing. Good work, Big Joe. Randy took the check and examined it. Of course. Who else in this town wants nothing more than power? And will do nothing to stop it getting it. Don't tell me. He turned the check around to show it to me. My heart froze ice cold in my chest, and I suddenly forgot how to breathe. Quest Bakeries was a known front for the Subterraneans. They sold bread downtown, but nobody actually went there. Mostly because the bread was made of bugs. But also because everyone hates those guys. Still, they paid their rent on time, and no one could ever prove that they were just using the bakery as a front for illegal operations. But almost everyone knew that was the case. Another man entered the room, holding his phone in his hands and covering the receiver. I keep trying the sheriff, but he's not answering. I know, Carrie. He's out helping some tourists out in the... Randy paused, realizing the significance of it suddenly. Forest. He's in the forest with the Subterraneans. What the hell is all this? What the hell are they planning? I get a bad, sinking feeling in my gut. Pulling out my phone, I dialed the sheriff's office. It just rang and rang and rang, with no answer. Oh no, they've got Muriel. What? How do you know that? Trust me, this is all to get us back. They're still pissed at us for what happened before. She killed one of their oldest giant millipedes. The thing was basically a god to them. They've been waiting for just the right moment to come for us, and this is it. This is all about getting me and my grandma back for what we did. We all stood silently for a moment before Carrie finally broke the silence by asking, So, are we just going to stand here? Or are we going to go save them? When we arrived at the entrance to the forest, I was surprised to see Sheriff Parsons there, along with Muriel and Blarian, the woman who I'd picked up the tiny toy soldier assassins from. As we approached, one of the same toy soldiers who had just been trying to murder us came out from the trees. Randy saw it around the same time I did, and the two of us ran towards them, screaming at them to run. Clearly, they didn't notice it preparing to attack them. Look out! One of those little bastards is coming for you! Randy yelled, drawing his pistol. Get back! I'm going to blow its tiny plastic face off! Kill it! Kill it! Kill it! I heard someone screaming in a shrill voice, and realized it was me. Meanwhile, the toy soldier looked completely passive, staring at us as if we were no threat at all. It had a piece of paper in its hands, not a gun, and it wasn't trying to kill anyone. Stop! What is the meaning of this? Blarian shouted, picking up the little soldier and cradling it against herself. These are my personal guardians. They're not dangerous. They don't do anything unless they are told to do so by their owner. We skidded to a stop like a couple of stunned cartoon characters, unsure what to say. But, those things just tried to kill us, Randy stuttered, still holding his gun. I even had to sit behind a car like a chump, waiting for backup while these guys had all the fun and got to shoot things. He hooked his thumb over his shoulder at Carrie, LaDonna, and Big Joe. They shrugged and mumbled a half-hearted apology, looking sheepish. "Sorry, boss. We should have left some of them for you to kill," Big Joe said, wringing his hands. "We'll be more considerate next time." "How did you not realize that these were part of the Blarian 50? Sheriff Parsons asked Randy, his hands on his hips. "You've lived in this town longer than I have, and even I know that these are Blarian's elite handcrafted guardsmen who can be rented out for protection services. But if they malfunction and try to kill you, all you have to do is call Blarian. Then she'll come right over and fix everything. How did you not think to call her?" Randy turned his angry gaze on me. "I thought you said Mr. Livingstone sent you to that house." "He did, after I picked up the mini assassins from Blarian. Someone must have whispered to them in the driveway when I stopped there, like sending them on a secret mission to kill Lahart." "I told you not to make any stops," Blarian said. "That place was supposed to be your only destination. I was very explicit about that for this precise reason." Muriel came over, wagging her finger.
"Now, Jay, how could you kill Blarian's guardians? It isn't their fault some middleman coerced them to kill a mystical wardcaster to steal his..."
She raised an eyebrow.
"You do have the golden egg, correct?"
"How do you know any of this? And yes, of course I still have it. It's right..." My eyes widened. It was in the backseat of my car. I ran back to grab it and found the glowing egg had reshaped itself once again, forming itself into a sword, which was a perfectly reasonable length. I picked it up and it felt warm but comfortable to the touch. As I was about to turn around, something caught my eye. Looking past the car, into the neighborhood adjacent to the forest, I saw a storm front was rolling in. Huge, dark clouds filled with thunder and lightning that was flashing... green? Strange, but no time to think about that now. Racing back to rejoin the group, I waved the glowing sword over my head. "Got it." It was at that exact moment that I noticed the sun was setting. We had been at this all day, and I hadn't bothered to check the time. As I opened my mouth to scream a warning at the others, the ground began to shake. "It's getting dark. We need to get out of here," I yelled to the others. "We can come back in the morning when those giant millipedes aren't feeding." "I wish it were that simple," Parsons said, pointing straight into the forest. "It looks like they've tied up Lahart. They're using him as bait."
"Not just him, either,"
Muriel said, and I noticed the giant stone-skinned man tied up next to him. It was Livingstone. Well, that'll teach him to work with those slimy bastards. But he definitely doesn't deserve to be eaten by a millipede and digested for 100 years. Nobody deserves that shit. "I've recalled my soldiers," Blarian said. "You'll have them at your disposal. But we need to move now, before the big ones start to come up to feed." Sheriff Parsons drew his gun. "Okay, everybody ready?" We looked around at each other and nodded. Sheriff Parsons, Randy, Muriel, Big Joe, Carrie, LaDonna, and not to mention Blarian and her many soldiers were all ready to attack, holding weapons in their hands. Oh, there was also me. On my mark. 3, 2, 1. Charge! At that moment, our small army invaded the forest. Literally, a lot of the tiniest soldiers I'd ever seen were suddenly running alongside us, appearing out of nowhere. I guess they had been hiding in the trees. We were only about 10 yards into the woods when the ground began to break open in places, and the horrifying maws of mutant millipedes started to emerge from the dirt between trees. Within moments, they were crawling everywhere. More and more were coming out of the ground with each passing second. As I raced past a tree, one emerged from behind it and sprung at me, showing its sharp, slimy teeth, its jaws unhinged to attack. I swung the glowing sword in my hand without a thought, only instinct, slicing through its face horizontally and splitting its head down the middle. The cauterized edges of the wound reminded me of the damage a lightsaber would inflict, and I suddenly understood why the Subterraneans wanted this magical item so badly. It was fucking badass. "Holy shit, dude," Randy said, stopping in his tracks. He offered me his gun with wide eyes. "Trade ya?" "Nah, I'm good," I said, spinning around to lop off another millipede's head, as its mouth opened wide with sharp teeth bared to bite me. Bastard. He took a few shots with his gun, blasting giant holes in the bodies of the mutant insects. It took me all of 3 seconds to catch on to his attempts at being Tom Sawyer. Man, this gun is so much fun to shoot. Die, 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 you millipede sons of bitches. Hooey! I wouldn't give up this fabulous firearm in a million years. That's right, sir. I'd like to be buried with this gun. Unless you wanted to... Still no. Fine, selfish bastard. We approached the 2 men tied to chairs, which were secured to trees behind them. They were both shaking their heads desperately, as if telling us not to come any further. Of course, we ignored them. As soon as I took the gag out of Lahart's mouth, he yelled, "Run! It's a trap!" But of course, it was too late. As the last person joined the group, the ground all around us began to move, raising upwards. It took me a second to realize it was a giant net. It had been camouflaged to blend into the ground all around us, covered with dead leaves and dry sticks and grass to make it look like the forest floor. The whole group of us were suddenly lifted up off the ground and trapped in the largest net I'd ever seen. The trap was being pulled up by huge millipedes, far off in the forest, out of sight until this moment. A sound of laughter could be heard then, as we struggled against the netting. A group of hooded figures came into view below us, and I realized who was making that laughing noise. Fucking subterraneans. A tall woman strode into view first. She uncovered her face, dropping down the hood which had shrouded her visage in darkness. Her acolytes surrounded her on all sides, and more of them emerged from the woods by the second. Soon there was a throng of them, at least 50 or more, standing below us and watching us dispassionately. "Today is your long-awaited Judgment Day," the tall woman said as we struggled in the netting. "You have each proven yourselves to be enemies of the Subterraneans. You have wronged us in so many ways. And so it is fitting that you all brought each other here. We could have never lured you into the woods like this, if not for your affection for each other. Your love for one another is what has doomed you. Now, prepare to suffer and die like the infinitesimal worms." Is she fucking serious right now? Randy said, looking at me. Dude, you're holding a fucking lightsaber. What are you... Now, Jay, use the thing. I suddenly realized what he meant, and that I was holding the exact thing that we needed to get out of this mess. The glowing sword in my hand had been completely overlooked by the Subterraneans, even though they ostensibly knew of its existence, and I was once again reminded of just how dumb they were. Turning the blade in my hand, I sliced through the netting like warm butter, quickly making a hole that miniature soldiers fell out from. I kept cutting, and pretty soon gravity did the rest, sending the group of us tumbling out from the net. The group of us stood to our feet, looking the trembling Subterraneans dead in the eyes. "Oh, hell," the tall woman said, turning around and running quickly in the opposite direction. Her acolytes followed after her, looking over their shoulders at us to see if we would follow them. And we didn't. This merely left us with the problem of roughly 100 giant millipedes, with more joining them by the second, who were rapidly surrounding us to feast on our still-living corpses. What now?" I asked, looking at Sheriff Parsons. "We can't take all these things. Not with just us." "Good thing it isn't just us," he said, winking at me. The ground was suddenly trembling again, and I wondered if it was more millipedes rising to the surface. It turned out it wasn't. I called for backup. "Who?" Randy asked. "The recruits are already here." I saw then who he had called for help. Entering the forest, raising their voices in a war cry, was the entire town of Hollow's End. Every citizen, ranging from aliens to monsters to humans, and everything in between. Mark from Earth, Mamakato, Frank, Diane Showers, and the Crimson Muse. With the Butcher leading them at the head of the front line, they were mowing down millipedes and hacking them to pieces as the creatures lunged and attacked. The huge, many-legged monsters were not allowing these intruders into the forest without a fight. They were attacking them without mercy. But the citizens of Hollow's End had been through this before. It wasn't the first time they'd had to fight to preserve the safety of their town. And it wasn't the first time they'd had to cull the denizens of the forest, after the subterraneans had become too brazen. They were making a path for us to escape, to regroup at the edge of the forest, and we quickly made our way towards them to get away. It wasn't easy, as the monsters were now everywhere, and more were emerging from the ground with every passing second. As a rule of thumb, the later you stayed in the woods in Hollow's End, the bigger the monsters were who emerged from the ground. It was now fully dark outside, and the millipedes burrowing up from the dirt were as long as city buses. I saw many of the miniature soldiers get crushed by the onslaught of enormous millipedes, but others put up a hell of a fight, with one small squadron of them saving me from an attack at the last second that would have likely taken out my throat, as a millipede the size of a Rottweiler nearly tackled me. Within a few minutes, we were back near the forest entrance, where the butcher and Frank and a cadre of others were waiting. I was leading the charge, slicing the creatures from stem to stern and leaving cauterized pieces of flesh and pools of green slimy blood in my wake. As we got within reach of the others, suddenly something huge emerged from the ground, blocking our path and sending me flying up into the air, sailing into the branches of the trees above. The wind was knocked out of me, and it took me a few seconds to realize what had just happened. I was now way up in the air, above the tops of the highest trees, hanging precariously from the face of the biggest millipede I'd seen in quite some time. It was the size of a subway train, and was maneuvering its mouth to try to flip me inside like a dangling cheese curd on some problematic poutine. A blur of gray streaked past me to my right, and I saw it was Mr. Livingstone. He was climbing up the body of the millipede with the speed and grace of a spider. I wouldn't have thought he was capable of that, considering his size, and the fact that he was made of stone. The giant millipede apparently didn't notice him at first, as it was focused on me, its potential dinner. But as Livingstone reached the creature's face and began to bash it with his fists, he became more of an apparent threat. The monster reeled backwards, thrashing and bucking to get the interloper off, but Livingstone held firmly onto it, digging his rocky hands into the flesh of the creature and tearing off its scales, leaving gooey green cheese strands behind. Finally, Livingstone managed to grab hold of me and raked his stony hand down the belly of the beast, slowing our descent as we came crashing back down to the ground. It wasn't a graceful landing, but I survived the fall, and Livingstone looked somewhat pleased at that fact. "Thanks, big guy," I said, shaking as I got up from my knees. "You saved my life."
"It was the least I could do," Livingstone replied. "I still have a long way to go to make up for my mistakes today, but I hope this is a start. I should have never trusted those subterranean pieces of shit. I hope one day you can forgive me for that."
The ground was splitting beneath our feet, and we all shuffled and ran to get out of the way. "Let's save the apology party for after we're out of the death forest, shall we?" Randy said, waving us all towards the clearing. We managed to escape the forest, thanks to the help of nearly everyone in town. The millipedes knew better than to advance beyond the borders of the woods, and didn't follow us much further. Those who did were cut down quickly and without mercy. To stay alive, they needed to stay together, and that meant staying within the boundaries of the forest. As we all stood in the field outside the woods, covered in mud and blood and counting our losses, I looked up again to see the storm clouds which were rolling into town. The clouds were moving so slowly, and that lightning flashing green like the Incredible Hulk. "Well, I would say we hit the subterraneans now while they're at their weakest," Sheriff Parsons said, looking at the sky. "But I'm starting to think we've got other problems right now." "What the hell is up with that cloud? It don't look right," Randy muttered.
"Thank you for returning this to me safely,"
a voice said from behind me, and I turned to see Lahart was there, with his hand extended.
"I owe you a debt of thanks."
I realized he wanted the glowing egg thing, which was now a glowing sword. Sad to part with it, I began to hand it over to him, but then stopped. "Wait a second. You owe me more than a debt of gratitude. You said you'd give me $500 for keeping it safe and bringing it back to you. Cough up the cash, man. I've been through hell for this thing. Yeah, Randy said, backing me up. And I get 10%. No, I corrected. You already get free liquor deliveries, remember? Oh, yeah. Lahart looked worried.
I, don't have that sort of cash on me. That's a lot of money, and...
I took the sword back, keeping it in my possession. No payment? No problem. I'll just hang on to this for collateral, until you can get it to me. He started arguing, but then a loud murmuring sound began to rise up from the townspeople all around us. The green-tinged cloud was nearly overhead, and it was just beginning to rain. As the raindrops hit the ground, strange things began to burst from the soil. Plants that looked alive and hungry. Screams erupted from everywhere, and a mad panic overtook the crowd as people began to jostle and push each other. And then, a stampede broke out. It had been a long day in Hollow's End. But, as it turned out, it wasn't over yet. As a green, malicious-looking storm cloud was rolling over the town of Hollow's End, a wood-paneled station wagon was driving down Main Street, past darkened shops and empty houses. Sure is quiet here, Leanne said to her husband Harold, who sat in the driver's seat. This place is like a ghost town.
I'm more concerned about that cloud,
the man answered.
Does it look green to you?
Yeah, she answered with a nervous glance upward. I want McDonald's, said Ralph, a bored-looking teenager in the back seat as he played on his phone. Let's stop at McDonald's. We'll stop at the first one we see, sweetie, Leanne said without looking back at him.
I don't think this town even has a Burger King, Harold said, sounding devastated. And where the hell is everybody? No frickin' signals, we have no GPS. And I haven't seen a gas station in 2 hours. We're gonna run out if we don't...
Suddenly a gas station came into view up ahead, appearing out of the green-tinged fog.
Finally,
Harold exclaimed. He pulled up to the pumps and got out of the car. Examining the ancient gas pumps, he realized there was no prepay option. He would actually have to interact with a human being. This place really was stuck in the Dark Ages. Unhooking the nozzle, he selected the option for regular gas. But when he tried to pump the fuel, it was like the thing was dead. Hello? He called out, looking into the booth of the nearby gas station. He tried to pump the gas again, waving with his other hand.
Little help over here?
No response. Honey, what's wrong? Leanne rolled down the window.
Probably one of those places where they want you to prepay. I swear to fuck if they don't take debit.
Harold put the nozzle back in place. Then he began to walk toward the booth of the gas station. It was just getting dark, and yet the place had no lights on. He tried the door, finding it locked. The place was closed, and empty by the looks of it.
Shit,
he muttered, pulling on the door with one more futile attempt. He looked back at his wife and shrugged his shoulders. As he began to walk back towards the car, rain fell from the sky. Just a few drops at first, but then it began to pour. Harold took a nervous look at the green cloud above him, and a drop of it fell in his eye. It instantly began to burn.
Ow,
he said, quietly at first, then louder.
Ow! Ow!
He put his hand up to his now aching eye and pressed against it. When he did, he felt something move beneath his palm. Something which squirmed and wriggled like a worm. At first, he felt disgusted by that thought. But then the thing in his eye burrowed deeper, nestling into his gray matter. And then he was fine with it. They're closed? Leanne said as Harold got back inside the car. Where are we going to get gas? We're almost out. I want McDonald's, Ralph said again from the back seat. As Harold turned to face his wife from the driver's seat, she saw his eyes were now entirely green, like round, polished emeralds. What's wrong with your eyes, Harold? She screamed. What happened to your eyes? As her words devolved into shrill screams of terror, little Ralph saw what was happening and noped out of there immediately. He had seen too many horror movies, and knew what happened next. The boy escaped from the car. A moment later, the windows were splattered with blood from the inside. Ralph took one last look back as he ran off through the rain, his head covered by a hoodie. As he turned a corner, the sounds of wet, sloppy chewing began to thankfully fade into the distance. And it was silent again, aside from the noise of the rain. How the hell could you possibly know all that? I yelled at Randy, my loyal but incompetent sheriff's deputy. There was no way he could have figured all that out, just judging by the bloody car and the dead woman's body we discovered at the gas station. And yet, he was dusting his hands off like he just solved the whole case. Simple detective work, dude. You're really bad at your job. Even I can figure this one out, and I'm wasted. He pocketed a flask he'd just taken a sip from, stealthily, without my notice. As soon as this screwed-up day is over, I'm writing your ass up for drinking on the job. Now, come on. If you're right about this, that means there's a kid running around Hollow's End all by himself. And in the middle of a total shitstorm. Trust me, I'm right. I've got a sixth sense when it comes to these things, Randy said, winking at me. You're stepping in some of the evidence there, Inspector Clouseau, I said, pointing at the pool of blood beneath his feet. Oh, it's all sticky. He dunked his foot into a nearby windshield wash reservoir to clean his boot off. We left the crime scene and began to run back towards the cruiser. The green rain was still falling, so we made sure to pull up our hoods and didn't allow any of the water to touch our skin. The last thing you wanted was to get the stuff in your eyes. That much of what Randy had said was all too accurate. About an hour had passed since the strange rain began to fall in Hollow's End. The townsfolk had fled back to their houses, everyone trying to get inside and out of the rain, especially once they saw what it did to their neighbors. Anyone who got the rain in their eyes or in their mouth seemed to go through the same transformation. Their eyes turned a pale green shade, and they basically turned into zombies. All they wanted to do was eat human flesh. The fresher, the better. As if that wasn't bad enough, the rain was doing something else as well. It must have contained some sort of seed for a mutated, mind-controlling parasite plant, one which grew at an exponential rate once it had a food source. If it landed on a person, in their eyes or mouth, it caused the zombie-like transformation. But when it landed on grass or soil, it caused a plant to grow. A horrifying, carnivorous plant which reminded me of the piranha plants in the Mario Brothers games. Hundreds of those plants had sprung up all over town, and we still weren't entirely sure what they were capable of. We'd seen a few that were the size of large dogs, but others that were as big as elephants. And I think I even saw one moving around, using its vine legs to ambulate. But I might have just imagined that part. When it saw me looking, it stopped. They grew fast, and they were hungry. That much I knew for sure. What's the plan, guys? Jay, the third member of our trio, asked as we got back into the police car. He had been waiting in the back seat while we investigated the bloody crime scene, which we'd noticed upon returning to Main Street. Jay works as a local delivery driver, but he's also a good guy to have around in an emergency. He deals with a lot of horrifying shit every day, so he's kind of used to it at this point. He was also temporarily in possession of the coolest magical item I've ever seen, a glowing sword made of energy, which kind of resembled a lightsaber, and I thought might come in handy, so I invited him to come along. There were several other groups of citizens capable of combat who were fighting back as well, working like militias throughout the town. We had all agreed to meet up at the town hall around midnight to reassess the threats we were facing. Randy thinks some guy turned plant zombie and killed his wife. Then his son ran off. He made up names for him and everything. What was it? Harold, Leanne, and Ralph? Okay, first of all, I know some guy went plant zombie and killed his wife. Then his son ran off. And I didn't make up names for him. I deduced it all, like Sherlock frickin' Holmes. And just wait. You'll see when we find little Ralphie running around out there, traumatized and begging for McNuggets. Huh? Jay sounded rightfully confused, but I could have almost believed it, since living in Hollow's End does cause one to change irrevocably, due to some sort of cosmic radiation which exists here. Randy could theoretically have developed powers of intuition and clairvoyance, except for the fact that Randy had never shown even the slightest ability at deductive reasoning, in all the months I had known him. Quite the opposite, in fact. Are you guys just going to leave that car there? Jay asked, pointing at the blood-spattered vehicle. Some kid could find it. There's no kids running around in this rain. Except maybe that one Randy thinks is out there. If he's right, then finding them has to be our priority. Give Tom a call, Randy. Maybe he'll be willing to deal with it. Tom was the local tow truck driver, but I wasn't sure if he would be out working in this mess. Still, at least we could get the ball rolling on it.
Got it, boss. Now come on, let's go rescue this wayward youth. Don't use words if you don't know what they mean, Randy. I've asked you politely 100 times. As we pulled away from the gas station, the rain began to slow down slightly. I hoped that was a good sign that it would stop soon. But for now, it was still steadily drizzling. That just meant we would have to be extra careful with whatever we did. It had been dusk when the rain started to fall, but it was now fully dark outside. As we cruised through town, looking for a kid potentially wearing a hoodie, we encountered several plant zombies. They ran up to our car with startling speed, appearing out of the shadows and sometimes getting close enough to pound on the glass. When they did this, I hit the gas and tried to speed away from them as quickly as possible. But it was difficult with the streets crowded with abandoned vehicles and debris. Within just an hour, this place had turned into a scene from an apocalypse movie. I couldn't believe how fast it had happened. A car had crashed into a street lamp up ahead, causing it to tip over and blocking the route I wanted to take. Several cars were lined up near the scene, congesting traffic to the point of being almost impassable. But I managed to squeak past just barely. As I did, 3 zombies ran at the car from all different angles, like a pack of wolves laying in wait. Jay screamed in the back seat as one of them smashed a window back there and began to grab at him, trying to pull him out. I hit the gas, but the scene in the back seat distracted me so badly that I ended up taking my eyes off the road. This was a terrible mistake since there were so many cars everywhere, as well as a postal box which had tipped over and was blocking half the lane. I ended up slamming into something hard enough to set off the airbag, and it knocked me senseless. When I came to, chaos was erupting all around us. Randy was firing a pistol far too close to my ear for safety, and Jay was stabbing things in the back seat with his glowing sword. A window shattered to my left, and suddenly there were hands around my throat, grabbing my neck and squeezing it. Teeth were inches away, a gaping mouth ready to bite me, to turn me into one of them. Blam, 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 blam. Several gunshots rang out, and it was difficult to tell where they were coming from due to my temporary deafness, but I thought maybe they were coming from outside the vehicle. Whoever they were, they seemed to be friendly since the zombies who were attacking us fell one at a time, dropping to the ground. My ears were ringing and I could barely hear a thing. Panting and terrified, I nearly shit myself when I opened my eyes to see a different zombie standing just outside my window. I tried to pull my gun out, but thankfully Randy grabbed my wrist. His voice sounded like a grown-up from Charlie Brown as he spoke, saying something to me that made no sense. I kept trying to get my wrist free. Didn't he realize this thing was going to kill us? It was reaching for me at that very second, trying to grab hold of my seatbelt? Finally, the ringing in my ears died down a bit, and I heard Randy say something. Dude, that's Bryce. Stop trying to kill him. He's a friendly zombie. He's not one of them. He just saved our asses. I looked at the zombie who had just undone my seatbelt, and saw he was smiling at me sympathetically. His gap-toothed grin was rotten and decayed, but he had kind eyes.
It's okay. I get that a lot,
he said, his voice sounding like a dead man's, which I supposed he was.
Now come on, let's get the hell out of here. There are more coming and your car's on fire.
I saw he was right. The shitty old cruiser had somehow caught ablaze after our minor collision. Go figure. But at least it was a piece of shit anyways, and it gave me an excuse to petition for a new one. The bad news was we kinda needed the car right now. We all got out, and I saw the friendly zombie man was alone. Or at least, so I thought at first. Suddenly a nearby shrub changed shape and turned into a man, crouched down low and holding a knife. He stood up and looked around, checking the area for zombies. Satisfied that there weren't any nearby, he walked over to me and introduced himself. Scott Tanaka, he said, shaking my hand. Nice to finally meet you face to face, Sheriff. A tree to my right turned into another man, and I realized the two of them were shapeshifters. Sherman Davis. I've got combat experience, serving over in Afghanistan. So don't worry, Sheriff, I got your back. I thought for sure I'd spotted all of them at that point, but then a Harley Davidson just behind me turned into a person crouching on all fours. The woman stood up and introduced herself to me as well, after taking a quick look around for any zombies who might be lurking in the shadows. Susan McClendon. The 4 of us decided to team up to fight the zombie plant invasion. We've taken out a bunch of these plant zombie bastards, but none of us feel right about killing the infected citizens, unless it's life or death. It's not their fault they got some of that freaky rainwater in their eyes. Speaking of which, Randy interjected, pulling his hood tighter around his face. We gotta find some shelter now the car's stuck here. Where are you folks been holding up? The zombie man spoke. He was wearing a leather jacket and sunglasses, and had somehow already found time to light a cigarette. He was smoking it with bloody fingers, leaving red thumbprints behind. I got the feeling he and Randy would get along a little too well.
I got a spot nearby where we can lay low for a bit. Come on, we'll show you our home base.
We followed the four of them, keeping our heads low as we ran towards a neighborhood nearby. As we were racing towards the house where they were hiding out, I thought about what Susan had just said. What if the zombie condition affecting people was curable? It wasn't something I'd considered when we were being attacked by them outside the forest earlier, since we kinda had to kill them to survive. But now it was really starting to get to me. These people were innocent in a way. The green rain had turned them into mindless, murdering cannibals, but what if that condition was temporary? And even if it wasn't, did that give us any right to kill them? There were so many questions that I didn't have the answer to. The whole thing was a moral and ethical nightmare. Maybe the best choice was just to hide out inside and wait for help from the government or whoever the hell was going to actually intervene. Except, I was the one who was supposed to call the government, wasn't I? I'm the sheriff, after all. That's the sort of stuff sheriffs and police chiefs do, right? Dude, you are like really bad at your job, Randy said, startling me from my thoughts. I turned around and looked back to see he was holding my gun, which had fallen out of my holster somehow. I'd been meaning to get that damn button replaced. It kept coming undone. Randy began to hand the gun back to me, then pulled it back at the last second, teasing me with a smile on his face. I should really keep this, you know? Teach you a lesson about gun safety. Much to my horror, he spun the gun on his finger, and it slipped off almost immediately, flying through the air after discharging not 1 or 2, but somehow 3 rounds. Damn, that's a hair trigger, he yelped, reaching down to pick it up, but I beat him to it. You do know we're in zombie apocalypse mode right now, right? You just told them where we are, dumbass. The shapeshifter zombie crew was looking back at us with a mixture of confusion and horrified rage, as suddenly a horde of zombies appeared from all around us. Run! I shouted, but quickly realized I was the only one who wasn't already doing that. I tried to catch up to the group as we raced toward a nearby house, which was thankfully closer than I thought it was going to be. Bryce led us around back, where more zombies were already closing in. Shit, they're everywhere! Sheldon yelled, pushing one off him as it tried to grab him and bring him in for a bite.
Oh man, I recognize this dude. He works at the bakery where they make those really good croissants.
He nearly squeezed the trigger of his gun as the thing came at him again, but clearly couldn't bring himself to do it. He lifted his boot and kicked the zombie square in the chest instead, sending it flying backwards.
Get inside,
Bryce yelled, opening the door with a key and holding it open for the rest of us. We're gonna be trapped in there, I responded, going inside anyway. There really weren't many options at that exact moment. Bryce gave me a sly grin and closed the door behind us, bringing down a thick iron bar to blockade the door.
Don't worry, Sheriff,
he said.
I've always got a contingency plan.
After sealing us inside the house, Bryce led us down the stairs into a finished basement. To my surprise, there was a crowd of people down there. They all looked at us with startled eyes as we entered the room, and a few of the children cowered and clutched their parents. A woman rushed over to us in the blink of an eye, her form a blur as she practically teleported across the room. It's okay, everyone. It's okay. They're friendlies. She pulled Sherman in for an embrace, holding him tightly. It took me a second, but I finally recognized her as Elise Batiste, the treasurer of the town council.
I'm alright. I'm okay. Look, we even found the sheriff out there and rescued him from an attack. Figured we'd bring him back here for some of your world-famous bunker chili before heading back out.
I'm not gonna lie, that does sound delicious, I said, my stomach rumbling. I didn't realize until that moment how long it had been since my last meal. It's just stag chili from a can, she said, giving me a nervous smile. So tired of that joke. Every time there's an apocalyptic event, he can't help himself. I couldn't help but cringe at the words stag chili from a can, remembering a terrible vending machine incident from years prior. You know, I'm not really all that hungry, I muttered, my belly making a loud noise of disagreement with impeccably bad timing. Holy shit, dude! They got Chef Boyardee! Randy yelled from the next room over, where I heard cans being rummaged. Beefaroni and spaghetti and meatballs? This place is a frickin' gold mine. He brought both cans out with him, holding them up in the light to check the directions for cooking them. He didn't serve, dummy. I thought to myself, but didn't say out loud. I had personally seen him make Chef Boyardee about 300 times, and yet he still checked the directions every single time. "The sheriff isn't hungry. You can have both of those," Sherman said to him. "There's a hot plate in the corner." "Actually, I could probably manage a few bites," I started, before being cut off by Bryce. "Hey, Sheriff, let me introduce you to the other survivors. Maybe you met some of these folks before, but maybe not. I keep forgetting you're still new in town." The smell of tomato sauce and sodium-laden chunks of meat wafted over to me as he dragged me towards a group of people. My eyes kept drifting back to the microwave, and to Randy with his smug little grin. He knew I was starving, but he was going to house both those cans of Chef Boyardee without saving me a drop. I had no doubt. "Do you have those mini raviolis?" I heard myself asking, but was overridden by a question from a woman who I was now standing in front of. "Sorry to bother you. I just wanted to introduce myself," she was saying. "I'm Lisa from Lisa and the Cult Jam. We play every Friday night at Raymond's place. Maybe you heard of us. We're kind of like local celebrities in Hollow's End." "Parsons a frickin' Boy Scout. He doesn't like music, bars, or fun," Randy shouted from his station near the microwave. He opened the door momentarily to stir the tomato sauce, then shut it again, giving me a thumbs-up sign. "Oh, right," she said, sitting back down among the hooded figures I presumed to be her bandmates. "Randy comes to see us every week. You should stop by sometime." I looked over the hooded figures, who reminded me vaguely of some other guys I knew from around town. "You all aren't Subterraneans? No. We're in a totally different cult. Ours is way better." "Oh." A strong hand grabbed me by the shoulder and spun me around. The man was skinny and tall, with a gaunt face and large lips. "Raymond Jaggers, put her there, bud," he said, shaking my hand briskly. "You thinking about coming by the club sometime? You should. Randy comes by practically every night, and you should see him on Thursdays. For open mic night." "That's about enough of that," a red sauce-lipped Randy interrupted, standing between us and trying to pull me away from the man. "Come over here, Sheriff. I got a half-eaten bowl of beef-spaghetti with your name on it." I tried to pull away from him, but found his grip was very strong. "Did you say open mic night? As in, Randy does stand-up comedy?" I began, but my deputy was now trying to forcibly pour boiling hot tomato sauce in my mouth to shut me up. "Please stop that," I said, pushing him away and causing him to spill the red sauce all over the floor. "We'll talk more about your stand-up routine later." A dog came over and began to lick up the sauce from the floor, thankfully before our host noticed it. "Fine. If we survive this, you can make fun of me all you want for having a hobby. But first, eat up, Chucklehead. We need energy if we're going to kill those damn plant zombies." "Kill them?" a small voice asked from beside us. I looked down to see a boy not even waist height. "You're going to kill the green-eyed people?" His eyes were filled with tears, making me feel extremely guilty all of a sudden. I began, unsure what to say. "My daddy got the rain in his eyes, and my mommy said he's sick, but he's going to be all better soon," he blubbered, the tears streaming down his face steadily now. "Oh, no," I started. "Your dad's name isn't Harold, is it?" He looked up at me, confused. "No, it's Daddy." A hooded person with horns, wearing a mask, came over and began to comfort the child. They looked up at us momentarily, as if judging whether we had intentionally upset the boy. I saw their pupils were cross-shaped amidst their honey-gold eyes. Long, dark hair framed a tanned face, with bangs covering most of their features. For a moment, I wasn't sure what to say to reassure them. "Well, we're doing our very best to find your daddy and bring him back safe and sound," Randy said, doing a surprisingly good impression of a responsible person. "But just to clarify, when your mom and dad talk to each other, do they ever refer to themselves as Leanne or Harold? Because it would really help me out of a jam." The boy screwed up his face as if preparing to cry and then ran off. "That was not my fault, okay?" Randy said. "I was trying to comfort the child. The boy just has no social skills." The tall, horned, and hooded person looked at Randy coldly. "Randy, you're an ass." "Max, you're a librarian. Who even reads books anymore? Nobody. Your job's gonna be obsolete in like a week. But that wasn't my fault, okay? I think I'm starting to get my powers after all these years living in Hollow's End. It's been so long, and I think I'm finally starting to get my sixth sense. A feeling of premonitions and hidden influences." "Do you two know each other?" I asked, ignoring Randy's blathering. Their backs stiffened at the question, but neither responded. The tension was palpable. Finally, after several long moments, Max spoke. Randy used to come into the library fairly regularly, but, there was an incident.
Oh, an incident? Is that what we're calling it now?
There was another tense moment of silence before I asked the question on my mind. What the hell happened?
Nothing,
Randy quickly shouted.
Now come on, eat some Boyardee and let's get the hell out of here, man. We're losing daylight.
Not until I hear the story. This is gonna be good, I bet. Max started chuckling, but Randy looked more annoyed than I'd seen him in quite a while. I got the feeling I'd have to drag the story out of him later, with several drinks.
Would you drop it? There's a kid out there trying to survive on his own with no one to protect him.
Little Ronald, I said sarcastically. And he's dying for some Wendy's, right?
You know that's not what I said. Now don't try to confuse the issue. I got $20 riding on this.
How? With who?
You. Who else?
Just as he spoke these ridiculously untrue words, there was a loud crash from behind us. People were screaming as the noise got even louder and the air filled with a cloud of dust. Through the brown haze, I barely caught a glimpse of enormous vines and roots crashing through the cinder block walls of the basement, causing them to collapse. And then a huge, toothy face like an oversized Venus flytrap was looking in at us, grabbing people with its huge, viney arms.
Shit,
Randy said, pulling out his gun. Jay put down his bowl of Chef Boyardee, which he had been quietly consuming, and readied his glowing sword. To be honest, I'd kind of forgotten he was there. The guy was so quiet sometimes. But Max beat us all to the punch. The horned and hooded person who had been standing before us a few moments before began to transform, turning into a formidable creature. I didn't get a great look since it was gone in an instant and disappeared into the cloud of dust. Screeches of anguish came from the plant monster a moment later.
Okay, Max has got this. Let's get out of here,
Randy said, holstering his gun. Jay followed suit, and I figured they knew what they were talking about since both of them knew Max better than I did. What was that? I asked as Bryce and Sherman emerged from the dust. Fabulavore, Jay responded. They usually consume stories, but I guess today's an exception. A shape-shifting monster librarian who consumed stories as a food source. I need to get to the library more often because that sounded badass. Now I wanted to get the story out of Randy even more.
Come on, let's head out the back, everyone,
Bryce yelled, and I saw the survivors were forming a chain and were trying to escape while Max had the giant plant monster distracted. The three of us followed them out through a narrow, hidden tunnel, which brought us up to street level eventually. Judging by the distance we had traveled underground, I figured we were a couple blocks away from Bryce's house. I was going to ask him if he had a permit for this monstrosity of a bomb shelter escape tunnel, but then thought better of it. He was saving our lives, after all. Once we were up in the open air again, I tried to decide what to do next.
We need to find shelter, and a working vehicle if possible,
Sherman said, telling me what to do next.
And we still gotta rescue little Ralphie,
Randy said confidently.
Who the hell is little Ralphie?
Bryce asked. Oh, nobody. Just a kid Randy made up. We found a tourist car full of blood and a dead woman inside, and he deduced it all like Sherlock Holmes. His words, not mine.
Okay. Well, we will keep an eye out for this imaginary child, but I really think finding a safe place so we don't die should be our first priority. Does everyone agree?
Everyone but Randy agreed. Majority rules, I said, looking at Randy. Come on, I think I know where we can find a vehicle and shelter, if I remember correctly. My deputy was visibly upset by this decision. And maybe we'll find a little lost boy named Ralphie along the way.
Deal. And don't forget, you owe me $50 if I'm right.
I thought it was 20. Oh, right. So you agree it was a $20 wager, Randy said, pulling out a small black notepad and writing in it.
I got you down for 20.
Can we please get the fuck out of here?
Bryce asked desperately.
There's zombies literally right there.
I realized they were waiting for me to lead them after several excruciating moments of silence, and we began to run. I was just praying that Muriel was home, and that her van still worked. As we led the terrified crowd of innocents through the streets of Hollow's End, I was once again reminded of just how messed up everything had gotten. Part of me couldn't help but wonder if it was all somehow my fault. I traced back the steps of my existence. all the way to the point where I arrived in Hollow's End. I had been summoned by a letter stating that I was elected to the position of sheriff, even though I had never stepped foot inside the town. Since then, it had been non-stop madness, with everything moving so fast I couldn't even pause to process things. Magical monkey paws, portals to other worlds, an egomaniacal billionaire, and a zombie outbreak. Correction, 2 zombie outbreaks. And I had to ask myself if I had made this place worse since my arrival. The answer was, seemingly, yes. Hollow's End had been hit by some horrible events recently, and things only got worse after I moved here. But was that really my fault? Is this my fault, Randy? I asked my deputy quietly as we were moving through the streets, hoping nobody else would hear. What are you talking about, boss? You know what I mean. All this crazy shit started happening when I arrived in town. Monkey paws, the multiple zombie attacks, the weird plants. It's like I opened Pandora's box somehow. The group had stopped momentarily for a break, and I paused to catch my breath as well. You can't blame yourself for the weird shit that happens in this town, Randy said, giving me a half-hearted pat on the back, and drawing a few curious glances from the others. Even if it is sort of your fault. I mean, this place was kind of fucked even before you got here. Thanks, Randy, I said sarcastically. Then I remembered who had actually made the monkey paw wishes, and who had really caused all of this to happen. Wait a second. You're the one who used the cursed monkey paw. You're the one who started all of this, not me. And you're just gonna let me take the blame? Oop, looks like the group is moving again. Well, I better step on it, boss. Before I had any time to berate him further, a piercing scream rang through the air. It sounded like a little girl or maybe a little boy, and they were in trouble. Help! The voice called out again, and I caught sight of a small body running through an alley across the street, being chased by multiple slobbering zombies who were shambling after him. Shit, that kid's in trouble. You all keep moving. Randy and I will go try and save him. Jake, get everyone to Muriel's house for cover. If we can't get over there soon, we'll all rendezvous at the town hall at midnight, just like we planned. Jay nodded, leading the group away from us, his glowing sword in hand. I really needed to find out where I could get one of those. Are you guys sure you don't need any help? Sherman asked. I mean, you did almost die earlier. We had to save your lives twice, remember? We'll be fine, I responded through gritted teeth. We've got this. Come on, Randy. Randy hesitated. Are you sure you wouldn't rather go alone? I mean, there's only like 6 zombies over there. You could definitely take them by yourself. You're coming with me, tough guy. Don't you want to see if that kid is little Ralphie? Come on, let's see if you earned your $20. Maybe you really do have psychic powers after all. I doubted it. Good point. Get ready to cough up cash, Parsons. He pulled out his gun and began to run far too quickly for my liking, reminding me of a child sprinting dangerously with a pair of grown-up scissors. Sherman gave me a side-eye look as if quietly saying, "How do you put up with that?" and then shrugged and walked away. I hurried to catch up with my deputy, hoping it wasn't too late to prevent him from doing anything too stupid. When I caught up with Randy, he was busy shooting a zombie in the face with his gun. The rain was still pattering down on us from above, but the storm clouds looked thinner now, less substantial, and I could almost see the blue sky between the bumps and folds of the clouds. Maybe that meant it would stop soon. Stop shooting them, I scolded. We might be able to save them, remember? Who knows? Maybe there's a cure for this, whatever this is. Remember the Crimson Eye Plague? If we'd killed everyone who got infected with that, there'd be a lot more dead innocent people. Oh yeah. Sorry. Next time I'll just let it eat my face. Randy rolled his eyes. Come on, Mr. Boy Scout. I saw him go in there. He pointed at a door which led into a building from the alley. I wasn't totally sure what the building was, but I could hear high-pitched screams of terror from inside, likely from the child who we'd seen being chased. I yanked on the door handle and it opened easily. Unlocked. Strange for a rusted door entering into a downtown building from a back alley, but this was Hollow's End. Some people around here like to leave their doors unlocked. Ajar, even. Just begging for an intruder to enter. They can really save on the cost of fresh meat that way. I had heard that one monster in town was actually a building. It blended into its surroundings to make itself look like an old video game store, using the name Kai Gaming. The place lured unsuspecting victims with promises of discount games and electronics at low prices. But once you got inside, I found out about that one the hard way. That fucker almost got me on Black Friday last year. Barely made it out of there alive. I don't like this. I muttered, entering the dark building and thinking about that particular monster attack at the same time. There were no lights on anywhere, and all I could hear was the sound of a small voice begging for help somewhere up ahead. I pulled out my flashlight, holding the beam under my gun as I pointed the revolver ahead of me. Something I had seen someone do once on a cop show, and it looked really cool. I'd always wanted to try it. Randy was behind me, his flashlight beam unsteady as his trembling hand shook with nervousness. The screams were growing louder, and more panicked. "Shit, there he is!" Randy pointed his gun and began to fire rapidly, taking panicked shots that mostly missed their targets. "Stop!" I yelled. "You might hit the kid." His accuracy was terrible, and I could see the kid was pretty close to where his shots had landed. The child was hiding behind a large chest, which was sitting beside a mirror. I saw there were stage lights overhead and realized that we were backstage at some sort of playhouse. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw a curtain to our right which separated the space between us and what would be the audience. One of the zombies had been hit with a headshot, causing it to drop with a loud thud to the floor. The rest began lurching toward us, now going for the more obvious target since we were out in the open. "You distract them, I'll go get the kid. We'll meet outside in 2 minutes, got it?" "No way." Randy shook his head. "Nice try, buddy boy. I'll go get the kid. You distract them, and we'll meet outside in 5 minutes. Why did the time... Never mind, just go. I ran off towards the curtain, which opened onto the stage, whooping and hollering as loudly as I could. The crowd of zombies turned sharply toward me and began lurching after me, and my heart rate immediately sped up to 150 or so. There was something about the idea of zombies that had always creeped me out, ever since I was a little kid. Just the idea of something that can't be stopped but just keeps coming and wants to eat your flesh and brains has always made me want to avoid the zombie apocalypse at all costs. And now I was going through it for the second time. Glancing back over my shoulder, I saw the group of zombies pursuing me, as Randy approached the child hiding behind the trunk. Over the noises of snarling ghouls and teeth snapping, I heard his voice speaking low and whispering, "Hey kid, it's okay. I'm here to rescue you. My name's Randy. I'm a police officer. What's your name?"
"I'm Ronald. Ronald McDonald. My dad killed my mom and my sister got away, but I don't know where she went."
Randy replied without a moment's hesitation.
"Fuck. That really sucks, little Ronnie. Okay, I'm really sorry about your parents, but I've got $10 for you if you can do me a little favor. I'll explain on the way."
And with that, the child took his hand and they began to run. I broke through the curtain separating the backstage area from the auditorium, expecting to see an empty playhouse. But instead, I was greeted by a few dozen zombies. Evidently, someone had been putting on a small community play, and the place had been invaded by ghouls just prior to the performance, causing many inside to become infected. Playbills, drinks, and snacks were scattered on the floor, instruments left abandoned in the pit in front of the stage. Ushers wandered the aisle still dressed in their uniforms, with bite wounds on their necks, shoulders, faces, and arms. I was already running from one small crowd of zombies when this new, much larger group joined the fray. I went from feeling terrified to a state far beyond that. A panicked fever that kicked me into overdrive, causing me to run faster than I'd ever thought myself capable. Feeling as if I were fueled by some otherworldly power, I began to take risks I never would have considered. I leapt into the air, stepping on the heads of ghouls as I leapt cat-like from one to the next. When there wasn't a head to jump on, I used the backs of seats, the walls, the concession stands, and garbage cans, until I found myself, somehow, miraculously standing outside. Zombies were beating against the glass and slobbering on the windows at the front of the playhouse, grabbing the door handle but unable to comprehend the concept of pulling on it to open the door. If it had been a push lever, we would have all been really fucked, but it looked like a quarter of the town was contained inside the playhouse, which was actually quite convenient. Maybe there was a way to fix this after all, some way to cure them, and containing them was a good first step. An idea was starting to form in my mind, and I began to walk towards the back alley where Randy was hopefully waiting. Part of me really wanted to tell him about my newfound powers, how I just basically gained superhuman abilities to escape the zombie horde inside, but on the other hand, that would just make him jealous. He clearly didn't have his powers yet, even though he'd lived here his entire life. I got around to the back of the playhouse and saw Randy and the boy waiting for me. Before I could even open my mouth to speak, my deputy did something I hadn't thought him capable of. He told the truth.
"You were right, Sheriff," he said. "I didn't deduct anything. This here's little Ronald. Looks like he's got a sister who's missing too. We're gonna need to go look for her.
and we need to get him somewhere safe. I'm helping you look, the kid shouted, much louder than I would have liked. I know my sister, and I know where she'd be hiding. You have to let me help you. Shh, keep your voice down, I said. We need to stay quiet or we're going to attract the wrong kind of attention. The boy looked at his feet. Sorry, you're right, it's my fault all this happened. I wanted them to stop at the gas station. They didn't even need gas. I wanted a snack, and I kept bugging them for some M&Ms, and it's all my fault. Mom wouldn't be dead, and Dad wouldn't be a frickin' zombie if I just... Randy put his hand on the kid's shoulder reassuringly. We all make mistakes, Ronald. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. Sometimes I even forget my own name. Randy! I yelled louder than was reasonable, and a moment later there were zombies on us from every conceivable direction. Which was 2 directions, because we were in an alley. Randy and I both pulled out our guns and began to fire, carefully picking off the ghouls one by one with headshots as they raced toward us. Each time I hit my target, I winced, knowing they were citizens of Hollow's End. But this time, we had no choice. It was either kill or be killed. As I reloaded my gun and Randy ran out of bullets at the same time, the zombies got within steps of us, reaching out their bloodied fingers to disembowel us. And I began to suspect it would be the latter. The ghouls were inches away, their faces so close I could smell their rotting, bloody breath. My hands were trembling as I reloaded my gun, 1 bullet at a time, refilling the barrel of the old-school revolver. Unable to finish loading all the chambers, I dropped the remaining bullets to the pavement of the alley and spun the cylinder back into place. In one lightning-fast motion, I raised the gun up to the closest zombie's skull, brought back the hammer, and pulled the trigger. Brains and bits of bone exploded all over my face, warm and damp. I aimed the gun at 3 more targets in the next half second, as my reflexes and speed kicked into overdrive once again. This time, I used the empty gun as a weapon once its bullets were spent, driving the butt of the revolver into every nearby skull until we were alone in the alley once again, surrounded by the corpses of zombies. What the hell? Randy shouted. You got powers? You only lived here a few months, not even a year yet, and you get superpowers? He was huffing and puffing, clearly angry, but I tried to distract him somehow. Come on, we made too much noise. Let's get out of here. I looked down to where I thought the kid would be, but he wasn't there. Little Ronald was gone. Shit, where'd the kid go? Weren't you watching him? You probably scared him going all Matrix on those fuckers. How the hell did you even do that, boss? You know what? Never mind. I don't want to know. I'll get my powers one of these days, and they're going to be cool as hell. Way cooler than yours. Even though that was pretty badass. Okay, one other thing before we go looking for that damn kid again. Can you please stop telling everyone you're now the world's greatest detective because you ate the previous greatest detective and absorbed his powers? We're in the middle of a zombie outbreak, Randy. You're going to get yourself shot again. No can do, boss. It's the perfect backstory for the situation. And you have to admit, I wasn't that far off. Ronald, Ralphie, it's basically the same name. Not to mention the fast food connections. And I still haven't asked him about his parents. I am not going to debate with you about this right now, Randy. There's a kid on the run. And I have no intention of talking myself out of a $20 bill. You can pay me on Friday. The kid's probably off looking for his sister again. He can't have gone far. The 2 of us began to search the nearby alleys for little Ronald, hoping we would find him before any more zombies managed to find us. Luckily, we spotted him about a block away, running through the streets, and managed to catch up with him after a prolonged sprint. I was winded after the run, and Randy was still 2 blocks away trying to catch up. I waved at him to let him know I'd caught the kid, as the boy tried to break free from my grasp and run off again. Hey now, come on, there's no need for that. Let me go. I'm gonna find my sister. You guys are weird, I don't like you. That guy tried to change my name. Look, I get it. This whole town is a bit strange, kid. Randy especially. But you get used to it after a while. We're good people, though, I promise. We're just trying to help you. He wasn't listening, and I tried one more time to convince him. Ronald, hey. He looked up, startled by the use of his name. I'm so sorry about your parents. This must be like a nightmare for you right now. I can't even imagine what you're going through. I can't even imagine how hard this must be. He stared up at me, defiant, for another few moments. And then his mouth twitched like a defective animatronic. His face began to break, slowly at first. His mouth twisted in places, swiveling and shifting as his eyes welled with tears and his cheeks began to fill with redness. And then he was sobbing, his mouth open and rivulets of tears running streaky down his face. He hugged me then, like a kid who has no one else left in the world. He embraced me and I hugged him back. He wept into my shoulder and didn't stop for several long minutes. "I have to find her," he bawled. "She's all I've got and I just ran away. I left her behind. By then, Randy had finally caught up with us. Is everything okay?" he asked awkwardly, and I shot him a look. "Everything is not okay, Randy. This child's parents just died right in front of him. Or maybe one of them can still be saved if we find a cure for this zombie plague," I hope that look said. "Got it," Randy muttered, as if he'd read my mind. Ronald tried to wipe his face, as if to erase any evidence of crying, and then he sniffled and said, "Can we go find my sister now, please?" "Yeah, of course. We'll find her," I said. "Where do you think she would have gone?" He thought about this for a few seconds. "If she's feeling like I am right now, she's probably hungry and thirsty. As strange as it is to say, I think she might have gone back to the gas station where this all started. There's got to be food and drinks inside of that little shack there. And she might want to check on Mom, see if she's okay. Even if she didn't want to look, I think she'd want to know for sure if she's..." He didn't finish that thought, and I tried to distract him from it as quickly as I could. "Let's go take a look. You're a smart kid, Ronald. I have a feeling you might be right about this." The three of us took a walk through town, heading back towards the gas station. At least it wasn't far from our location, since we chased the kid in this direction when he tried to get away. After a short walk, we found ourselves approaching the grisly scene once again. The car was still there, just as we left it. The back door was hanging open, and the windshield was covered in blood from the inside. "Hang back a second, Ronald," I said as we got closer. "I'll check her pulse. You don't need to see this." He listened, his lip quivering as he stood back a little ways. I reached my hand into the car, prepared to touch the woman's bloody neck, even though I knew there would be no carotid pulse. She wasn't breathing, and her face had turned a shade paler than before. "Ronnie?" a voice said from behind me, causing my heart to skip a beat. I spun around to see a girl, who I presumed to be Ronald's sister, emerging from the shrubs beside the gas station. She must have seen us coming and hid there, not knowing if we were a threat. "Wendy?" Ronald called out, and I did a double take. "Her name is..." "Shut up, Randy," I snapped. "Oh, like you don't think that's even the least bit..." "No, I don't." I tried to silence my deputy once again, but the kids weren't even paying attention. The boy had run over to embrace his little sister, and they were both crying in each other's arms. I felt terrible for them, but at the same time glad they had reunited, and I was happy that I had played at least some small part in that. "Well, I guess we know these guys aren't the classic Night of the Living Dead zombies," Randy whispered, looking back over at the woman in the car. "She would have come back to life by now for sure. Fortunately for us, this really increases the chances that the government won't drop a nuclear bomb on us if they find out about this." "What the hell are you talking about, Randy?" He turned away from her to look at me, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end for some reason. "Duh, the zombies. Bites don't infect you, causing you to turn into one of them. At least, not for a few hours, anyways. She'd be up and walking by now if that was the case." A growl came from the passenger side of the car, and I jumped back. Randy noticed the sound an instant later than I did, and by then it was too late. She had already grabbed hold of one of his arms, and was bringing it up to her mouth like a turkey drumstick at Disneyland. "Hey, get her off of me! Hey, Sheriff, get her! Ah!" Before he could pull away, she had his forearm in her mouth. She was freakishly strong by the looks of it, and my deputy couldn't get out of her grasp. I pulled on his arm as he tried to get away from her, and the two of us struggled against her like a couple of dog parents trying to get a roast from a misbehaving Doberman. "Ow, ow, ow, ow!" Randy complained as the two of us pulled on his arm harder and harder, trying to get it away from her. She was so strong that even with all of our effort, it was nearly impossible. Finally, we managed to yank the bulk of his arm out of her grip, but the damage was already done. There was a mouth-sized hole missing from Randy's arm now. The woman was chewing on his flesh like a too big wad of bubble gum. "Aw, man, now I'm gonna turn all zombie and shit," Randy groaned. Without warning, he removed his gun from his holster and started handing it over to me. "Well, might as well shoot me now, boss. I'm not cut out for immortality. I always wanted to die young and leave a pretty corpse. So much for that plan." The two kids were running over, and I had to simultaneously hold them back from their ravenous mother, while trying to explain to Randy that I wasn't going to shoot him in the face. Whoa, kids, hang on. That's not your mother anymore. Not right now, she isn't. And Randy, I am not going to shoot you with your service weapon. Do you have any idea how much paperwork I'd have to do? Oh yeah, good point, he said, taking the pistol back and holstering it without further debate. She's a zombie now? Ronald said, his face scrunching up and getting ready to make more tears. Only temporarily, I said, trying to think of what to say. Just until we see the local, scientist, doctor person, and get the cure. I was really hoping that would work. I mean, I had just come up with it on the spot, and it was a ridiculous lie. But they were children, after all. Kids believe whatever grown-ups tell them, right? Really? Do you really think we can cure it, boss? Randy asked, sounding hopeful. He was holding his arm up over his head to stop the bleeding, and I wondered briefly if that would just speed up the zombie infection process, sending more of the virus straight towards his heart and brain, where it would then insidiously spread throughout his system. Sure, I said, a little too loudly. Definitely. Randy frowned slightly, as if he could hear my inner thoughts and knew they didn't quite line up with my words. But then he smiled amicably, and I figured I'd convinced him. All right, lead the way, boss. Where's this fantastical scientist capable of curing supernatural viruses? I drew a blank momentarily. But then I realized there actually was someone in town kind of like that. In fact, they would probably be working on a solution to this whole dilemma right now. Maybe my subconscious mind had known that and just took a minute for the rest of my brain to catch up. Right this way, kids. And Randy. They don't live too far from here. Hopefully we can make it there without any more close encounters. Bye-bye, Mommy, Wendy said, waving at the woman in the car, still chewing on a tough piece of meat she'd removed from Randy's arm. We'll be back to fix you. The woman in the car actually seemed to smile a little bit at that, and I wondered if there was some small vestige of her brain that was still functioning, or something more than that. Maybe we really could fix these people. Maybe. For Randy's sake, I hoped we could. The office of Dr. Raison Detra was located around the back of her house. As we approached the door, I felt my spidey senses tingling. Hang on, guys. Something's up, I said, holding back the kids and Randy. My eyes traveled down to see a tripwire which had been set up just in front of the porch. If I had kept walking, I would have run right into it. There's a wire here. You're going to need to step over it. Not sure what it does, I said, pointing it out to the three of them. That was a close one, boss, Randy said after the kids had joined me on the porch. It's a good thing you were paying attention. I would have walked right into it. He interrupted himself by accidentally stepping on the tripwire. Luckily, he slipped at the same time, falling flat on his face right as an arrow spit out from a hole in the facade of the house. It flew just over his head, embedding itself into a tree on the other end of the yard. Thunk. Holy shit, Randy screamed, getting up from the ground. That could have been my face. The two kids standing beside me looked less than impressed. You guys are police officers? Ronald asked uncertainly. Yes, we're police officers. I'll show you my badge in a minute. That's always something you should check. Don't just believe people when they tell you they're cops. She looked at me with even more concern written clear across her face. Except for us. We actually are. Even though my deputy seems more suited to work at the circus some days. I said, my dad joke clearly not landing. Hey, I told you about my time as a circus clown in confidence, Randy objected. And at that moment, the door in front of us opened, spilling soft yellow light onto the darkened porch. What are you all doing out here? The woman who opened the door asked, looking at us all like we had a death wish. Get inside, quickly, before you attract more of them. And with that, we stepped into the home of the local scientist, Dr. Detra. Just as the door was about to shut behind me, I heard the sounds of groaning voices coming closer, and shuffling feet trudging up the steps behind us. Too bad about your tripwire, Randy said. That thing would have worked like a charm on those guys. The home of Dr. Raison Detra was full of plant life, I noticed as we climbed the steps up to the main level. It reminded me a bit of the abode of Poison Ivy's alter ego in Batman, and the woman seemed to match that description on a few different levels. Her reddish-brown hair and tall stature were her most prominent features, and she looked at us through a pair of glasses once we were up in the kitchen. What on earth were you doing outside in the middle of the night? During a plant zombie outbreak, Sheriff? You could have been killed or worse. You could have become one of those... She suddenly stopped, looked at Randy with his bitten arm, then at the two children with tear-filled eyes. Dr. Detra was always good at coming to swift conclusions through the process of deduction, and didn't finish her thought out loud. Never mind. Let's get you dried off and out of those disgusting clothes. You're dripping it everywhere, by the way. Open Circuit, would you clean up this mess, please? A robot, which reminded me a bit of something out of Minecraft, emerged from the other room. His blocky shape looked to be by design rather than out of necessity, and I couldn't help but admire the little guy's programming as he quickly sucked up the water on the floor, moving down the stairs towards the back door effortlessly. Remove 100 cc's for research purposes and incinerate the rest, Open Circuit. Then meet us in the lab. We could use your help on this. On it, Doctor. Open Circuit is a creation of mine. Perhaps you've met Clue 404 as well, she asked with a smile. Holy shit, Randy said, then looked at the kids and covered his mouth. Sorry, kids, but you're the one who tried to bust us out of prison? Back when we got caught up in that high-tech mega jail? Yes, that was a plan which I devised, although it did not turn out the way I'd hoped. Perhaps due to some electronic wizardry employed within that prison. An EMP or something of that nature. Clue 404 is doing much better now, by the way. I'm sorry about how he shut down right in the middle of the escape plan, but you never know how an android is going to function until they get out into the dangers of the real world. Hey, it's the thought that counts. And we did get out of there eventually. Right this way, she said, leading us into her laboratory. There were a few screens set up in the corners of the large room, acting as dividers. She gave us some spare clothes out of a wardrobe nearby and sent us all to get changed. Meanwhile, Open Circuit followed along behind us, vacuuming up our wet footprints. He seemed to be shaking his head as if annoyed that he was being asked to perform such menial labor. I was programmed to do theoretical equations in quantum physics, and to design complex biomechanical constructs, he said, shaking his head. Of course I'm annoyed. I realized then that he was also telepathic, and decided to leave it at that. After getting dried off and changing out of our wet clothing, we all met back up in the center of the laboratory with Dr. Detra. She seemed intent on discussing something with us, and waited for Open Circuit to join us. I've got some ice cream in the kitchen. Why don't you kids go see if you can find it? She said, smiling at the two potential orphans. Bonus points if you can locate the waffle cones. Hint, they have sprinkles on them. The two kids actually surprised me by giggling and running off into the kitchen. Even through all of this, they were holding strong. What troopers. The only thing holding those two together right now is the hope that we can find a cure to this, Dr. Detra said grimly once they were out of earshot. So we all need to put our heads together. I've made some progress, but not enough to stop the outbreak in time. Look at the simulation. A holographic image appeared in front of us, showing Hollow's End in green. This was 3 hours ago, just before sundown. When the rain started, I said, remembering back to the forest and the clearing where the townspeople had gathered. So many had been infected there, and I couldn't help but think that if they'd just been at home or work, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad. It was the worst-case scenario, though. Almost the whole town had been there, out in the open. It was a miracle we'd gotten away without becoming infected. Sure enough, the holographic image showed that same devastation, but sped up and in fast forward. It started with a few drops of red, and then pretty soon the whole town was a crimson puddle, with only a few remaining vestiges of green. And then, nothing at all. That's what the town will look like in 2 days, according to my projections. Clue, Open Circuit, and I have been working on a cure. Clue is up on the roof right now gathering more samples, actually. But so far, we've not had any major breakthroughs. Between the three of us, we should have been able to figure it out, but we haven't had any real success. Well, that sucks. If you do figure out a cure, sign me up to be your guinea pig, Randy said. Oh, hell. Boss, all of a sudden I'm not feeling so hot. I turned to see my deputy was starting to turn gray in the face, and his eyes were changing into that sickly green shade flecked with gold. Not just the irises either. The whites of his eyes were likewise changing into that strange, disgusting Hulk shade. I think I better sit down. Randy trailed off as he swooned, falling unconscious to the floor. Well, that's not good, I said, looking at my deputy on the ground. How much time do we have? I would say an hour or two at most before the virus completely takes over his central nervous system. It multiplies rapidly. I've never seen anything like it. Here, help me get him up onto this table. She swept her papers and everything off the steel table with a swoop of her arm, and the two of us lifted Randy up onto it. What happened? The kids ran out of the kitchen, their mouths smeared with chocolate ice cream. We heard a bang. It's okay, I said. He just had a little fall. He's taking a bit of a nap right now, that's all. Is he dead? Wendy asked, licking the ice cream cone in her hand. No, he's not dead. We're gonna get him fixed up in no time, okay? Go on back to the kitchen, kids. The grown-ups need to talk for a bit longer. They did as I asked, and the two of us got back to our discussion, now with Randy lying on a steel table beside us. His wound had a strange look to it, as if moss were growing in it. Whoa, that's weird, I said, pointing at it. Dr. Detra gasped when she saw it. Then, without hesitating, she pulled out a scalpel. She sliced off a small piece of the moss which was growing around Randy's wound. The vegetation hissed like a cat, and the tiny sprouts waved in the air aggressively when she did so. Oh, hush, she scolded, then put the sample into a petri dish. She held it under a microscope and looked at it carefully. Interesting. Very interesting. Open circuit, come see this. The android came over and raised its head up into the air on an extendable neck, then looked into the microscope. Just then, Clue 404 came into the lab, returning with his collection of samples from the roof. I hadn't seen the android since he tried to break us out of prison, and gave him a hug out of sheer gratitude. Hey, Clue, good to see you. You as well, Sheriff. It has been a minute. Yeah, just wish it was under better circumstances. But as always, nothing's ever normal in Hollow's End. This is true, he said, handing the doctor a few test tubes. I have several different samples, Dr. Detra. They are labeled as requested, according to their source. These might not be necessary anymore, Clue, she said, sounding excited. Look at his wound. It's bryophyta. See? I put it under the microscope. The android went over to look as Open Circuit stepped away from the microscope. Non-vascular, the smaller android said as Clue put his eye up to the instrument. We never imagined that it could be using the vasculature of its host for the purposes of energy production. The mitochondria are powerful, Clue said. An alien species like this could latch on and harness them for their own purposes, depriving the host cells of energy and forcing them into dormancy. If that's true, that means they can be saved, Dr. Detra concluded. We just need to find a way to clear those damn clouds. Huh? I blurted. Sorry, I'm not following. She looked at me as if she'd forgotten I was there, then motioned to the holographic display. Computer, interpose new bryophyta predictions, then remove cloud cover for 100% visibility. The image on the hologram in front of us changed, showing the red color of the town slowly fading, then changing back to its original green shade. Moss needs darkness to grow, Sheriff, she said, pulling over a bright lamp. She flicked a switch on the side, and the glow of it changed, becoming stronger. Too much light, and it dies. I looked at Randy's arm and saw the mossy growth around his wound was withering and turning black. It was dying in the light. We have 6 hours until sunrise, Sheriff, Dr. Detra said, looking at her watch. Which means we've got 6 hours to figure out how to clear those clouds and get the sun shining down on Hollow's End again. Dr. Detra and I stood in her laboratory watching Randy, hoping he would be cured by the UV light. If her predictions were right, then the whole town could be returned to normal using the same method. Meaning that if we could clear those strange green clouds in the sky and get the sun shining again, everyone would return to normal. But it was still yet to be proven. Randy was our guinea pig. The mossy growth around his wound had retreated and turned black, shriveling up until it looked dead. But he was still unconscious, and there was no way of knowing if he would turn back into his normal, ridiculous, drunken self. Doctor, intruders are surrounding the house. Exterior defenses are being overrun. Concentrated assault now focused on our residents. Damn, do you have any idea what this means? Dr. Detra asked me gravely. No, what? There won't be time for us to have any ice cream. She went rummaging through a nearby drawer. She pulled out a pair of noise-canceling headphones and put them on Randy's head. She turned on some music and raised the volume, and I could hear it blasting from the headphones into Randy's ears, probably giving him permanent hearing damage. This is bad. I should have guessed they share a telepathic hive mind intelligence. Randy is a fly on the wall for them right now. They've been listening to every word we've been saying. Oh no. Does that mean? Yes, they know our plan, and they're actively trying to stop us from achieving it now. We need to get out of here immediately. The zombies are just the beginning. The chompers will be next. They can tunnel underground, and they're going to be headed this way as we speak. So what do? We can't exactly run. They got the place surrounded. I've always got an escape plan. Don't worry, Sheriff, she said. Grab the lamp. Try to keep it trained on the wound at all times. Clue, open circuit. Can you get the table with the deputy? Kids, come on. We need to get out of here. Ronald and Wendy joined us back in the laboratory, looking scared and on edge once again. Dr. Detra tried her best to reassure them, taking their hands as she led us out of the lab. Open Circuit sighed with obvious exasperation, but did as he'd been asked and grabbed one end of the table. Clue took the other end while I picked up the UV lamp, keeping it pointed at Randy. He was now strapped down, which was to ensure our own safety, but it also helped to keep him from sliding off the table as we ran out of the laboratory and down the hall, following Dr. Detra. This way, we don't have much time, she said, and at that exact moment I heard a window breaking, and the sound of a wall breaking down. Perimeter breach, the loud voice of the computer said from above us. Interior defenses activated. Please proceed to the aircraft hangar for evacuation. Aircraft hangar? My ass stunned. This house was a small backsplit in a little neighborhood. It appeared to be the same as all the other surrounding homes when viewed from outside. There was no way there was room for... The doctor pushed a button on the wall, breaking me from my incredulous thoughts and opening up an invisible door hidden behind a bookshelf. We stepped through the threshold, finding ourselves in a massive aircraft hangar, which looked like something out of a science fiction movie. Like I said, I always have an escape plan, Dr. Detra said, turning around with a smile. That was when Randy startled all of us by springing awake and screaming at us angrily. Holy shit, kill it, kill it, I yelled out of instinct. Then I realized he wasn't a zombie anymore. What the hell's the matter with you guys? You got me strapped down like a science experiment over here. Get me out of these shackles. Zombies were crashing through the house, getting closer by the second. But we took a moment to let my deputy out of the straps, which were holding down his arms and legs. I'm so glad you're okay, buddy, I said, giving Randy a hug once he was free. Some way of showing it. Tying me up like I'm going to turn plant zombie on you. Hey, look at that. The bite wound is healing all on its own. Maybe I do have superpowers after all, boss. Holy shit. Am I Wolverine? Deadpool? I think I am. Can you nerds talk about comic books later? The robotic voice of the house computer said from above. I looked to see Dr. Detra smiling triumphantly. Don't you realize what this means? It works. The cure works. And hey, the computer's got a mind of her own, so don't blame me for the sick burn she's laying down. Now come on, let's get out of here. Less than a minute later, we were up in the air, and I was amazed at the technology this woman possessed, hidden in her own home. Hollow's End really never ceased to surprise me. This town got stranger every day I lived here. This woman wasn't Poison Ivy. She was fucking Batman. The ship was similar to a helicopter, but without a rotor blade on top. Instead, it moved about using thrusters, which were mounted on both sides of the hull like a Harrier jet. I'm going to bring us up above the clouds to take a better look at this anomaly, Dr. Detra said, making the aircraft descend. It's almost midnight, I said, looking at my watch. Not to rush you or anything, but after we check it out, can we head over to the town hall? There's some people waiting for us. I don't see why not. Randy should no longer be sending any telepathic information to the hive mind, now that he's been cured. Tell her what now? Randy asked, pulling out his hip flask. Who's got a hive mind now? The zombies, Randy. Try to keep up. Yeah, Randy, said Ronald, eating a cookie he'd pocketed back at the house. Keep up. It's a super intelligent hive mind, dummy. Hey, you guys got cookies? Give me one. Ronald stuck out his tongue, splitting the last bite with his sister. Last one. Man, as if this day couldn't get any worse. As we ascended up above the clouds, we looked down at the green mess which covered Hollow's End like a mossy growth. And up above it all was another cloud. This one was gray, and shaped like a monkey's paw, palm down and blocking the sun's rays. Son of a bitch, I said, looking at the cloud. Man, those monkey paws are stubborn bastards, Randy said, shaking his head. I curse the guy who brought those into Hollow's End. You mean you? Hey, I just found the thing, okay? And besides, let's not start playing the blame game. The important thing is fixing it now. Can you please explain? Ronald asked. We don't live in this weird-ass town, remember? Randy and I looked at each other for a few seconds, as if having a psychic debate over who should explain this ridiculous predicament. But then eventually I relented. Okay, to To make a very long story relatively short, here goes. Randy got a magical monkey paw, which I think he found in a shipment of meat, but who knows who really put it there. Anyways, if you know anything about monkey paws, you'll know they grant wishes. The two kids looked surprised and amazed, but not the good kind. These monkey paw wishes always come with a curse, and the bigger the wish, the bigger the curse. Oh, Ronald said. I still don't understand. Randy made a lot of wishes, and they all had consequences. Terrible consequences. But his wishes weren't huge. They were relatively small for the most part. But when we were kidnapped by an evil maniac and his mom broke us out of prison with the monkey paw, she made a big wish. She wished to get rid of the jail, to make it evaporate into nothing, and with it all of the employees of that mega corporation that was trying to do so much evil. Bad people who would have destroyed the planet. Killed a lot of people. But that was a really big wish, and I was standing there when it happened. Everything went up in dust, floating away into the sky and blowing up into the atmosphere. Like how lake water evaporates into the sky and turns into clouds. This stuff evaporated into the atmosphere above us, and hence the green storm cloud that makes plant zombies and those piranha-headed vine creatures, Randy summarized. Holy shit, Wendy said. It was the most words she'd spoken since I'd met her. That's weird as hell, guys. Yeah, that's Hollow's End for you. And watch your language, Wendy. We're watching you until your parents get cured, and I'm sure they wouldn't want to hear you talking like that. Okay. So how does this change our plans, Doc? Are we still approaching this the same way? I don't think we can, Dr. Detra responded. If this is a problem based in magic, it needs a magical solution, not a scientific one. This cloud isn't moving based on wind speed or anything like that. It's staying right over Hollow's End for a reason, and I don't think it's going anywhere. But if we can get rid of it, the sunlight will still heal everybody, right? Theoretically, yes, but there's no possible way I can think of that would... Leave that part to me, Doctor. I think I might have an idea. We entered the town hall a short while later, arriving just after midnight. As we went down the aisle towards the stage, I saw a tall white ferret dressed in a military uniform standing at the pulpit. There was a smaller white ferret dressed in similar military garb standing next to him, and I recognized the two immediately as Squish and Baby Squish, two formidable foes for any plant zombies, and I wasn't surprised to see they made it through the onslaught. After some serious ass kickery, Baby Squish, Wendigo, Max Vega, and I were able to wrangle up those frickin' plant zombies, and we corralled them into that big outdoor pen in the field at the Whit Farm. Anyways, there's a few hundred of them out there, in case we find a cure for this virus. Okay, the big guy's here, so I'll pass over the microphone to the sheriff now, since he's just arrived, and looks like he's got something to say. Thanks, Squishy, I said, taking the microphone. Then, quietly, with the mic covered, you wrangled a few hundred zombies into the sheep pen? Really? Nice job, dude. After a quick fist bump, he went back across the stage to join the rest of his militia members, who had clearly been doing a bang-up job of cleaning up the streets, and with minimal casualties, which meant we had a real chance of saving some lives today, if we could figure out a plan, that was. We figured out how to cure the infection, I said to the townspeople who had gathered. There were at least 100 of them that I could see, and I recognized most, but not all of them. A large portion of the town had not made it here tonight, and I couldn't help but picture Dr. Detra's map and that color of red infection spreading across the town. The townspeople stood up to cheer at that announcement, but I wasn't finished, and it wasn't going to get any easier. Please, I said. Please, wait until I'm done speaking before celebrating. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but there's a lot to do, and we haven't yet solved this crisis, so please, take a seat, everyone. The townspeople did as I asked, and looked a bit dejected after their brief bout of excitement. I tried my best to keep them with me. I would need all of their help for what was to come next, whatever it might be. I thought you found a cure, someone shouted amidst the silence. We did, that's true. The sun is the cure to the infection. If we can clear the bad weather and get the sun shining down on all the people who were hit by the virus, we can cure them. That's great, someone in the crowd shouted as excited chattering began again. That means we just have to wait for the storm to pass. The problem will solve itself. I held up my hands, asking for silence, and eventually received it. I wish it were that simple, but this is not an ordinary storm, and those are not ordinary clouds. We were just up there looking at it using an advanced aircraft, courtesy of Dr. Detra, and it's not moving like any regular storm would, blowing over with the wind. I left out the part about the magical monkey paw cloud, since the whole town knew Randy had been responsible for that fiasco, and I was subsequently associated with it as well. This is clearly the work of some powerful magic, not science. This isn't a cloud that will just pass us over or evaporate on its own. Hollow's End will be stuck permanently in this rain until we can find a solution for this. We need a way to destroy the cloud, to get rid of it somehow. There was a lot of murmuring and some dissent after those words, as not everyone agreed with me. One man, named Derek Prey, stood up and spoke loudly. I recognized him as a brilliant scientist, one who worked closely with Dr. Detra in the past. I'm sure there's a scientific solution to all this. Between Dr. Detra and I, not to mention all the other scientists in town, we could figure this out if we put our heads together. I have a schematic drawn up at home for a device which would...
I'm sorry, Dr. Prey, Dr. Detra interrupted. There's nothing we can do for this. Trust me, I've looked at it from every angle, and the only solution for this is a supernatural one. Science can't defeat magic. It can only be beaten by stronger magic. It would be like trying to extinguish a sorcerer's fireball with a fire extinguisher. And we all know how that turned out when Xavier accidentally set his house on fire. Magic is not my area of expertise, so I will have to defer to someone else. He thought about this, then bowed his head slightly and sat down. Please continue. I'm not convinced, but I'll hear you out. I thought about what to say next and realized I didn't have anything solid. I knew we needed to find someone powerful enough to get rid of the cloud using magic, but I didn't know anyone who actually fit that description. Does anyone here know magic? I asked. Is there a powerful sorcerer or something of that nature in the crowd here tonight? I know most of you, but not all of you. I'm still relatively new to town, after all. Could some of the magical beings here please introduce yourselves? No one said anything for a long time. At least 30 seconds passed, but it felt like an hour.
Magical beings are mysterious buggers, Randy whispered in my ear. They're real secretive like. I was starting to think no one would say anything, and that we'd be back to square one. The giant room was completely silent. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. My armpits were getting so sweaty I could feel the moisture running down my side, into my pants. I felt more uncomfortable than I have ever felt in my entire life. But then a little gremlin wandered onto the stage, puked on my shoes, and made me feel even more uncomfortable. I'm Zero, he said. I'm a magical little gremlin. After a few seconds, I managed to formulate a response. I spoke while trying to discreetly kick the vomit off of my shoe. Some of it went flying and splattered an audience member in the face. I pretended I didn't notice out of embarrassment. Gromlin? Don't you mean gremlin? That's what I said. Gromlin. Okay, Zero. Can you tell me a little bit about your magical abilities? Do you have anything that can clear a giant poisonous cloud? They threw up on my shoes again, but it was mostly bile this time. Nope. I mostly do magic for kids' shows. You know, birthday parties, bar mitzvahs, graduation, stuff like that. Okay. Thank you, Zero. I'll, let you know if we need you. Anyone else? I did a Christmas party once, the little gremlin said, wandering off the stage in the opposite direction from where they'd entered. Anyone at all? A tall, furry, horned creature with glowing blue eyes stood up in the crowd.
I am the Wendigo. I am a magical creature, in the sense that I am contrived by magic. But I am not able to do anything to help. Still, just thought I'd introduce myself. We haven't met since I live in the woods.
All right, that's cool. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wendigo, I said as politely as I could, not wanting him to eat me. He was right there in the front row, like way too close for comfort. A woman with green-tinted skin, horns, and glowing eyes stood up and spoke next. I am Windy Burns. Although I don't personally possess the power to do such a thing, I do know of one who does. He resides in Hollow's End, upon Crescent's Peak. The other magical creatures turned to look at her, stunned. You can't possibly mean. We can't trust him. She silenced the rest of them with a long stare. I realized this woman was probably one of the more powerful magical beings in the room, and the fact that she couldn't get rid of this cloud said a lot. I have studied this phenomenon as well, and I agree it is the result of powerful magic, not of this world. The only one I know capable of vanquishing such a thing is Theodore. The crowd gasped at the name. Personally, I was expecting something a little more ominous. Theodore? I asked. Like as in Ted for short?
Yes, she hissed. And don't speak his name aloud, for he will hear you.
Right. Sorry.
He is a mighty wizard, capable of great feats. But I am on his shit list. I doubt he would want to listen to me.
I thought about this for a few seconds. Do you know where this place is? I asked Dr. Detra. She nodded, looking nervous.
Yes, I know of it, but it is not a good place or a safe one. Ted is easily angered, and he values his privacy more than anything. He might consider it such an insult that we came knocking on his door that he kills us on the spot.
Well, that's a chance we're going to have to take. Randy was already trying to escape. I grabbed him by his shirt collar and pulled him back.
Hey, what the hell, man? I didn't sign up for this shit. You can't pay me enough to go up to Crescent Peak. That place is bad news.
You're going. We're all going. Except for the kids. Ronald and Wendy groaned loudly, annoyed at being left out of the life-threatening mission. No whining. We're keeping you two safe, first and foremost. Muriel, can you watch them for a few hours? I asked, seeing the elderly woman in the front row. If there was anyone I could trust the kids with, it was her. Jay's grandmother was not only very sweet and kind to children, but she could take care of herself. And them in the event of a zombie attack.
Of course, dear,
she said, coming up onto the stage and taking the kids' hands.
Come along, you two. Let me ask you, have you ever made a knife out of a toothbrush before?
No.
Well, it's high time you learned. A well-placed toothbrush shiv can penetrate a zombie's brain through the ear canal in a pinch. You'll want to carry at least one or two in case you drop your primary weapon or it gets lodged in someone's skull.
I wondered if I'd made the right decision as they walked away out of earshot, but it was too late to second-guess these things now. Squishy, do you think you can round up a team of the best and get as many zombie citizens as you can into that sheep pen at Whit Farm? I know there's a good-sized crowd of infected in the playhouse downtown, already contained. We get them out in the open for when the clouds start to clear, and the rest should take care of itself.
You got it, Sheriff,
he said, taking Baby Squish by the hand.
Current time is 0100 hours. We'll get those sons of bitches out into the pen before 0600 so they're ready for the sunrise.
Best part of waking up is zombies getting blap, blap, blap.
Baby Squish sang, smiling.
No blap, blap, blap,
Squishy said, correcting her.
These are curable zombies, not Evil Dead zombies. Maybe next time, okay?
The little ferret scowled. Okay, who's on your team? I asked him. He didn't have to think about it for long.
Chase Kingsley's a no-brainer. That darn fox is a former SWAT officer. He can handle himself in a pinch. And I'll take Wendy Burns, Max, the Wendigo, plus New Vega. The six of us will form Strike Team Alpha. Bryce, can you put together another team to back us up?
The ghoul and shapeshifter militia from earlier appeared nearby, and I realized they'd been blending in as curtains and chairs, and somehow also the podium we'd been speaking at.
You got it, Squishy. We'll back you up, no problem.
I looked at Randy and Dr. Detra. Are you two ready? Let's go finish this thing. My deputy looked uncertain, but Dr. Detra had enough resolve for the three of us. I'm ready, Sheriff, she said. This cloud has rained on its last parade. After a short flight, courtesy of Dr. Detra, Randy and I found ourselves at the gates of an imposing castle, reminiscent of the ancestral home of Vlad the Impaler. Stay safe in there. I'll be listening, and I'll do what I can to help if things get bad, the doctor said before closing the door to the aircraft from the inside. A moment later, her voice was speaking in our ears, using the communication devices she'd given us. Thank you, Dr. Detra, for everything. We'll do our best to convince this guy to help the town. Sounds like he's our only hope at this point. Unless we do my plan, Randy said. Find another monkey paw somewhere and wish this problem away. It's so simple, really. We're definitely not going to do that. That's how we got into this whole mess in the first place. We can't just keep wishing away our problems. One of these days, we're going to have to actually deal with them ourselves. So your solution is to walk up to this big creepy castle and ask this dude to solve them for us? Because trust me, this guy ain't going to help shit. He's probably just going to kill us and turn us into unwelcome mats for his front porch. You know, like a bearskin rug, but made of people. I sighed, trying to explain this to him again in a way he'd understand. But then a voice was speaking to us through the intercom to my right. Hello, who's there? The voice sounded younger, like someone in their 20s or 30s, but nothing like the voice of the old wizard who I had expected to answer. Hi, I said awkwardly. We're looking to speak to Theodore. Is he home? There was a long pause. Theodore? Really? Are you sure? Yeah, we need to talk to him about saving the town. We need his help. He's the only one who can... There was a loud buzz, and then the gate swung open in front of us. Come on in, the voice said. Good luck. You guys are going to need it. The walkway in front of us was crumbling and ancient, with a strong wind whipping across the wet cobblestones constantly. There was a lake to our right, and the wind was cold off the water. We shielded our eyes from the rain, but I still couldn't help but notice the carrion birds all around. Vultures, crows, ravens, and other scavenging birds of all kinds were hovering over us far above, as if waiting for our inevitable demise. They seemed unaffected by the rain, and for the first time I considered the fact that this sickness seemed to specifically target humans. No animals were affected by it. Dude, this is such a terrible idea. How did I let you talk me into this? Randy muttered, sipping from his flask. I smacked it out of his hand with a little more aggression than I intended. But at that moment, I was pissed. Seriously? Can you stay sober for 10 minutes? The whole town's at stake, Randy. I can't believe you could be getting wasted at a time like this. Actually, never mind. I 100% believe it. You're constantly getting drunk at the most inopportune moments, especially when I need your help the most. Like when? Like always. That doesn't sound like me. I can't think of a single time when... Before we could get into it further, I saw a figure walking toward us. I guess it was the same person who had spoken to us through the intercom. They approached us carefully and took us in with a curious look. Long, curly dark hair framed a pale face untouched by sun, and a black duster jacket completed the gothic look, matching the castle in the near distance. I'm Gemstar, they said. Theodore is my father. I haven't told him you're here yet, but he has likely sensed your presence. No one comes onto the property without his knowledge, and his spies are everywhere. Be careful of the words you speak. The crows, ravens, and other birds were perched very close by, watching us. We need his help, I said. Like I told you before, he's the only one who can help us. Gemstar laughed at this as if it were a joke. Help? You come to him for help? Brave, but stupid. Very well, follow me. We encountered several traps along the way to the front door, which Gemstar disabled one after the next, using magic by the looks of it. A broken cobblestone, which activated poison darts. A trap door that yawned open, revealing a drop down into an infinite abyss. A switch that opened the cage of a hungry-looking bear, and a few other deceptions that looked somehow even nastier. There wasn't much conversation, and I guessed it was due to the likelihood of spies listening to us. I wondered briefly if Gemstar sympathized with us, and would help us convince Theodore, or if this was all just a long walk towards our inevitable death. My legs were shaking with nervousness, and as much as I tried to hide my fear, I couldn't quite manage it as we approached the front door of the castle. It stood impossibly high above us now, towering over the three of us, with twisting spires and wrought iron bars across the windows. This place was shouting at visitors to stay away. Even the front door looked like the yawning mouth of a hungry dragon ready to eat us. Thunder crashed above us in the night sky, and I noticed the rain was pattering down on the ground up here as well, making puddles which stood here and there. The birds avoided these patches, staying away from them, but there were no signs of zombies or killer plants. The front door of the castle swung open in front of us, and Gemstar walked in first. Randy and I followed behind, taking small, nervous steps. I don't like this, dude, Randy said again. Feels like a trap. I couldn't agree more, but it wasn't like we had a choice. Inside the dusty foyer, it looked even more like a castle from an old horror movie. Maroon velvet curtains and pendants hung from above, emblazoned with an eerie symbol I didn't recognize. An eye with a swirling pupil. A fire was burning in the fireplace, and I saw suits of armor and stately portraits on the walls, decorating the expansive room. And then my eyes settled on a figure sitting in a chair before the fire. A long white hand was flipping through the pages of an ancient text, reading it at impossible speed. A low sigh emanated from the man, and he closed the book with an irritated slam of the cover, then slapped it down onto the table in front of him. Dust clouded the air from the impact like a smoke bomb, filling my vision and making it impossible to see where he had been. But then a second later, he was beside me, inches away, despite the fact that such a thing was impossible.
I see my heir has allowed you inside, and without my permission.
Gemstar looked at the floor, but didn't move.
What precisely could you think you would gain by coming here?
I began to stutter a response, but was promptly interrupted by the man.
Speak up. What do you want from me, you worthless degenerates?
We need your help, I managed to say, mustering every ounce of sheriff authority that I could manage. My name is Sheriff Parsons, and I'm asking you on behalf of everyone in Hollow's End. Please. We need your help getting rid of this poisonous cloud that's been raining on us since sunset. It turns people into zombies, makes plants come to life and eat people. It's magic from what we understand, and none of us can figure out how to get it to go away.
Such trivialities are hardly my concern.
But wait.
No. I've heard you, and my answer is no. I will not help you. You brought this upon yourselves.
Randy started to turn around and leave, saying, Okay, sounds good. We tried. Now let's leave with our lives intact, shall we? But I grabbed him by the shirt sleeve and pulled him back. Wait, what do you mean we brought this upon ourselves? I asked. Of course, I knew exactly what he meant, since we had totally brought this upon ourselves, but I was curious how he knew it. The man was a hermit up here. There was no way he could know about our countless mistakes and ineptitudes. He didn't take the bait, instead just smiling at me ruefully.
Leave, he commanded, before I do something nasty.
Puzzle pieces began to click into place in my mind, and suddenly I realized something. You. It was you all along, from the very beginning. You're the one who planted the monkey paw in that meat shipment. You're the one who started all of these horrible B-horror movie shenanigans. He didn't even try to deny it, just laughing at me maniacally.
Like I said, you brought this upon yourselves. All I did was give you a little nudge in the right direction.
Randy's face was turning red with rage. It looked like he was ready to snap.
Wait a minute. You're fucking serious here, aren't you?
You're the one who brought that cursed monkey paw into town? The one that I made all those badass wishes on that unsuspectingly turned nasty?
Why, oh why, would I ever admit to such a thing? But, speaking hypothetically, it would be an absolutely devilish way to get all of you scum out of my way. To clear the weeds from the gardens that the roses may grow.
But why? Why would you care about the town? You don't even come into Hollow's End. You just stay up here on this creepy horror movie hill in your creepy horror movie castle.
True. So true indeed. But there is so much power hidden beneath your little town. I have access to some of it from here, yes. A trickle makes its way into my walls, and I feed upon it, building my power, growing stronger and stronger by the day. But I would have so much more power if you were all gone. I would have it all to myself. I will have it all to myself.
He began to levitate, rising up into the air above us. It was truly terrifying as lightning began to crackle and sprout from his fingertips, the light of the fire reflecting in his eyes. Randy was already attempting to open the door and run outside, but it slammed shut quickly, leaving his grasp. Hang on a minute, I stuttered, feeling more terrified than ever before. Let's talk about this. Or better yet, we'll just leave. We shouldn't have come here. We shouldn't have bothered you. I told you so, you numbskull, Randy shouted. Now look what you did. We're gonna die here because you had to be a goddamn Boy Scout again. I was about to say something snappy in response, but before I could, I was thrown against the wall beside the fireplace by an invisible force. Randy joined me there an instant later, and we stood pressed against the wall as if we were on the Gravitron at the fair. My entire body seemed to weigh 1,000,000 billion pounds, and it was difficult to breathe. Even my chest felt heavy. My lungs struggled against the weight, trying to suck in a strawful of air. You have defiled my home for the last time. And what's this? The two of you have a trickle of magic in you. A little piece of Hollow's End living in your blood. But when you die, I shall have it for myself. I will consume the power of each of you and take it for my own. Oh, is this like some sort of Highlander situation? Randy managed to say against the powerful pressure weighing us down. Man, I love that show. Stop, a voice said suddenly, and I realized it was Gemstar after a few long moments. Put them down, Dad.
Quiet, insolent child. Go to your room. I will deal with you later.
No, Dad. We began to droop down the wall slightly, and the crushing pressure eased off a little bit. I could breathe again, and it was a huge relief.
What did you say to me, you ungrateful mutt?
I looked to see Gemstar summoning their courage. Their pale eyes rose up to meet the eyes of Theodore. I said, put them down. Now. We dropped like a sack of stones, crumbling to the floor in a heap. I took in several heaving gasps of air, and the two of us watched the scene unfold before our eyes. The scene that would shape Hollow's End for decades, centuries, maybe even millennia. Gemstar cast off the dark duster jacket, revealing a glowing white gold robe. It shone with the light of the sun, casting a light upon the gloomy room and making it appear as if it were daytime. But the light did not hurt my eyes. For some reason, it didn't hurt at all. But Theodore seemed to be very much affected by it. He stumbled backwards, flailing, and bumped into the chair he was previously sitting in. The chair leg scraped across the floor, making a loud, abrupt sound, and in that instant I realized that the student was now stronger than the master. The heir to this place had come into their own.
You ungrateful little shit,
Theodore spat, lifting the sleeve of his dark coat so that it covered his face. He looked like a vampire at that moment, and after seeing the long canines protruding from his gum line, I realized that was what he was. A vampire wizard. Huh. Who would have thought? You see something new every day in this town.
You dare to challenge me?
He growled.
You are nothing. I will crush you between my...
His voice cut off as the light from Gemstar increased, growing even stronger. You're not going to do anything except leave. Get out, Dad. You don't deserve this place anymore. You don't deserve this town and these people who care about each other so much. The dark wizard pushed forward against the light, trying to move towards Gemstar, but the glowing force kept pushing him backwards. He raged and screamed as he fought against it.
What would you know about them? You've lived here with me your entire life. You've never been outside the walls of this property.
Gemstar's smile stretched wider, showing a secret. Oh, but I have. I've been venturing into town for a while, Dad. To see the truth behind all the lies you told me. All my life you told me it was dangerous down there. That the sun would kill me. But I'm not like you. Mom wasn't like you. This last sentence seemed to carry some great burden of grief with it. I got the feeling that something very bad had happened to Gemstar's mother, and that Theodore was responsible for it.
Your mother was insolent, just like you. She didn't realize what she had here. She wanted to leave, constantly bickering, testing me, prodding me, the same as you.
Well, Dad, when she died, Mom left something for me. Something I've been hiding from you for a long, long time. The light from Gemstar turned as bright as the sun, and I saw it was emanating from a pendant around her neck. It glowed so bright that I had to cover my eyes with my hands, and even then it broke through. But again, it didn't sting. It just felt like a pleasant, nurturing warmth. At least, for me anyways. Theodore, on the other hand, well, his skin was smoking and sizzling, and he began to emit a shrill scream reminiscent of a kettle coming to a boil.
I will get you for this,
he spat.
I will kill you, just like I killed your mother.
And an instant later, he turned into a bat and flew away, disappearing through a window unprotected by glass. His frantic wing flaps looked pathetic and desperate as his tiny body let off steam, and I breathed a sigh of relief when he disappeared into the gloom outside. After several long moments of quiet contemplation, I let out a, "Thank you." "Sorry about your mother," I said next. "I'm sorry your dad is such an asshole." "Asshole doesn't even begin to cover it," Gemstar said as the glowing light faded to a more tolerable level. "Sorry he tried to kill you guys. Now, let's see what we can do about that poisonous death cloud." The pasture of Whit Farm in front of us was full of zombies. Not dozens or hundreds of them, but thousands. Almost the entirety of Hollow's End had turned into the undead. I saw my old friend, Mark from Earth, stumbling around, his arm around Jay the delivery guy. Momocado and Dante Kincaid, the fire chief, were near the fence, looking at us with green eyes. And I was somewhat surprised to see the 2 children who I had rescued were in there as well, with shallow bite marks on their wrists. Seriously, Muriel? I trusted you with those kids for an hour and you couldn't keep them safe? The old woman looked at me sheepishly.
I got distracted. But hey, it wasn't my fault. I didn't sign up to babysit. You forced it on me. They didn't even know how to make a shiv.
Well, at least they got reunited with their parents, Randy said, seeing the kids stumbling towards a pair of adults. The 4 of them embraced in a shambling sort of group hug and then turned to look at us accusingly. Why didn't you save us? That look seemed to ask. I'm working on it, I said out loud.
Huh?
Nothing, just talking to myself. Gemstar, do you think your magic is strong enough to get rid of that cloud up there? Or was that just wishful thinking on my part? Gemstar looked at me and smiled. Sheriff, do you believe in fate? I thought about this for a few seconds before answering. Once upon a time, I would have said no. I always thought myself as a free will type of person. Didn't like imagining that someone else could be pulling the strings. Now I'm squarely on the side of Team Fate. I can't help but think this is destiny. That we were meant to be standing here right now. I couldn't agree more, Sheriff. There's a very strong feeling inside of me that I was born for this. I didn't realize it until right now, but my entire life has been leading up to this moment. Maybe I can tell you more about that one day. But for now, let's get rid of this horrible cloud. Let's get the sun shining again. And just like that, Gemstar began to glow, even brighter than before. You might want to avert your eyes, Gemstar said, and Randy and I turned away. I saw the field of zombies shielding their vision as well, reflexively covering their faces with their hands as the brightness grew more and more intense. After what felt like an hour, but was probably only a few seconds, the glow began to dissipate. I was scared to look around at first. Scared to open my eyes. Afraid that the rain would still be falling. But then I felt the warmth of the sun instead of the trickling rain shining down on us from above. It felt like it had been ages since I'd felt that warmth and sensed that distinct brightness. Finally, I got the courage up to look at the sky, and I saw it was a bright, gorgeous blue color. There wasn't a single cloud up there, and it was going to be a sunny summer day by the looks of things. The field in front of me was no longer full of zombies, but regular, ordinary citizens of Hollow's End. Not that these folks could ever be labeled as ordinary, but you get the picture. Ronald and Wendy approached us with their parents in tow. Their faces were scared but hopeful, and I saw them glancing around at the bizarre crowd of monsters and people which filled the field. There was a low buzz of excited chatter all around, as people hugged their loved ones and talked amongst themselves. Those who had been human for the night sharing the details of their experience with those who had turned zombie early on the night prior. Thanks for saving us all, little Ronald said, and I realized he was just in front of me now. This is my mom and dad. They wanted to say thanks. And, can you let us out of here? Oh, sure, yeah, there's a gate just over here, I think, I said, leading the family over to the exit of the enclosed field. From what I understand, you protected my kids for quite a while last night, Sheriff. Prior to some sort of mishap, I guess. But I do owe you somewhat of a debt of thanks. More than somewhat, you ungrateful jerk, Randy muttered. What was that? Nothing. Sorry, I should introduce myself. My name is Harold, and this is my wife, Leanne. Randy stopped in his tracks and grabbed the sleeve of my shirt, pulling it hard enough to cause a slight tearing sound to come from the fabric. Come on, dude, this is my only shirt. Did you hear what he just said? His name is Harold, and her name is frickin' Leanne. The reality of this began to sink in slowly. If this was true, Randy actually did have powers of deduction. But that seemed very improbable, judging by his track record of idiocy. Yes, those are our names, Harold said, sounding confused. Can you please let us out of here now? You totally owe me $100, dude, Randy said. A bet's a bet, and you lost. Randy and I walked the family of 4 back to their car. with Gemstar tagging along. I got the feeling there was something they weren't telling us, but I wasn't really sure what it was. Of course, when we got back to the gas station, the car was gone. What the hell? Somebody stole it? This town's going to shit, Randy said, looking around the gas station for clues. Nobody stole it. You called a tow truck, remember? Tom probably came and grabbed it. Oh, yeah. Don't worry, folks. We'll give him a quick call and get your car back for you. Just give us a few minutes. Randy pulled out his cell phone, and I heard him talking to Tom a few seconds later, explaining the situation. Well, I suppose this is goodbye, Harold said. You don't need to hang around, Sheriff. We've taken up enough of your time already. And it looks like you've got a town to put back together. It's going to take a lot of elbow grease, but we'll get it done, I said, looking around at the wreckage of Hollow's End. Houses had been burnt down, smashed cars littered the streets, and more than a few dead bodies. Those who hadn't survived the carnage, or the ones that Randy had shot. They weren't starting to smell yet, but they would. Soon. What do you say, Gemstar? Should we start heading back? Maybe you can work some of your magic to help rebuild the town. Randy ended his phone call as Gemstar stood there silently, looking like there was something still left to say. My deputy wandered back over and, for once, stayed silent. There was a tension in the air, and it was palpable. The family stood watching Gemstar and waiting for what would be said. You can't leave, Gemstar said in a low, quiet voice. I'm sorry, but it just doesn't work that way. A long silence followed before Harold spoke up. Go stand over by the gas pumps, okay, kids? I gotta talk with these folks for a sec. He waited until they were out of earshot, and then spoke, much more gently than I thought he would under the circumstances. What do you mean we can't leave? The town won't let you. This place is special. The longer you stay, the more it gets its hooks into you. Your family spent the night here. That's long enough. I don't get it. I get this town is weird. I saw the monsters out in that field, talking to the humans as if it was all normal. I'm still processing all that. But I saw it. I can't unsee it. And after the events of last night, I'm more inclined to believe just about anything supernatural is possible. Still, why can't we just leave? We get in the car, we drive away. What's the problem? Gemstar was quiet, as if thinking how to explain. Do you actually understand how this place works? Randy asked. Can you tell me how to tap into my untapped magical potential and shit? Randy, these people are talking about something serious. We can ask Gemstar about your powers later. It's all tied together, Gemstar said. I think it's about time we had a long discussion, Randy. About your destiny, and what your powers will one day mean to this town. Tom, the tow truck driver, pulled up at that moment, and quietly observed the stoic group of us. He waved awkwardly, then lowered the family's car back down to the pavement. If you try to leave, you won't get far. The Hollow will pull you back. Harold looked suspicious, then said, I don't know what that means, but we'll take our chances. We've got people waiting for us back home. Family, friends, jobs, school, you know how it is. Gemstar began to speak again, but he interrupted. Look, I get this place is special. It's probably hard for you all to want to leave. You're so used to it here, right? But we're different. We need to go home. He didn't wait for a response, instead turning on his heel and pulling his wife along after him, grabbing her hand firmly. They left us there and went to gather up the kids. They all piled into the car and drove off a few moments later, without another word. But Ronald and Wendy waved goodbye to us from the back seat, behind the glass. They'll be back, Gemstar said. By tomorrow morning at the latest. How do you know that? I asked. The same way I know how you came to be here, Sheriff. The same way I know how I was meant to save the town today. There's not just one kind of magic in Hollow's End, Sheriff. Much like the spectrum between light and dark, there are an infinite number of colors, and an infinite range of magic. But everything stems from the light, the opposite of the dark magic of my father, the Hollow. In the distance, I heard the sound of Harold's tire blowing up, and the car slowly pulled over to the side of the road. They didn't even make it to the edge of town. Did you ever wonder why they call this town Hollow's End? Gemstar asked, smiling. Because you might want to know the answer to that question before we start to rebuild. The ground suddenly began to shake violently. An earthquake, I wondered to myself. But if it was the shortest earthquake ever. Everything settled again after a second or two and was still. What the hell was that? I asked Gemstar nervously. The smile was gone now. It's waking up, was the answer. Become a channel member today for early access, bonus videos, and special emojis only available to members. Check out the description below or click the join button for more info. If you'd like another way to help support the channel, please consider joining my Patreon page at patreon.com/Jordan Group Horror. As a patron, you'll get access to bonus videos and content. You'll be credited at the end of every video going forward, and if you decide to stay for 3 months, I'll name a character after you which will be featured in a Hollow's End story. Links to join the Patreon are in the description. Thanks everyone for listening. Please like, subscribe, and comment to help the channel continue to grow. And see you again next time at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you have a great night.